Chapter 1, Youth Academy. Is it finally going to begin? My middle school life, then the task of dominating U17 starts from here. When Hanyu Takeba, carrying a tennis bag, stood at the gate of Youth Academy, his eyes ignited. The raging flame strode into the Youth Academy. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, male, 12 years old. In this era when superpowers and supernatural beings are slowly replaced by rebirths and transversals, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has also become a member of the vast number of transcending rebirths. In the world called the Prince of Tennis, every world has its own rules and foundations, which can be extended and developed. It's as if the Naruto world is built on chakras, and Sabertooth is built on fighting, and the world of the Prince of Tennis is naturally built on top of tennis. In this world, the development of tennis has overshadowed it. Everything, whether it is mathematics or anything else, was developed for the development of tennis. Before crossing, there was no cross line between Hanyu Takeba's life journey and tennis in his previous life. Who makes tennis not like cycling or running, has requirements for the court. However, for Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who has nothing to do with tennis, the of traversers is considered an extra care. Not only Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's crossing rebirth to a family of tennis players, it also gives Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to every traverser. The necessary golden finger system, a system called two-dimensional athletic system. This system, called two-dimensional athletics, possesses various skills from Hanyu Takeba's previous animations, manga, and games, but they have all been turned into tennis skills. As long as Hanyu Takeba can complete the system's tasks, you can get all kinds of skills from the system. This is precisely because of this. However, it's a pity that Hanyu Takeba's elementary school did not win the national championship. Who made the Prince of Tennis match 2 doubles and 3 singles to determine the final victory, even if Hanyu Takeba could win play your own game, but it still depends on the performance of other players. However, from now on, this kind of mess will not happen, because Hanyu Takeba has entered the Youth Academy from now on. Although the Youth Academy has gradually declined, among the newcomers this year are Katsutsuka Kunomitsu and Fuji Josuke, 2 monsters who already have the top tennis skills in the middle of the country, as well as Sadaji Kanji and Hideichiro Oishi. Eiji Kikumaru, Takashi Kawamura, these talented teenagers. With the addition of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Youth Academy may even completely achieve the national triple hegemony that the King Takakai in the original book failed to achieve. However, in order to achieve this national triple hegemony, Hanyu Takeba has one of the most important things, and that is to seize power and seize the position of the head of the men's tennis department of the Youth Academy. You must know that in the Youth Academy, the first grade does not have the right to play. Although the schools and work in the 11th district pay attention to respect and qualifications, but the 11th district also has the following examples. As long as you are strong enough, you can make the rules you want. And it just so happens that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is such a strong. So the position of the head of the men's tennis department of Youth Academy, Takeba Hanyu, is about to be decided. After the morning class was over, Takeba Hanyu went to the tennis club of Youth Academy as soon as possible. Outside the tennis club, there were already many teenagers who wanted to join the tennis club waiting outside, but after the arrival of Hanyu Takeba, these teenagers gave way to Hanyu Takeba one after another. Compared with Hanyu Takeba, he has already made the name of the Empire's fierce tiger in the elementary school tennis session. Naturally, they will not fail to know Hanyu Takeba, who is known as the #1 tennis player in the 11th District Elementary School. Bamboo Leaves. Hanyu, did you join the Youth Academy? It seems that the tennis club of the Youth Academy will be very lively in the future. Fujisuke, who also came to the tennis club, smiled and greeted Hanyu Takeba initiatively. And next to Fuji Shisuke are Tezuka Kunomitsu, Oishi Hideichiro, and others. At the Kyoto competition, Hanyu Takeba did not miss Tezuka Kunomitsu and the others. It is precisely because of this that Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunomitsu were not in the same school, but they still became friends. The excitement is sure. Hanyu Takeba said without concealing his ambition. However, I am not here for the excitement, but for the first place in the country. Even junior high school and the country's 3-ranked dominance. In the two-dimensional competitive system, there are various achievements, and you will get rewards for completing these achievements. The first in the country is no exception, and the rewards for the 3 consecutive championships in the national competition are even more lucrative to a terrible point. However, it is a pity that, let alone 3 consecutive championships, it is the first place in the country, and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has not achieved it. Although Taekha Hanyu is known as the strongest elementary school tennis player in the 11 districts, he is the king of singles, but due to the strength of the other members, Taekha Hanyu has not really won the first medal in the country. Then this achievement of number 1 in the country naturally has nothing to do with Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Are you 3 in a row in junior high school? Not only was Fujitsusuke, Tezuka Kunomitsu and others looked at Hanyu Takeba's eyes completely differently. Why? No, Tezuka, don't you think that your own strength, reading www.yuyugonshu.com will be worse than our so-called predecessors? A group of guys who can't even pass the conference. Hanyu Takeba playfully look at the 2 weeks to help the 2. Although the 3 Hanyu Takeba are elementary school students, they have even played against high school tennis players. Although they are not U17 monsters, they are also famous tennis players. However, Fujitsu and Tezuka Kunomitsu defeated their opponents. It is precisely because of this that Tezuka and Fujitsu are considered to have the ability to become professional tennis players. Hey, hello, newcomers really dare to say? Haven't you guys learned how to talk to seniors? You guys, you want to play, but you are still far away? You can't be the first grader. So you guys should just pick up the ball for me for a year first. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, a guy who said he was a villain in the Kingshu Zhengxian costume came out. Not good. Said. Oh, sorry, I haven't studied yet. Hanyu Takeba said with his eyes narrowed. Otherwise, senior, you teach me. Senior is a positive candidate for Kingshu, right? Let me see what kind of strength the so-called positive candidate has. Little devil, junior high school tennis is not a playhouse in elementary school. Since you want to see it, then I will satisfy you, but... The villain senior said without doubt. If you have anything, just say it straight, senior. Hanyu Takeba said mockingly. 1 round is 1,000 yen. After all, I am a good candidate, but I have no time to waste on you little ghosts. Is it 1,000 yen per game? Senior, your time is really cheap. However, I accept it, then let's start, senior. Chapter 2, Game. Have you heard that? A newly enrolled person challenged Senior Shangshi. Senior Shangshi is a third-year candidate. Except for Minister Yamato, the other seniors are not necessarily the opponents of Shangshi. Is that newcomer crazy? How dare you challenge Shangshi? What if I say that the newcomer is the number 1 tennis player in elementary school, Hanyu Takeba, who is called the Empire's Fierce Tiger? Even Hanyu Takeba would not be Shangshi-sen's opponent? After all, junior high school tennis is far from the elementary school tennis can be compared, let alone Shangshi-sen is 3 years older than Hanyu Takeba. If you want to know if Hanyu Zuyu can win, let's go and see if we can. If we don't go again, I'm afraid there will be no place. As the news spread that Takeba Hanyu was going to play with Takehiko Kamishi, in addition to the members of the tennis club, there were also many students who came to watch the excitement. The venue where Takeba Hanyu was going to play with Takehiko Kamishi to give up for an impasse. Tezuka, who do you think will win? Fujitsu Josuke looked at Hanyu Takeba and Yoshihiko who were already standing in the field and asked Kunomitsu Kamikazu. Hanyu. Tezuka Kunomitsu said the name of Hanyu Takeba without any hesitation. Tezuka Kunomitsu knows best about the strength of his opponent. It seems that I have the same opinion as Tezuka. Fujisuke said with a smile. In this case, let's guess the score between Hanyu and Kamishi-senpai, I guess it is 6:0. I'm the same as you, but I won't lose any small points when I add a Hanyu. Tezuka Kunomizu calmly held his glasses and said. It's really meaningless to bet with Tezuka, Fujisuke said with a sigh. I didn't want to bet with you. Tezuka Kunami squinted a glance for help. And I just said what I think is the greatest probability. Boy, you still have time to admit defeat. Kamishi Zairuhako's tennis racket pointed at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf and shouted. Although Hanyu Takeba has made a famous name among elementary school students. However, Kamiishi Zairuhako didn't think he would lose to a small elementary school student. I'll give you this sentence, too, Senior Kamishi. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said casually, just like Kamishi Yuahiko didn't take Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to his heart. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't care about Kamishi Yuahiko at all. A waste that has no strength and can only rely on the so-called rules to suppress people, what does Hanyu Bamboo Leaf care about? Damn boy! Kamishi Seonghiko looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf viciously, and vowed to give this stinky boy some color. Please come forward and make a decision to choose the court or the right to serve the ball first. The referee of this game is a second-year tennis player who does not deserve a name. I want to be positive, kid, how about you? Actually, you give seniors all the right to serve and choose the court. It doesn't matter to me, but in order to respect seniors, I will choose the opposite. Damn kid! Kamishi Xianjun cursed inwardly on his gloomy face. The opposite, you first. No, senior, you have to choose first. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said indifferently. In that case, I'll serve the ball first. Kamishi Hiko said with a smile, and in his heart he unloaded the Hanyu Bamboo Leaves into 8 pieces. In the game, the first serve will have a little advantage. Since Hanyu took this opportunity to himself, Kamishi Zairuhako would naturally not be polite with Hanyu. No problem, then the venue is just as good. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf still had a calm expression. Seeing Hanyu's expression, Kamiishi's heart became more and more angry. Kamiishi's heart became more and more angry. Kamiishi's heart was determined to give Hanyu a lesson, so that Hanyu could understand what the strength of the right choice is and what is the senior. The Majesty. Boy, be optimistic, what is the strength of the right selection, just like you should just pick the ball honestly. A trace of disdain flashed in Kamishi's eyes. After throwing the ball high, Kamishi Zairuhako's racket hit the air tennis ball severely. The tennis ball was knocked out in an instant, turned into a stream of light in the air, and attacked the Hanyu Bamboo Leaves. Just when Kamishi Yuahiko looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf contemptuously and wanted to see Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's awkward appearance, the tennis ball flew backwards faster than Kamishi Yuahiko's serve, and landed on the boundary. Flew out suddenly and hit the wire fence of the tennis court with a dull noise. At this moment, the audience fell silent, only the sound of tennis and barbed wire rubbing. The score is valid 15:0. After a long time, the referee reacted and announced hastily. What just happened? I scored directly. It's too fast, I didn't even notice Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's movements at all. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's strength is terrible too. The onlookers were in an uproar. Tezuka, did you see Hanyu's movements clearly? Fuer's Haujik's voice became slightly serious. Well, Hanyu's strength has become even more terrifying. A hint of warfare flashed in Tezuka's eyes. Damn kid, I'm serious, and I will show you good looking later. You won't continue to be so relaxed. Kamiishi Seonghiko squeezed the racket tightly and roared, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com with a gloomy face. The expression was like dripping water. Really? Then I can wait and see, senior. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf still looked careless. Given the strength of Shizuhako above, for Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, it's not even a warm-up. After that, Kamiishi Zairuhako lost 3 goals in a row and went straight to Hanyu Takeba's serve. Be careful, senior, I'm going to serve. Hanyu Takeba said lightly. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Kamiishi Zairuhako, who won the game by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf cleanly and neatly. Now his face is as gloomy as a dark cloud. Kamishi Zairuhako thinks Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is mocking himself. Although Hanyu Takeba is really mocking Shi Seonghiko. When the tennis ball was thrown into the sky, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's body also jumped up, and his well-proportioned body suddenly relaxed, like a blooming flower, full of beauty. When Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's racket collided with the tennis ball flew towards Kamishi Zairuhako like a shooting star. After the exact hit was on Kamishi Zairuhako's left side, it instantly bounced back on the wire fence. Same as the ball that Hanyu took back before, Kamishi Zairuhako did not see how Hanyu took the ball at all. Serve to score directly. The score is valid 15:0. Senior, do you need me to give you a round? If you can't get a single point, it will be very shameless, senior. Hanyu Takeba said slowly. Stop the nonsense, kid, I just didn't get serious just now. Kamishi Xianjun roared angrily. Then please ask senior to get serious, otherwise, this kind of intensity won't even be a warm-up. Chapter 3, Yude Yamato. The game is over, the score is 6:0, and the winner is Takeba Hanyu. The referee spit out these words with difficulty. Compared with Hanyu Takeba, Kamishi Yuhako is even more of an elementary school student. He didn't have any resistance in Hanyu Takeba's hands, and he was easily defeated by Hanyu Takeba without even getting a small score in a round. Is this really a rookie? This kind of strength is too terrifying. Senior Shangshi didn't even win a small game. Even Minister Yamato couldn't beat Senior Shangshi so easily like Takeba Hanyu. Doesn't this mean that Hanyu Takeba's strength is already number one in the youth school, and that the strength of current elementary school students is so terrible? The crowd onlookers talked a lot. The surrounding discussion, Kamishi Zairuhako feels that everyone around him is laughing at him. Senior, is this your strength after getting serious? Really weak? Hanyu Takeba walked to the front of Kamishi Zairuhako and said. If the current elections are all at the level of the seniors, it is no wonder that the youth school can't even make a breakthrough in the general meeting now. Damn kid, don't you be too arrogant. Shang Shikshanjian's red eyes, the racket in his hand suddenly slammed into Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's wrist. When he shook the racket, there was a hint of revenge in Kamiishi's heart inexplicably. It's all this stinky kid's fault. If it weren't for this stinky kid, things wouldn't be like this, and I wouldn't have such a big embarrassment. Don't you play tennis very well? If that's the case, I'll be dead. You, see how arrogant you are. Shangshi Xianjun kept roaring in his heart. Ah! Be careful, Hanyu. Seeing Kamishi Zairuhako's act of swinging his racket, the crowd onlookers screamed. They never thought that Kamishi Zairuhako would make such a frenzied move. Even quite a few girls have closed their eyes and couldn't bear to see the next scene in front of them. However, they did not wait for the screams of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but heard the wailing of Kamishi Zairuhako. Senior, a tennis racket is not something for hitting people. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said harshly while pinching Kamishi Zairuhako's wrist, exuding a terrifying aura, like a fierce man ready to bite people at any time. Like a tiger. Hanyu Zui will not be merciful to the scum of Kamishi Zairuhako who can't hit the ball and hit people. If in the original work, Tezuka Kunami was not injured by this kind of scum, maybe Kingsyu would not have to wait for Eikaizen Ryoma to appear, and he would have won the audience of the national competition. Let go, let me go, let me go. Under the pressure of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's momentum, Kamishi Zairuhako was frightened instantly. Let go of you. If I hadn't caught Senior in time, I'm afraid my arm would have been scrapped. Senior. A cold light flashed in Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's eyes. So, how could I let you go so easily? But don't worry, Senior, I will only do what you just wanted to do to me, and I will never do more. After Hanyu Zui finished speaking, the racket in his hand slowly lifted up, and he showed an extremely bright smile to Kamishi Zairuhako. No, I was wrong, kid, No, Hanyu Takeba, I was wrong, forgive me. Kamishi Zairuhako said bitterly. Sorry, I have no plans to forgive seniors at all. Hanyu Takeba said coldly. Stop it. At this moment, Yamato Yuta, the head of the tennis department, and the coach Ryasaki Sumire rushed to the tennis court in time. Just when Ishihiko Hiko was about to abolish Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Kunomitsu Tezuka and Josuke Fuji quickly went to Yude Yamato and Sumire Ryazaki. Minister, save me, this kid is going to destroy my arm. Kamishi Zairuhako saw Yamato Yude and Ryazaki Sumire appearing, as if he had grabbed the last straw. It's not that Kamishi Yuahiko never thought of putting all the responsibilities on Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's head, but Kamishi Yuahiko's remaining sanity prevented Kamishi Yuahiko. After all, the first thing he had done was seen by everyone present. Of course, more importantly, Kamiishi Zairuhako is now shocked by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Stop it first. Yamato Yude said to Hanyu Takeba. Hearing Yamato Yude's words, the racket that Hanyu took down in his hand, Hanyu took no thought of wasting his tennis career on trash like Wishy, if he wanted to clean up trash like Wishy. Naturally there is a more relaxing way, and it is not even on the head of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Minister Yamato, isn't it? Has the youth school degenerate to this level? If you can't beat it, your opponent will just abolish your opponent. If that's the case, the tennis department should be changed to a combat department. Maybe this is the case. Will he be able to enter the national convention? I won't even be able to enter the Kanto convention like I am now. Hanyu Takeba said coldly. It's my fault as the minister, Kamishi Zairuhako, our tennis club will punish him on its own. Yamato Yuta bowed his head and apologized. Not enough. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said coldly. Minister Yamato, you should know what will happen once the school knows that violence has occurred in the tennis club. Since the problem of school violence in the 11th district is very serious, once a serious incident of violence occurs, the school will also take the most serious punishment. Once the school learns that school violence has occurred in the tennis club, the entire tennis club may be directly suspended from all club activities by the school. People who do it directly will even be dropped out of school, and most schools will not accept such students, which is why Hanyu Takeba stopped. Then what do you want? Ryagazaki Sumire stood up and said. Originally, after learning that Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fujisuke had entered the youth academy, Ryagazaki Sumire thought that the Youth Academy's tennis club would finally rise again, but he did not expect that such a thing would happen. If this matter is not resolved, let alone the re-emergence of the tennis club, it may even fall into crisis. What I want is very simple. Minister Yamato, let's play a game. The problem of tennis will be solved with tennis. If you win, Minister Yamato, then I will not pursue this matter. But if Minister Yamato, you lose if you do, then the position of the head of the youth tennis department is mine. Hanyu Takeba said as he looked at Yamato Yude. No. Ryagazaki Sumire's face changed and he wanted to veto this matter. Okay, I agree. But before Ryagazaki Sumire's words were finished, Yamato Yude agreed to Hanyu Takeba's request. For Yamato Yuta, this year is the last year of his youth school. In any case, the tennis club cannot be suspended from club activities because of this problem. Chapter 4, Great Desolate Starfall. This kid. Looking at Hanyu Takeba in the field, Ryazaki Sumire's eyes became serious while sitting in the referee's position. Ryazaki Sumire saw the shadow of Ekaizen Minamijiro on Hanyu Takeba. No, it should be that Hanyu Takeba's aura now is even more terrifying than Ekaizen Minamijiro in his youth. Hanyu's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Fujisuke's squinted eyes suddenly opened, and Fujisuke felt a huge sense of crisis in Hanyu's eye, which was the danger of the top predators facing him. Well, that's why Hanyu is called the Empire's fierce tiger. In the eyes of the three of Tezuka Kunimitsu, the body of Hanyu bamboo leaf at this time exudes this aura of astonishment. This breath is lingering around Hanyu bamboo leaf's body. From a distance, Hanyu bamboo leaf looks like the whole person has changed. Become an evil tiger who is ready to eat people suddenly. Tezuka Kunimai, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could feel the oppression of Hanyu bamboo leaf, not to mention Yamato Yude who was facing Hanyu bamboo leaf directly. Director Yamato, I'm going to serve. Hanyu Takeba showed a white tooth and smiled at Yamato Yude. However, Hanyu Takeba's handsome smile is no different from an evil spirit in Yamato Yude's eyes. Be careful, Minister Yamato. The tennis ball in Hanyu's hand was thrown up, and when the tennis ball was raised high, Hanyu's body also flew. Left or right? Yamato Yude stared at the tennis stubbornly, not daring to relax. The Great Desolate Starfall. The racket held by Hanyu bamboo leaf's right slammed on the tennis ball, cutting through the air and making a low roar, directly hitting the field on the left of Yamato Yude, carrying it. After the violent tennis ball rubbed a pitch-black burnt mark on the ground, it blasted directly towards the barbed wire fence behind him. Even though the collision with the tennis court has weakened part of the tennis ball's strength, when it hit the barbed wire wailed unbearably. 15:0 After Ryazaki Sumire blew a whistle, he glanced at Hanyu Takeba silently. Although it was only the first small round, Ryazaki Sumire knew that Yamato Yude would never be Hanyu Takeba's opponent. The only problem now is how many rounds Yamato Yude can win from Hanyu Takeba's hands. This kind of power, even an adult tennis player won't have it. What kind of monster is this newcomer? If you hit someone directly, I'm afraid you will pass out directly. This is too dangerous. The crowd onlookers started talking. And in the heart of Kami-ishi Zaiuhako, who was also watching this game, there was a trace of fortunate escape from the dead. If it weren't for Yamato Yude and Ryazaki Sumire to arrive in time, he might be in the cemetery now. Is the single ball speed almost 220 km per hour? Is this kind of ball speed really what a freshman in junior high school can have? Sadaji Kin was observing Hanyu bamboo leaves while collecting his own information. As the #1 tennis player among elementary school students in the 11 districts, Hanyu Takeba is naturally the imaginary enemy of every player who wants to become a tennis player. Sadaharu Kanyu is no exception. But the more data collected on Takeba Hanyu, Sadaji Hanyu, the more I felt the horror of Hanyu bamboo leaves. Come again. Yamato Yude took a deep breath, and stared at Hanyu bamboo leaf closely. Although Yamato Yude has understood that there is a huge gap between his own strength and Hanyu bamboo leaf, Yamato Yude will not give up so easily. Be careful, Mr. Yamato. Hanyu Takeba's racket patted the tennis ball and slowly walked over the serving point. Following the movements of Hanyu bamboo leaf, Tezuka Kunomitsu and others held their breath and looked at Hanyu bamboo leaf in the field. For such a terrifying serve, even Hanyu bamboo leaf can't be used continuously. Many onlookers thought silently in their hearts. Hanyu Takeba once again tossed the tennis ball, and when the racket collided with the tennis ball, it once again made a roar of thunder like a tiger. The tennis ball was like a meteorite falling from the sky, and once again blasted towards Yamato Yude. This time it was still a meteorite. The audience watched Yamato Yude nervously. They didn't know whether Yamato Yude could take Hanyu Takeba's serve this time. Although Yamato Yude had already been up for 12 points, the speed of the great desolate star of Hanyu bamboo leaf fell far beyond the imagination of Yamato Yude. By the time Yamato Yude moved halfway, the tennis ball had already rebounded and hit the barbed wire. 30:0. Ryagazaki Sumire announced the score again. Come again. Yamato Yude clenched tightly and looked at Hanyu bamboo leaf again, but what Yamato Yude didn't notice was that his arms were trembling slightly. So be careful, Minister Yamato, de Wang Xingyun. 40:0. In the first round, Takeba Hanyu won. The ball speed of 4 consecutive serves is above 220 km per hour. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can be said to be non-human. seeing that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf won the first place through 4 ace balls. After winning the small game, Gan Zhenzi said with a sigh, but the pen in his hand did not stand still at all. No, it should be a monster. Tezuka, do you think Minister Yamato can win? Fujisuke asked Kunimitsu Kusuka. I don't see any hope. Tezuka Kunami said while holding his glasses. If you can't crack Hanyu's serve, then Minister Yamato will undoubtedly lose. After all, the most terrifying thing about Hanyu is not his serve. Hey, I haven't lost yet. As long as I can win my serve, I still have a chance. Yamato Yuta took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down and not be affected by Hanyu Takeba's serve. Yamato Yuta lightly tossed the tennis ball and hit it hard. Boom! The tennis ball traversed a lingering trajectory in the air and hit the bottom corner on the left. Takeba Hanyu uses his right hand. The bottom corner on the left is a bit more uncomfortable for tennis players who are good at right-handed rackets. Area. But when the tennis ball flew over the net, Takeba Hanyu had already moved one step ahead of the ball. Did I see through my actions? Yamato Yude's heart was inexplicably uneasy. However, Yamato Yude calmed down quickly, which might be just a coincidence. 108 Type Wave Ball, First Type. As Hanyu Takeba's racket swung on the tennis ball, it seemed like a gust of wind, and the tennis ball flew back upside down like a roaring tiger with a loud sound of breaking through the air. Chapter 5, Reward. Boom! The tennis ball with a huge roar flew directly to the half-court of Yamato Yuta. Under the terrifying power of Hanyu Takeba, the tennis ball was extremely fast, directly hitting the tennis racket in Yamato Yuta's hand, and directly the tennis racket in Yamato Yuta's hand was knocked out. What a terrible power! Is this power really something humans can have? The racket in Yamato-sen's hand was directly knocked out. If this goes on, Yamato-senpai can't beat this newcomer at all. The onlookers looked at the brutal scene in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a palpitation. Tennis of this kind of power is simply going to kill someone. Fortunately, it hits the tennis racket. If it hits a person, I am afraid that it will not directly hurt the person. Hiss! Looking at the tennis racket flying upside down, feeling the tingling sensation from his wrist, Yamato Yude couldn't think of why the body of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf contained such an amazing force. Senior Yamato, if you only have this level, I'm afraid you can't even take a small game in my hands. Hanyu Takeba stared at Yamato Yuta with an extremely aggressive look, and gave Yamato Yuta brought unparalleled tremendous pressure. Really? If that's the case, if I can't even get a ball, then I would be too embarrassed. Yamato Yuta took a deep breath after retrieving his racket, and said very solemnly. Yamato. Ryagazaki Sumier looked at Yamato Yude with some worry. From the eyes of Ryagazaki Sumier can naturally see that Yamato Yuta Bamboo Leaf is not a dimensional existence at all. There is no suspense about the result of this game. Ryagazaki Sumier is worried about Yamato Yu. The conference will not be defeated by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf because of this game. Yamato Yuta's body bent down slightly, and a chip flew gently towards the first half of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. After the previous goal, Yamato Yude realized that he wanted to score from Hanyu Takeba's hands with a normal play. No doubt, it was an idiot dream. If you want to score, you can't think about competing with Hanyu Takeba for power and speed. You scored. When Yamato Yuta watched his tennis go past the net and slowly fall, Yamato Yuta was secretly delighted. But Yamato Yuta's fortune was soon wiped out by the figure in front of him. The tennis ball is like a missile, with amazing speed and precision hits above Yamato Yuta's bottom line. 30:0. 40:0. Hanyu Takeba wins. Hanyu Takeba won, with a total score of 3:0. Hanyu Takeba won, with a total score of 6:0. The winner of this game is Hanyu Takeba. In the following game, Ryazaki Sumier and others witnessed a naked massacre. Not only did Yamato Yude not score a point in Hanyu's hands, but even Yamato Yudalian forced Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to swing twice. 2. Did you easily defeat Yamato-senpai? It really is Hanyu. Fuer Josuk said with a smile, but although Fuer's Haujik's face is smiling, his heart also feels thick. Strong pressure. After being defeated by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf at the Kanto conference, Fuji Josuk also thought about catching up with Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but now Fuji Josuk finds that the gap between himself and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf seems to be getting bigger and bigger, and Fuji Josuk also has. He was confident that he could defeat Yamato Yuta, but if he wanted to defeat Yamato Yuta as easily as Hanyu Takeba, Fujisuk only believed that he could not do it. Well, Hanyu's strength is even more terrifying. A light flashed in Tezuka's eyes, and he replied calmly, but Tezuka's heart was not as calm as it appeared. Have strength and speed defeated Yamato-senpai just by virtue of physical fitness? No, there is also the amazing speed of the ball. It can be seen that Hanyu's skills cannot be underestimated, and the data is not enough. The well-written notebook was closed, and he held his glasses and said seriously. It's amazing, you saw Oishi, that kind of serve. Eiji Kikumaru exclaimed excitedly, holding his arms around Shueikiro Oishi's neck. You see, let me go. Kikumaru Hideji's neck was hooked, and some breathless Oishi Hideichiro patted Kikumaru's arm and said with difficulty. Sorry. Eiji Kikumaru quickly let go of Shueikiro Oishi, apologizing. Among the selected members of the youth school in the original work, Takashi Kawamura is the most excited one. Who makes Takashi Kawamura also a power tennis player? Yamato-senpai, I won this game. According to the agreement, I am now the head of the youth tennis club. Hanyu Takeba walked to Yamato Yude and said lightly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yes, now the position of the minister is yours, Hanyu. Yamato Yu said with a wry smile. But Yamato Yude's wry smile was not because he lost the position of head of tennis, but because he couldn't even win a small game in Hanyu Takeba's hands. However, Yamato Yude soon saw it. With the strength of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, maybe the tennis club of Kingsyo can really rise. Yamato. Hearing Yamato Yude's words, Ryazaki Sumire's face changed slightly. Although Yamato Yude's strength is indeed inferior to Hanyu Takeba, in the eyes of Ryagazaki Sumire, Yamato Yude is more suitable to serve as the head of the tennis club. After all, being the head is not strong enough. Coach Ryagazaki, I lost, and this is good. Yamato Yude shook his head and said. Ding, the head of the youth tennis department has achieved the achievement, and won a B-level lottery. After Yamato Yude recognized the position of the head of Hanyu Takeba, a system reminder sounded in Hanyu's ear. B-level draw, so. Hearing the system prompts, Hanyu Takeba shook his head. You should know that defeating Fuji Shosuk and Sonata Genichiro in Hanyu Takeba both won the A-level lottery, not to mention the S-level lottery won by defeating Tezuka Kunomitsu and Yukimura Seiichi. Now there is a B-level lottery. It is natural. Can be counted so. Since I am the minister, I would like to ask Yamato-senpai to serve as the vice minister of the tennis club. I don't know if Yamato-senpai is willing to give in. Hanyu Takeba extended his palm to Yamato Yude. Vice minister? I agree, and I will ask you for your advice in the future, Minister Hanyu. Yamato Yude smiled slightly after holding Hanyu's palm. Chapter 6, Properties Panel of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. After Hanyu Takeba easily defeated Yamato Yude, even though Ryagazaki Sumire was dissatisfied with Yamato Yude's position as the head of the youth tennis department, although he still had a slight dissatisfaction, Hanyu took the vice minister of the tennis department. The position was handed over to Yamato Yude, and Ryagazaki Sumire's dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. However, there is no other way. In addition to the gambling agreement of Yamato Yude Hanyu, it is also because of the strength of Hanyu. With the strength of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in the competition, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's strength is undoubtedly the number one in Kingsyu. Even if Yamato Yude did not hand over the position of director to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf according to the gambling agreement, he waited until Yamato Yude was promoted. After entering high school, no one in the tennis of Kingsyu could prevent Hanyu Takeba from becoming the head of the tennis department of Kingsyu. Even though there are geniuses such as Kunimitsu Katsutsuka and Shusuke Fuji in the first grade of Kingsyu, because Kingsyu directly lost in the Metropolitan Convention, it is really not true to spare time to watch this year's elementary school national contest Ryazaki Sumair. Kami Hanyu, who thinks that Tezuka Kunimitsu's abilities can catch up. The most important thing is that Hanyu Takeba has joined. Kingsyu is likely to break through the Metropolitan Convention, enter the Kanto Conference, and even the national competition. The revival of Kingsyu, Ryazaki Sumair has been waiting for too long. Reform the school team, reselect the school team members, and change the number of school team members. Ryagazaki Sumair covered his forehead and looked at Hanyu Takeba in front of him. Although Ryagazaki Sumair had already thought that after Hanyu Takeba became the minister, he would not be able to move, but Ryazaki Sumair did not expect that Hanyu Takeba's hadn't been hot yet, and he was ready to attack the school team. Yes, Coach Ryagazaki, the current school team members, except for Yamato-sen, let alone the national convention, even the players in the district convention can only be regarded as mediocre, and even Yamato-senpai, I think when facing the Kanto conference, I already felt a little difficult, right? Hanyu Takeba turned his attention to Yamato Yude. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Yamato Yude showed a bitter smile. Yamato Yude also knows that Hanyu Takeba's words are the truth, otherwise Kingsyu will not be able to break through to the metropolis for 3 consecutive years, and reselecting school team members may not be a good choice. Then Hanyu, what do you think about the selection of the school team? Ryazaki Sumair took a deep breath and asked Hanyu Takeba. As for the strength of the old members of the youth tennis club, Ryazaki Sumair can't understand. Although the strength of the current school team members is very poor, they are the strongest group in the youth tennis club. Otherwise, Ryagazaki Sumair won't make them the first choice players of the tennis team. Now that Hanyu Takeba proposes to reselect the school team members, it can only show that Hanyu Takeba thinks that after the new recruits this year, he has enough to defeat the school team's main election, and Ryazaki Sumair seems to have such strength. It was nothing more than Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fujisuke. It's very simple to be a positive candidate for the school team. Just let all members who want to be a positive candidate for the school team have a match. Strength is king. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can become a positive candidate for the school team. Know me, the goal of this year's youth school, or the goal of this year's youth school, is the national championship. Hanyu Takeba said powerfully. Although Tezuka's strength is somewhat different from that of Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka has already mastered the limits of the 3 levels of selfless comprehension and the limit of talent, plus Tezuka's already formed Tezuka domain and 0. It can be said that Kunimitsu Tezuka absolutely possesses national level strength now. Although Fuer's Haujik's strength is weaker than Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, he also possesses national level strength. There are 3 national level players from Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke. Winning the Hanyu Takeba National Championship is more than just a slogan. National Champion. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Ryagazaki Sumair and Yamato Yude's hearts also inexplicably rose with a fiery flame, even if Ryagazaki Sumair is over 50 years old. Then we will trouble Coach Ryagazaki and Yamato Senpai for the trial of the varsity team. Hanyu Takeba smiled faintly. By the way, Senior Yamato, since the school team members are going to be reselected, I and Senior Yamato will naturally participate in this selection. Okay, Coach Ryagazaki and I will take care of this. Yamato Yude said seriously. When the selection of the school team was handed over to Ryagazaki Sumair and Yamato Yude, the shopkeeper Hanyu Takeba went home just like the other students in the return home department. After returning home, Takeba Hanyu calmly opened his system interface. Looking at the B-level lottery in the system interface, Hanyu Zui's mood can be described in the 4 words of calmness, and Hanyu who has already tried the S-level lottery, how could it be because of a B-level lottery? What about GAF? The prize pool of the lottery draw depends entirely on the difficulty of the achievements made by Hanyu Takeba. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The 2S level draws won by Hanyu Takeba came from the achievements of defeating Tezuka Kunomitsu and Komura Seiichi respectively. Defeating Tezuka Kunomitsu and Yukimura Seiichi in elementary school can win the S-level lottery, and the achievement of becoming the head of the youth tennis department is only given a B-level lottery. It can be imagined that it is the route of the current head of the youth school. There is no difficulty. Raffle. After a burst of golden light from the system's prize pool, a card suddenly jumped out. Skill card, Super Half Volley. After looking at this skill, Takeba Hanyu curled his lips and clicked to use it casually. Just like Takeba Hanyu thought, there was nothing good in the B-level prize pool. After using this skill card, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's ability value interface has not changed much at all. Speed, 6, Strength, 8, Physical Strength, 8, Mental Strength, 7, Technology, 8. Skills, Eye of the Emperor, S-level, Scorching Tiger's Protection, S-level, Zone, S-level, Wild Tiger, A, Top 36 Wave Ball, A, Great Wilderness, A, Data I, Grade A. Since the first world is the world of the Prince of Tennis, the prizes drawn by Hanyu Takeba are basically from the world of the Prince of Tennis, and only a few come from other worlds. However, the skills from other worlds are terrifying, whether it's the Great Desolate Starfall who serves the ball, or the Eye of the Emperor and Zone that Hanyu Takeba has used a few times. Of course, the most helpful thing for Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is the protection of the S-class Roaring Tiger. In addition to increasing the speed, strength, and physical strength of the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's 5-dimensional attributes, it also complements the A-level Wild Tiger. Chapter 7, Group List. Ryagazaki Sumair holding a cup of tea is sitting in front of his desk, looking at the list of applicants for the selection. There are densely packed application forms on the table. Since the selection of the school team this time is for the tennis club, it can be said that members who have confidence in their own strength have applied to participate in this selection competition. But there are exceptions. Kami Ishizuhako, who was defeated by Hanyu Takeba, gave up participating in this selection, and even voluntarily submitted an application for withdrawal. If it's before, Ryazaki Sumair will talk to Shizuhako. After all, Shizuhako's strength is at the middle and upper level in the school team, but Takeba Hanyu called out the goal of winning the national championship. After that, Ryagazaki Sumair didn't care too much about Ishiohiko's stay. Although cruel, but this is the essence of sports, strength is supreme, and the winner is king. Looking at the application form on the desktop, Ryagazaki Sumair got into the entanglement with the grouping list of the game. After all, if the grouping is not paying attention, it is very likely that someone will be stolen. Yamato, take a look, is there any problem with my grouping list? Ryazaki Sumair, who had finally arranged the grouping list, asked Yamato Yude. Coach Ryagazaki, I'm just the deputy head of the tennis club. Let me ask Minister Hanyu's opinion on the group list. Yamato Yude shook his head and said. That kid doesn't know where he is now. Ryagazaki Sumair said with some complaints. After Hanyu Takeba defeated Yamato Yude and became the head of the tennis club, it can be said that he completely left everything to himself and Yamato Yude, and even the daily training did not appear. Although Ryazaki Sumair also understands that with the current level of training in the tennis club, Hanyu Takeba is not of any help, but Ryazaki Sumair still feels uncomfortable, just like the one who taught Ekizen Minamijiro himself. The same time, they are all rebellious little devil heads. Coach Ryazaki, I'm the head of the tennis club. Isn't it a bad idea to call a kid? Hanyu Takeba walked in from the door and said. Obviously, Ryazaki Sumair's words were heard by Hanyu Takeba. Boy, why are you here? Ryagazaki Sumair didn't care about Hanyu Takeba at all. After all, At Ryagazaki Sumire's age, Hanyu Takeba is a kid. So many days have passed since the school team member trials. As the head of the tennis department, I naturally need to pay attention to the progress of the school team selection. Hanyu Takeba said calmly, without a trace of everything. The guilty heart thrown to Ryagazaki Sumire and Yamato Yuta. Boy, did you know that you are the minister? Ryagazaki Sumire said irritably, and handed his assigned list to Hanyu Takeba. Look, if there is any problem with this group. Okay. Hanyu found out Ryazaki Sumire's list and flipped through it. However, what Hanyu Takeba actually wants to see is the name of the 6 third-year candidates in Tezuka Kunamitsu's original work. Now these stinky fish and shrimps in the school team, Hanyu Takeba really doesn't like it. However, among the 6 Tezuka Kunamitsu, in addition to Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, the only one who is most likely to become the school team's official election is Sadaharu Kan, whether it is Hideichiro Oishi, Eiji Kikumaru, or Takashi Kawamura. There is still a lack of strength. After all, not everyone is a genius like Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke. As for Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, let alone Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is a hanging wall. However, the potential of Shueikiro Oishi and others are not comparable to those of the school team members. There is nothing wrong with the list, but can Coach Ryagazaki's group be changed? Hanyu Takeba asked Ryazaki Sumire. There is nothing wrong with this. Ryazaki Sumire nodded and said after taking a look at the name of Hanyu Takeba. Then I'm bothering Coach Ryazaki. After Hanyu Takeba finished speaking, he disappeared into the tennis club in an instant, just like Hanyu Takeba said before, just for this school team trial. Coming. This kid is too fast. Is he a minister like this? Ryazaki Sumire looked at the back of Hanyu Takeba who had already disappeared and shouted frantically. Coach Ryagazaki, let's adjust the roster first. We must pay close attention to the trials. Yamato Yude calmed Ryazaki Sumire and said. I know. After the group list of the school team trials was posted on the bulletin board by Yude Yamato, the bulletin board was instantly surrounded by members of the tennis club. Tezuka, I'm in the same group as you? Both are in Group B. Looking at the list, Fujisuke said to Kunomitsu Tezuka with a smile. I'm looking forward to playing against you? Tezuka. Yet. Kunomitsu Tezuka's attitude seemed rather cold. You reading www.yukanshu.cm. Looking at the grouping list, Tezuka Kunomitsu already knew that the 2 candidates in Group B had been taken by him and Fujisuke Fuji. However, Kunomitsu Tezuka is concerned that the first-year students who participated in the selection of the school team this time were divided into 4 groups except for Group A. Did you arrange this too? Hanyu. How big is your ambition? Let me see. A gleam of light flashed in Tezuka's eyes. This time, the school team members selected for the selection of the school team have a full 10 spots. Although 3 of them are substitutes, the announcement has also made it clear that the players participating in the competition are subject to their strength. Every week, the school team will be ranked in the team. The 3 school team members with the last score will become substitutes. Every month, members of the tennis club who are not members of the school team will also hold a qualifying match. The top 3 members will have the qualifications to challenge the school team's substitute members. After the challenge is successful, they will be directly promoted to the school team and have compete for the qualifications to be elected. Compared with the previous rules, this rule has undoubtedly injected new vitality into Kingsu's already somewhat lifeless tennis club. If you don't pay attention, you will lose the qualifications of being elected members and even members of the school team. But precisely because of this, Tezuka Kunami also saw Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's ambitions. If it were not for greater glory, why would Hanyu Bamboo Leaf make such a change? In addition to Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, the first-year students such as Sadaharu Kan, who decided to participate in the selection, also looked at the group list with excitement. The same is true for students in other grades, except for the students who were assigned to Group A. Because the Group A group list has the names of Hanyu Takeba and Yamato Yude. Chapter 8, Do You Want to Be Strong? Although there are a lot of people participating in the school trials, it took only one day for the school trials to determine the list of 10 members of the youth school team. Among the first-year freshmen, in addition to the two geniuses of Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, who have firmly entered the school team roster, Sadaharu Kiki and Heiichiro Oishi also successfully made the roster of the school team. As for the places of the other school team members were taken by members of the previous school team one after another, and the members of these school teams were, without exception, third-year students. So in this brand new school team roster, Hanyu Takeba is the only one worthy of attention, Tezuka Kunomitsu. Except for Yamato Yuda, the other third-year members of the school team are completely instrumental in Hanyu Takeba's eyes. After all, their strength and potential have been completely finalized, and there is no much room for improvement. Takashi Kawamura, who is undergoing physical training, is already out of breath and sweating profusely. Before Kawamura, Takashi also signed up for the youth school trials, but unlike Tezuka Kunomitsu and others, Kawamura Takashi lost directly in the first round. The technique is not good, the speed is not good, and the only thing that Takashi Kawamura can do is strength, but compared with his third-year seniors, the only power that Takashi Kawamura can use does not have much advantage. Perhaps I should follow my father's words and inherit the sushi restaurant at home. I am not suitable for tennis at all. I don't have any tennis talents at all. Tennis will only belong to Hanyu, Tezuka, Fuji and other geniuses. Kawamura Takashi, who stopped, thought slowly with his hands on his knees. After seeing Hanyu Takeba 6:0 Yamato Yude and Tezuka Kunomitsu 6:4 Fujisuke, Takashi Kawamura, who has doubts about his own strength, hesitated whether he should give up tennis. Today's extra training is just Kawamura's last farewell to his tennis career. Yet, Kawamura, are you also doing morning exercises? Just as Takashi Kawamura, who had already decided to submit his withdrawal application to the tennis club today, was about to run home, Takeba Hanyu, who was jogging, greeted Takashi Kawamura. Minister Hanyu and Minister Hanyu, yes, Minister Hanyu, are you here to exercise too? When Takashi Kawamura just saw the bamboo leaves of Hanyu, he straightened his back and raised his head high. His eyes didn't dare to look at Hanyu bamboo leaf at all, and he seemed particularly restrained. However, this is no wonder. Takashi Kawamura's personality was a bit shy and restrained, not to mention the difference between the two people's identities now. One is the head of the tennis club, and the other is a rookie who didn't even enter the first round of the school trials. No, I'm not here to exercise. Hanyu Takeba shook his head and said. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, after Kawamura Takashi was in a fog, it was clear that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's answer was a bit beyond Kawamura's imagination. I'm here especially for you this time. Hanyu Takeba pointed to Takashi Kawamura with a smile on his lips. Kawamura, have you ever thought of becoming a positive candidate? Me? Takashi Kawamura had a completely unbelievable expression on his face, and Takashi Kawamura never thought that Takeba Hanyu would come for himself, a rookie who had not even entered the first round of the school trials. Director Hanyu, are you joking? Can I be elected too? Takashi Kawamura swallowed, still with an expression of disbelief, but it was mixed with shock or fright. Takashi Kawamura couldn't think of where Hanyu Zui was attracted to him. Yes, it's you. Hanyu Takeba nodded and said. Although Kingsyu now has 3 nationally strong players, he, Tezuka Kunomitsu, Fujisuke, and Kanto-level Yamato Yude. But there is still a big gap with other schools, such as Lehigh University Affiliated Middle School, Sabaoshin Temple, Lion Music Middle School, and other established schools. In addition to hanging on the wall, the 3 realms of selflessness have now been opened. Tezuka can hold a singles beyond the limit of his time-honored comprehension and the limit of his talent. Even Fujisuke, who is called a genius, is not sure that he can win all the games steadily, not to mention Yamato Yude and others. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance the strength of the members of the youth tennis club. In addition to Yamato Yude and Fuji Josuke, Takashi Kawamura was the last one selected by Hanyu Takeba. Although Takashi Kawamura's strength and sense of presence in the original work are not as good as those of Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, even if they are far behind Kaido Kaoru and Takeshi Momoji, they are in the eyes of Hanyu Takeba. It is most likely to reach the national level within 4 months. Aside from Yamato Yuda, Takashi Kawamura is the only one. This is why Hanyu Takeba came to Takashi Kawamura. Reading www.udkonshu.com. Hanyu Takeba wants to help Takashi Kawamura grow to a national level within 4 months. Once Takashi Kawamura and Yamato Yuda can have the strength of the national level, then they will have these 5 national level players at the same time. If Kingsyu wants to win the national championship, it is not an overly difficult task. After all, like in the original book, the only school that can make up 7 schools with national strength is the Lehigh University attached high school. However, Hanyu Takeba is not completely sure whether Takashi Kawamura can grow to a national level player in such a short period of time. After all, how far Kawamura can grow depends on Takashi Kawamura himself. The role that Hanyu Bamboo Leaves can play is just an introduction. Me, can I really? Takashi Kawamura said suspiciously. If you are now, of course you are not enough. However, if you can train according to my requirements and meet my requirements, you can become the right choice for the youth school for at most 1 month, or even less than 1 month. Hanyu Takeba earnestly said. However, I want to remind you that my training is hell. If you want to climb out of this hell, then you have to hold on to the belief that you will die. Kawamura, if you have this kind of belief, then come to the tennis club to find me. After finished speaking, Takeba Hanyu turned around and left, leaving Takashi Kawamura alone in contemplation. If Takashi Kawamura didn't choose to come to him, then Hanyu Bamboo Leaf would not force it. After all, if he only wanted Takashi Kawamura unilaterally to become stronger, then this is nothing but the will of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf does not have the habit of imposing his will on others. Chapter 9, Data I. Youth Tennis Club. In addition to Hanyu Takeba, Yamato Yude, and Ryazaki Sumier, there are also members of the new school team, Kukimitsu Kukitsuka, in the room now. Everyone, I would like to congratulate everyone on being a member of the youth tennis club. Under the gaze of everyone, Takeba Hanyu walked in front of everyone and said to everyone. When Hanyu Takeba's voice fell, Yamato Yuda was very cooperative and the first to applaud. With Yamato Yuda's lead, other people naturally also applauded. However, this is just the beginning. This year our youth school aims to be a national champion. Our youth school has been silent for too long, and it is time for others to hear our voice again. When speaking here, Hanyu Takeba looked at it. The faces of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others were swept one by one, but more of them fell on the other 4 third-year school team members except Yamato Yuda. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, the eyes of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others flashed a hint of shock. They never thought that Hanyu Takeba's ambition would be so big. National champion. You know, even if it is the champion of the conference, Kingsyu doesn't know how long it has not been. But in addition to shock, the eyes of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others also lit up an incomparable flame. If possible, who wouldn't want to fight for the highest glory? So in order to achieve this goal, in these 4 months, I will train you very rigorously, everything for winning the national championship. If someone can't stick to the training, then I can only treat him say sorry. Of course, if there are players who want to quit now, then you can tell me now. Hanyu Takeba waited for a long time, but didn't wait for anyone to quit. Since no one wants to quit, then I will announce 2 things now. The first thing is that Tezuka and Oishi will become the deputy ministers of our tennis department, assisting the deputy minister Yamato and coach Ryagazaki in handling the tennis department and the tennis team. Everyday things. Me. Oishi Hideichiro said in disbelief. In the view of Oishi Hideichiro, Kunimitsu Tezuka is fully qualified to be the deputy head of the tennis club, but how can he be qualified to be the deputy head of the tennis club? Not to mention the other seniors in the second grade, why don't you think that the second week helper is more qualified than yourself in a single grade? Yes. Hanyu Takeba nodded and said. In making Tezuka Kunimitsu and Oishi Hideichiro the deputy heads of the tennis department, Takeba Hanyu had already discussed with Ryazaki Sumire and Yamato Yuta. At the end of this year, after the third-year members of Yamato Yuta enter high school, the deputy head of the tennis club will naturally be selected again. If this is the case, it is better to start training now. If it weren't for the fact that Hanyu Takeba's strength was too strong, Sumire Tezuka was the most suitable candidate to be the head of the youth tennis department. Now let Tezuka Kunimitsu become a deputy minister, Sumire Ryasaki would naturally not there are any problems. Congratulations, Tezuka and Oishi. Fuji Josuke smiled and congratulated Kunimitsu Kumitsu and Hideichiro Oishi with a smile. When it comes to becoming a deputy minister, Fujisuke has no such idea at all. If Hanyu Takeba makes Fujisuke a vice minister, maybe it will take the initiative to push him down. Ki Sadaji helped his eyes, and congratulated both Shueikiro Oishi. As for the other third-grade players, at the end of this year, they are going to go to school, and the deputy minister will not have their turn. Naturally, they will not raise any objections to Tezuka Kunimitsu as the deputy head of the tennis department. Since there is no objection, it is passed like this. The second thing, Sadaji Kanji. Hearing his name in the mouth of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Gan Sadaji looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in a little surprise, and Gan Sadaji didn't expect Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to call out his name. Sada Harukin will serve as the assistant coach of our tennis club and assist coach Ryagazaka to help everyone train. Assistant coach? In this way, I can better collect data. Is it really a suitable position for me? Gan Junzi thought silently in his heart. Since Ryasaki Sumire as a coach has acquiesced in this matter, the other team members will not ignorantly raise objections. Well, except for Tezuka Kunimitsu, Oishi Hideichiro, Ken Sadaharu, and Fujitsu to help others, now everyone can go to the training program first according to the previous training program. Tomorrow Coach Ryagazaki will hand over the new training program everyone. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who announced that it was finished, continued to speak to the crowd. In addition to the four of Tezuka Kunimitsu, Yamato Yuta also stayed. Coach Ryagazaki, this is my training plan. Takeba Hanyu assigned his previously planned training schedule for players other than Yuta Yamato to Ryasaki Sumire and others. Looking at the training schedule arranged by Hanyu Takeba, the eyes of Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com Ryagazaki Sumire and others flashed a bit of amazement. The amount of training set by Hanyu Takeba is really large and scary, almost the previous school team. Twice the training. Hanyu, will this amount of training be too big? Ryagazaki Sumire said hesitantly. Although Ryagazaki Sumire can see that the training schedules developed by Hanyu Takeba are aimed at other people's deficiencies and are very helpful to improve the strength of the other members of the young school team, Ryagazaki Sumire is still a little worried about suddenly doubling the training volume. Will it cause dissatisfaction with these players? Coach Ryagazaki, I have cut the training volume on this list by nearly half, far from reaching their limit. Takeba Hanyu frowned and said, each training plan was taken by Hanyu Takeba. According to the data a training sheet suitable for each team member is drawn up based on the physical fitness of the team members. If you train according to your own plan, at least their strength can handle the tournament level competition. Let them train according to this training list first. If they are unwilling to accept it, then change to the previous training program. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's frown quickly stretched out. If they were unwilling to follow, it doesn't matter if you train on your own training list, as long as Oishi Hideichiro and the others can grow up as soon as possible, it is enough. This is why Hanyu Takeba left the first graders like Tezuka Kunimitsu alone. Coach Ryagazaka's next training about the school team will trouble you to worry about Coach Ryagazaki. Hanyu Takeha bluntly handed over the training to Ryagazaka Sumire, and Hanyu Takeha could not stare at them for training. After all, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf still needs training. Okay. Ryagazaka Sumire said with a helpless sigh. Chapter 10, Unparalleled Ambition. After handing over the training plan currently selected by the other school teams to Sumire Ryagazaki, Takepa Hanyu pulled out 5 training sheets from his pocket and distributed them to the 5 Tezuka Kunomitsu. Compared with the previous training plan of the players, the training plan of the 5 members of Tezuka Kunomitsu is more detailed, and the intensity of the training is completely different. It's not that Hanyu Takepa refused to make better training plans for other school team members, but because their talent and potential simply couldn't support them in tennis. Although cruel, this is a reality. Sports is a path that eats incomparably talent. Without enough talent, no matter how hard you work, you can't reach the culmination. Which one can go to the road in sports? The person at the top is not a monster with both talents. This is your usual training for Hanyu. Tezuka Kunami took the training plan in his hand and cast his sharp eyes on Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Even in elementary school, Tezuka Kunomitsu never beat Hanyu Takepa, but Tezuka Kunami didn't think his talent would be lower than Hanyu Takepa, but after seeing his own training plan, Tezuka Kunomitsu only then did I understand the gap between myself and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Hanyu Takepa's plan is to train for the ultimate goal. Oh, what a terrifying amount of training! Hanyu. Fuer Josuk looked at Hanyu Takepa with a smile. Although his talent was terrifying, he was no less than Tezuka Kunomitsu, but his personality was not inferior to Tezuka Kunomitsu. It's not a competitive character, or that the second weak help is not playing tennis for himself. If it weren't for Tezuka Kunomitsu and Hanyu Takepa, it would not have grown to this point without the help of 2 weeks. Why, Tezuka, Fuji, are you scared? Hanyu Takepa said lightly. No, on the contrary, I am very interested in this training. Fujijo said with his slender palm shaking the training plan in his hand. However, before I do this, I want to compete with you Hanyu first. Are you playing? Hanyu Takepa's eyes closed slightly. Although I don't mind playing one game now, all the players who are currently selected have in-team qualifying every week, so no difference, our game will be at the time of the in-team qualifying. Is that really something to look forward to? Fujisuk laughed lightly. Minister Hanyu, are you good at data tennis too? Sadaharu Kanji couldn't help but ask aloud when Fujisuk's voice fell. The training plan that Hanyu Takepa gave himself is almost the same as the training plan made by himself, but the plan developed by Hanyu Takepa is even more crazy. It seems that every training project is stuck in the limit. Same as above. This has to make Sadaji Kanji wonder if Hanyu Takepa is also proficient in data tennis, which is the same as Lu Renji's. Data tennis? If I have to say it, I'm pretty good at it. Hanyu Takepa said nonchalantly, possessing the Emperor's eye that can predict the opponent's movements and the data eye that can see through the opponent's physical attributes. Without the skill card for data tennis, Takepa Hanyu can also use the data tennis, even more powerful than the data tennis skill card. After all, data tennis is based on the opponent's habits and data to formulate the opponent's worst and accustomed play style to defeat the opponent. The effects of the Eye of Heaven and the Data Eye are not comparable to those of pure data tennis. The latter needs to be calculated by yourself, while the former is simple and root and directly tells you the answer. Naturally, it is not necessary to say which one is strong and which is weak. Right. After hearing Hanyu Takepa's words, Sadaharu Hanyu silently raised the strength of Takepa Hanyu by an upgrade. Sadaharu Hanyu naturally understood the horror of data tennis. Fuck, data tennis is not a panacea. Even if I tell you all my weaknesses and shortcomings, do you think you can beat me after knowing my weaknesses? Hanyu Takepa's gaze turned to Genzan-ji said. In the original work, Sadaji Kanji is one of the few who can push Tezuka Kunomitsu into a difficult situation. From this alone, you can see the talent of Sadaji Kanami. However, Chien Sadaji also has his own flaws, that is, Chien Sadaji believes too much in the ability of data tennis. The results of all games are basically based on absolute strength. Luck and intelligence are just accidents. Factor. Just as Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said now, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf told Gan Sadaji all of his weaknesses, and there is no possibility that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf could defeat Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Hearing what Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said, after that, Sadaji became silent, and Sadaji also knew that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf was telling the truth. Director Hanyu, what is your weakness? Gan Sadaji asked Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Gan Sadaji was very curious about the weaknesses and deficiencies in Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's mouth. After all, he has collected it now. Among the intelligence, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf could not find any weaknesses and shortcomings. Fuck, you have to know that even weaknesses are divided into people. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to me that my speed is short, but even so, my speed is not comparable to you, I am the weakest. It's better than your strongest item at all. So what good is it even if you know my weakness? Now the 5-dimensional attributes of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf total 37 points. It is necessary to know that even the total 5-dimensional attributes of Tezuka Kunimitsu in the heyday of the original work is only 23.5 points, not to mention the current Kansada. The weakest points are stronger than what I am best at, so is this weak point considered a weak point? A wry smile appeared on Gan Genzi's face. Hanyu Takeba's words also awakened Sadaharu Kin, who was able to play data tennis. Sadaharu Kin would naturally not be that kind of stubborn person. He did believe in the data too absolutely, and even forgot the most basic things. If there is an indelible gap in strength, then there is no use in how to deal with weaknesses. Just like Big Ben and O'Neill's free throws are bad, but the free throws that can't hold Big Ben are worse, and the final is bad. It's better than you at all, so what do you do? Well, my requirements for everyone are completely different from those of other seniors. No matter how strong the seniors are, they will leave Kingsyu by the end of this year, and everyone will be the backbone of Kingsyu for the next 3 years. Before my other seniors, the stated goal is to win the championship this year, and now I want to reiterate my goal to everyone. My goal is to achieve the triumphant triumph in the country and establish a dynasty that belongs to me and belongs to the youth school. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, all the people present showed unbelievable expressions. You must know that Kingsyu now has no shadow of the first national champion, and Hanyu Takeba is now calling out such an exaggerated 3-in-1 national championship. Slogan. Chapter 11, Special Training. While Hanyu Takeba and others were in the tennis club, Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru were waiting nervously outside the entrance of the tennis club. After sending out an invitation to Takashi Kawamura, Takeba Hanyu also turned toward him. Eiji Kikumaru sent out an invitation for special training, which is why Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru are together. In the original work, Eiji Kikumaru has always had the problem of lack of physical strength. Now that Eiji Kikumaru's existence is confirmed, Hanyu Takeba naturally wants to make up for the shortcomings of Eiji Kikumaru. Director Hanyu. When they saw Hanyu Bamboo Leaf coming out, Takashi Kawamura and 2 people hurriedly greeted Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Coach Ryagazaki, Minister Yamato. As Yamato Yuta and others walked out behind Hanyu Takeba, the 2 of Takashi Kawamura panicked turned to Ryagazaki Sumire and others, bending over and bowing. When the first-year school team members such as Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fujisuke appeared, the eyes of Takashi Kawamura flashed a trace of yearning and admiration. Although they and others are both first-year students, they are the same. There is already a considerable distance between them. You are here, let's go. When they saw Takashi Kawamura, there was a smile on Hanyu's faces. Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru still did not disappoint Hanyu. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Kawamura and the others said goodbye to Ryazaki Sumire and others, and hurriedly followed in the footsteps of Hanyu Takeba. Are these the two new students that Hanyu is looking at? Ryazaki Sumire said in a deep voice, looking at the back of the three of Hanyu Takeba leaving. There are not a few new first-year freshmen in the tennis club this year, but apart from the four Tezuka Kunomitsu, Kawamura Takashi, and Kikumaru Eiji are the names Yuji Hanyu mentioned to himself and Yamato Yude. Although Ryagazaki Sumire cannot see the potential that exists in Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru for the time being, since Takashi Kawamura can be valued so much by Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura and the others naturally have huge potential. Is this bad? It means that more and more potential newcomers join, and the talents of youth are getting stronger and stronger. A smile appeared on Yamato Yuda's face. Although this is the last year of Yamato Yuda's youth school, but Yamato Yuda's feelings will not disappear when he leaves the youth school. Naturally, Yamato Yuda's heart hopes that the youth school will get better and better in the future. Hearing Yamato Yude's words, Sadaji and Heiichiro Oishi also felt a little pressure. As for Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, there was more curiosity in their eyes. We are here. Hanyu Takeba turned his head and said to Takashi Kawamura. The place where Hanyu Takeba brought Kawamura Takashi and the others came to the Youth Academy American Football Club. Kawamura Takashi and Kikumaru Eiji are going to conduct strength and physical training, and the entire Youth Academy with these professional equipment is only the American Football Club. After all, Kingsyu is not as wealthy as Bingdi Academy. Only clubs that have achieved corresponding results in the national competitions will be equipped with corresponding equipment. And tennis, not to mention the national competitions, even the Kanto Conference does not know how long it has been. He scored, so Takeba Hanyu can only ask to go to the American Football Club. However, because Hanyu Takeba asked Ryasaki Sumire to come forward, the instructor of the American Football Club simply agreed to the tennis club's request to borrow exercise equipment, but the two people did not cause any problems to the club's training. Director Hanyu, what are we doing here? Takashi Kawamura looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in a puzzled manner. Shouldn't tennis training be going to the tennis court? What are you doing in the American Football Club? In the next 20 days, this is the place for your training. During these 20 days, I will not let you do any training on tennis. Of course, the 20 days are just my preliminary. It is predicted that if you can't meet my requirements in your strength and physical strength in these 20 days, then the time of these 20 days will increase. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said blankly. But what's the use of this? It was Kikumaru Eiji who asked this sentence. As for Kawamura Takashi hesitatingly looking at Hanyu Bamboo Leaves, it is clear that Kawamura and Kikumura also have the same problem, just because of Shen and Kawamura. Long's character was not asked directly. Do you think you can finish a game with your current physical strength? Hanyu Takeba said coldly. Don't say anything else, just talk about my previous wave ball, do you think you can follow? In all sports competitions, in the final analysis, the competition is physical strength and strength. Skills are only used to improve the possibility of winning when the physical strength and strength are not much different. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's like Tezuka's zero cutting can be said to be one of the unsolvable serve, but because of Tezuka's physical fitness, it's impossible to use the great star in the entire game like Hanyu Takeba. Like Meteor, he used the zero chip to serve. At most 2 rounds were used, Tezuka's arm would not be able to support Tezuka's zero chip. But even Yamato-senpai can't catch that kind of ball, let alone us. Although he knew that Hanyu Takeba was right, Eiji Kikumaru murmured. Tezuka Kazufuji can catch my wave ball. Hanyu Takeba said lightly. Although in the previous match against Yamato Yude and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's first wave ball could not be received, but this is only because Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's opponent is Yamato Yude. If it is against Tezuka Kunomitsu with Fujisuke, there is no way for Hanyu Takeba to defeat Tezuka Kunomitsu 6-0 by using only the first wave ball like he defeated Yamato Yude. If your goal is to defeat Minister Yamato, then you can leave here now and train with Minister Yamato. After 3 years, your strength will not be worse than that of Minister Yamato. Of course, if you want to catch up with Yamato-senpai, then follow me. After Hanyu Takeba finished speaking, before 2 people answered by Eiji Kikumaru, he walked in toward the gate of the American Football Club. Kawamura Takashi silently followed in the footsteps of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. When Hanyu Bamboo Leaf came to find him before, Kawamura Takashi had already made a decision in his heart. Aaron! Seeing Takashi Kawamura's movements, Eiji Kikumaru yelled, and he quickly followed. Chapter 12, Play Against. Just when the school team members such as Tezuka Kunomitsu started training according to the training plan made by Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru were completely plunged into hell. Compared with the training plan Hanyu Takeba gave Tezuka Kunomitsu and the others, which was close to the limit, the training of Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru were all aimed at breaking the limit. Fortunately, the data of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is in sight. This kind of training method that constantly challenges the limit is just constantly tapping the potential of Kawamura and the others, and will not leave any hidden injuries or overdraft their potential. After 20 days of training in hell, Eiji Kikumaru's strength and stamina reached 3 points, and his speed reached 4 points, while Takashi Kawamura's strength and stamina reached 4 points respectively, reaching the learning wave ball. Minimum standards. If it is placed in the world before Hanyu Bamboo Leaves crossed, and if you want to make such a big progress in just 20 days, no matter what kind of training you experience, you will not be able to achieve it. Pay attention to science. But this world is a two-dimensional world. A smash of a middle school tennis player can smash the concrete stands. Science is not needed at all. However, no matter how fast Kikumaru Eiji and Takashi Kawamura's growth rate is unreasonable, this is not what Hanyu Bamboo Leaf needs to consider. What Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has to do now is how to hand over his skills to Takashi Kawamura. At the end of the 20-day training of Takashi Kawamura, Takeba Hanyu returned to the tennis club with Takashi Kawamura. The tennis court is filled with various shouts and the sound of tennis colliding with the ground. After Hanyu Takeba reformed the youth school team, the entire tennis club was full of vitality. Everyone wants to select the candidate to be removed from Malaysia, but since the first month has not yet arrived, they have not yet achieved the following achievements. However, the school team's qualifying competition has already been held twice. Since it is related to the position of the school team's qualifying competition can be said to be fierce. In the first varsity team qualifying match, Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujijo helped the two of them teach the third-grade players a good lesson, let them understand that the monster is not only Hanyu Takeba. Sadaharu Kiyoshi and Hideichiro Oishi were ranked 7th and 8th, and they barely won the position of the election. But when the second varsity team qualifying started, Sadaharu Mizuhiro and Hideichiro Oishi were one step closer, ranking only behind Takeba Hanyu. Is it finally possible to officially start training? Looking at the shouting tennis court, Eiji Kikumaru, who was behind Takeba Hanyu, held the racket in his hand, his face was full of excitement. The expressions of Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru were almost the same. Looking at the sweaty members of the tennis club on the court, Takashi Kawamura felt his blood burn. Well, if it doesn't work, I won't take you here, Hanyu Takeba said as he walked toward the tennis court. After seeing Hanyu Takeba's arrival, other members of the tennis club took the initiative to give Hanyu Takeba a path, and the various titles of Director Hanyu and Director are endless. Tezuka. Takeba Hanyu walked towards Kunomitsu Tezuka, who was supervising the training of others. Director Hanyu. Kunomitsu Tezuka looked at Takeba Hanyu with a hint of doubt. During this time, except for the varsity team qualifying, Hanyu Takeba has never appeared in the tennis club, and now Hanyu Takeba has appeared here. Tezuka, you play a game of tennis with Kikumaru. Hanyu Takeba said lightly. Kikumaru. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Tezuka Kunami turned his gaze to the two Kikumaru Eiji who were aside. Tezuka Kunami had guessed why Hanyu Takeba came to the tennis club this time. I understand. Am I playing with Tezuka? Compared to Tezuka Kunimitsu, who looked calm, Eiji Kikumaru exclaimed with an incredible look. Kikumaru Eiji never thought that Hanyu Takeba would let himself play against Tezuka Kunimitsu. How could he be Tezuka Kunimitsu's opponent? Tezuka, in this game, you don't use any ball skills, just use basic skills to play with Kikumaru. Hanyu Takeba didn't care about the yelling Kikumaru Eiji, but continued to tell Kukimitsu Kanamitsu. Okay. Kunimitsu Tezuka nodded calmly. Go, Kikumaru, this is to verify your time. Hanyu Takeba turned his head and said to Eiji Kikumaru. Ah, okay. Looking at Hanyu Takeba's gaze, Eiji Kikumaru, who knew he had no right to refuse, took a deep breath and said, a ray of flame rose in his eyes. Since there is no way to resist, then I can enjoy this game. Kawamura, your opponent is me. After Eiji Kikumaru and Kunimitsu Katsuzuka left, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Hanyu Takeba said to Takashi Kawamura. Ah! Takashi Kawamura's reaction was greater than that of Eiji Kikumaru. Although Tezuka's strength is terrifying, Hanyu Takeba is the most terrifying player in the tennis club. Hanyu Takeba played against Yamato Yude before. Kawamura Takashi still remembered the terrifying serve and return. Come on, Kawamura. Hanyu Takeba did not wait for Takashi Kawamura to answer, and walked to an empty space and said to Takashi Kawamura. The news of the match between Hanyu Takeba vs Takashi Kawamura and Kunimitsu Tezuka vs Eiji Kikumaru spread all over the campus in an instant. Many students who were not in the tennis club came to watch these two games. These two games, do they seem to be very interesting? Fujijo smiled and looked at the four Hanyu Takeba who had already started to fight in the field. Shit, are you recording Hanyu and Tezuka's data? Fujisuke turned his head and asked Sadaharu Takeshi. During this period of time, the friendship between the first-year students who helped Bulletin Joe gradually deepened, and he also had a little understanding of Gan Seidaji's data tennis. It's not just Hanyu and Tezuka. Sadaharu Kanazawa stared at the four players in the field intently, without any pause in the signature pen in his hand. Really incredible. Shit. Did you find anything interesting? Hearing Seidaji Kan's words, a hint of curiosity arose in Fujisuke's heart. The strength of Kawamura and Kikumaru should not be accurately said to be that the strength has more than doubled compared to the data I collected before. Seidaji Kan said that Kawamura and Takashi could have this in such a short period of time. The reasons for the huge changes became more and more curious. Chapter 13, Pressure. Although I haven't collected enough information, there is nothing we can do. Gan Junzi said in a deep voice after closing the notebook in his hand. For Sadaharu Kan, who wants to defeat Takeba Hanyu and Kunimitsu Tezuka once, Sadaharu Kanazawa will not let go of any chance to gather information on Takeba Hanyu. However, as the more information collected, the more clearly Ken Seidaji could realize the horror of the two Hanyu Takeba. Whether it is Hanyu Takeba or Tezuka Kunimitsu, their strength has long surpassed the level that a junior high school tennis player should have, although the strengths shown by Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura have even caught up to them, and even loomed in themselves above, but it was far from trying to force out all the strengths of Hanyu Zuya. However, Seidaji Kikumaru became more and more curious about the reason why Eiji Kikumaru has grown to such a point in such a short period of time. You are very strong. Tezuka Kunimi, who defeated Eiji Kikumaru 6:3, stared at Eiji Kikumaru and said. Although in this game, Eiji Kikumaru only won 3 small rounds in the hands of Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Tezuka Kunimitsu did not use any skills in this game, but you must know that even Tezuka is sufficient to defeat Yamato Yude without using any ball skills. From this point, it is enough to see that Eiji Kikumaru has fully possessed the strength of the school team's official selection. Hoo, thank you. Kikumaru Eiji, whose hands were on his knees, gasped, and during the match against Tezuka Kunimitsu, Kikumaru Ag understood why Hanyu Takeba would be here in these 20 days. In the middle, I just let myself practice strength and physical strength. If I changed to my previous self, there would be no way to finish such a high-intensity tennis game. Compared with Ag Kikumaru, who won 3 small rounds from Tezuka Kunimitsu, Kawamura Takashi is really autistic, just like Tezuka Kunimitsu. In the match against Takashi Kawamura, Takeba Hanyu did not use any ball skills, and relied solely on speed and strength to play against, but it was like this that Takashi Kawamura was in Hanyu Takeba's hands, let alone a small game, even did not score a small point. During the entire game, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf did not give Kawamura any chance, and directly violently crushed Kawamura Takashi. Although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf did not use any ball skills, nor did he use such techniques as chipping and lobbing. The serve and return shots used were just straight shots. However, under the terrifying power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Kawamura Long was also a little helpless. Only by doing my best, can I barely take the counterattack from Hanyu Takeba. If there is a slight slack, then the racket in his hand will be mercilessly by Hanyu Takeba's tennis ball. Therefore, after the end of the game where there was no hope at all, Kawamura was completely autistic. After the game, Kawamura felt that his arm holding the racket began to sore, as if his hands were no longer his own. The same. Let's take a break, Kawamura. Hanyu Takeba put away his racket and walked towards Tezuka Kunimitsu and the others. Tezuka, Fuji, from now on, I would like to ask you to accompany Kikumaru every day to play a practice match. Hanyu Takeba said softly. Hanyu Takeba's style of play is not suitable for Ag Kikumaru, who has supermotor nerves and excellent dynamic vision. On the contrary, the style of the game that helped the two of them is more compatible with Ag Kikumaru. This is why Hanyu Takeba asked Tezuka to accompany Ag Kikumaru to practice. I see. Kunimitsu Tezuka nodded without expression. It seems Hanyu, you are very optimistic about Ag. Fuji Josuke looked at Ag Kikumaru with a smile. Although I want to play against Hanyu or Tezuka more, since this is what you meant by Hanyu, then I can't refuse it. Fuka's Haujik's gaze made Ag Kikumaru stand up a little bit coldly. For his classmates, Ag Kikumaru didn't know why every time he approached his classmate, he always felt a kind of danger inexplicably, and Ag Kikumaru returned him. This is the intuition of a cat. Kikumaru, you will follow along and practice together. After getting the answers from Tezuka Kunimitsu, Hanyu Takeba turned his head and said to Ag Kikumaru. This will be a good opportunity to collect data. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Sadaji Mizuno glanced at Hanyu Takeba silently, and agreed. Yes, Minister Hanyu. Ag Kikumaru looked a little excited. After arranging for Ag Kikumaru, Takeba Hanyu walked back to Takashi Kawamura again. Kawamura, let's continue to fight. Okay, Minister Hanyu. Although Takashi Kawamura felt that his arm was still suffering from soreness, Takashi Kawamura, who had an honest character, would not refuse Hanyu Takeba's request. Then, there is no more behind. In the second practice of Hanyu Takeba and Takashi Kawamura lost even worse than in the first game. As in the first game, Hanyu showed only that terrifying power in front of Takashi Kawamura. In front of the strange power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Takashi Kawamura's power seemed a little stretched. Even when Takashi Kawamura was in his heyday, strength would not be Hanyu Takeba's opponent, let alone Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com now. Therefore, when Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't keep too much, Kawamura Takashi's racket was even knocked out by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's tennis ball more than once. After the first training session, Kawamura felt himself his hands were not the same as his own, so after the second game, Takashi Kawamura felt that he had no hands. Although in the two games against Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura did not get a point in Hanyu Takeba's hands, but no one underestimated Kawamura Takashi for this reason. After all, Yamato Yuta was in Hanyu Takeba. Isn't it also not a point in his hand? On the contrary, the other members of the school team felt a tremendous amount of pressure on Kawamura Takashi and Kikumaru Eiji. Although both Kawamura Takahashi and Kikumaru Eiji lost, they could compete with Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu. The fight has already demonstrated the strength of Kawamura Takashi. Among the two of Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura, it was not Eiji Kikumaru who won 3 rounds from Tezuka Kunimitsu that made them feel the most pressure, but Takashi Kawamura, who did not score a point in the hands of Hanyu Takeba. In their opinion, the game between Hanyu Takeba and Takashi Kawamura was not playing tennis at all, but playing trebuchets. However, the most pressure is still Oishi Hidichiro and Ken Satoji. Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke have already reached the point where they can't see their backs, and now Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura have overtaken the car and walked before them. If they don't work hard, then they will never again can't keep up with them. If you know what Oishi Hidichiro thinks, the other third-year school team members will definitely have a capital black question mark in their hearts. You can't catch up with them, so what should we do? Chapter 14, How to Sharpen the Tip of a Spear to the Extreme. Aaron, come with me. Hanyu Takeba put away his racket and said to Takashi Kawamura. Oh, good. Takashi Kawamura replied somewhat desperately. After 4 consecutive games, Takashi Kawamura's confidence was like this afternoon's game, crushed by Hanyu bamboo leaves. Looking at Takashi Kawamura's expression, Takeba Hanyu knew that he had been overdose. Aaron, is he okay? Eiji Kikumaru looked at Hanyu Takeba, who was leaving with Takashi Kawamura, and said anxiously that he wanted to catch up with Takashi Kawamura, but he hesitated and chose to give up. In these 20 days, Eiji Kikumaru has already established a deep enough relationship with Takashi Kawamura. Aaron, how do you feel after playing 4 games? Hanyu Takeba, who took Kawamura away, asked Takashi Kawamura. It's okay. Takashi Kawamura said with a strong smile, whoever is beaten like this, it's impossible to be in the mood. Aaron, do you know what your strongest point lies in? What? Takashi Kawamura's face was still a little blank. Your strongest point lies in your strength, which is why I took you and Eiji to practice physical strength and strength during these 20 days. Eiji trains strength and stamina because this is Eiji's shortcoming. Unlike you, your power is your strongest spear, so all you have to do is to polish your spear to the sharpest point. No matter what kind of opponent you meet, you can use your spear to destroy you. Opponent. But after taking Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's words, the expression on Takashi Kawamura's face became even more confused. His power is his strongest spear, but Hanyu Bamboo Leaf uses his power to give his spear frontally. Knocked off. Aaron. A smile appeared on Hanyu Takeba's face. The reason why you lost to me is just because you haven't polished your spear to the sharpest point. After Hanyu Zui finished speaking, he took out a tennis ball from his arms and threw it into the sky. He jumped up high, and the racket in his hand swung mercilessly on the tennis ball. 36th wave ball. Boom! The tennis ball hit a concrete platform in front of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf like a meteorite with flames. The terrifying force directly blasted the concrete platform in front of it, and the tennis ball was deeply embedded in the concrete platform. The surface has long become pitch black. Takashi Kawamura looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't care less. He said that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf was powerful enough to smash the concrete platform. He could never beat Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and he could even be safe from Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's hands. I should feel fortunate to walk down from the arena. How about, do you want to learn the method of sharpening the tip of a spear to the extreme? Hanyu Takeba's gaze fell on Kawamura Takashi. Thinking. Takashi Kawamura clenched his fist, staring at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf tightly. This opportunity, he must seize it no matter what. Then you are ready to meet hell. Aaron. Hanyu grinned and smiled with a mouthful of white teeth. Looking at the smile on Hanyu Takeba's face, Takashi Kawamura felt like standing in the cold. During the previous special training, Hanyu Takeba always showed this look. It was when he and Eiji Kikumaru were suffering. "I'm ready." But Takashi Kawamura replied without hesitation. Yuyuzuya has prepared everything, and all he has to do is to climb out of the of Yuyuzuya. If he can't even do this kind of thing, then what qualifications do he have? Continue to play tennis. Aaron, before I teach you the wave ball, what I want to tell you is how far the tip of the spear can be polished depends on the material of the spear itself. No matter how polished it is, a wooden spear will not be an iron spear. Opponent. Wave ball is a ball technique that temporarily gains strong power by unlocking the body limiter. Although the power is huge, the damage to the arm is also huge. If the physical fitness is not strong enough, when using the wave ball, you may hurt yourself first. More importantly, the power of the wave ball also depends on the strength of the user. Just like the wave ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf and Takashi Kawamura at the same time, the wave ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can easily defeat Takashi Kawamura. Swing ball. This is also the reason why Hanyu Takeba only gave the wave ball to Takashi Kawamura alone, and even took Kawamura away. After all, the wave ball is a poison to others. Yes. Takashi Kawamura straightened his body and said seriously. When Takashi Kawamura's arm was at the limit of his practice, Takeba Hanyu ended the training today. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked Takashi Kawamura to go home first. After all, he can practice the volleyball. If you don't control the amount of training well, maybe the wave ball hasn't been practiced yet, so the arm will be abolished first. Apart from wave ball, is there any wildness on your body? If I don't feel wrong, this kind of wildness is a brown bear. Aaron thinks that your talent is even genius as shown in the original book. Hanyu take looking at the back of Takashi Kawamura slowly leaving, Ye mumbled. The same ability will have different names in different worlds, and different worlds will always have similar abilities, just like the seamless limit of the Prince of Tennis and the zone of Kuriko's basketball. In this world, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf once felt this kind of wildness in a person's body, and that person's wild name is Wolf. Takashi Kawamura's body is wild, which was also discovered by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf during training in the afternoon. The wild nature represents a special talent. If you have to pick a word to describe it, it is a predator. The wild nature is different. The nature of the species is also different. Just like the wild tigers with bamboo leaves, they represent strength, speed, and physical strength, while the wild brown bears of Takashi Kawamura represent strength and physical strength. However, in addition to these traits, the most important thing about the wild is the ability to improve the mental power. The mental power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can only reach 7 points. In addition to the Eye of the Emperor, the wild tiger also has a lot of credit. And spiritual power is the key to unlocking the 3 realms of selflessness and Shura Shinto. It can be said that after opening the wild nature, Takashi Kawamura's achievements will only be higher than in the original work. So now, in addition to teaching Takahashi Kawamura the wave ball, Hanyu Takeba has one more task, which is to help Takashi Kawamura turn on the wild bear. Chapter 15, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf and Akutsugen. When Takashi Kawamura returned home dragging his exhausted body, he didn't even eat dinner. He immediately fell asleep when lying in bed. First, he played 4 battles with Hanyu Takeba, and then he continued to practice wave ball skills. Takashi Kawamura, his physical strength has long reached its limit. Hanyu's advice to Takashi Kawamura not to practice more, it seemed a bit superfluous at this time. Takashi Kawamura couldn't lift his arms now, and he simply said something about training. While Hanyu Takeba was training for Takashi Kawamura, Hideichiro Oishi, Sadaji Kin, and Eiji Kikumaru also practiced in private. After seeing the growth of Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura, Oishi Hideichiro and others also felt huge pressure. However, Sadaharu's ambitions are greater than those of Heiichiro Oishi. If Heiichiro Oishi did not want to be left behind by Takashi Kawamura and others, then Sadaharu Sadamoki was the nutrient accumulated silently to defeat Hanyu Takeba. Waiting for the day to bloom. In the afternoon of the next day, Takeba Hanyu still gave special training to Takashi Kawamura alone. However, today's special training is different from the previous day's special training. In addition to the wave ball, Hanyu Takeba is also trying to help Takashi Kawamura activate the wild bear. Although with the protection of the fierce roaring tiger, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has the qualifications to turn on the wild tiger, but the reason why Hanyu Bamboo Leaf turns on the wild tiger is because the wild tiger is directly drawn from the system's prize pool. In this way, it seems that Hanyu Zhuya lost an A-level lottery. Close to the subject, after turning on the wild tiger, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf naturally knows how to turn on the wild, that is, the collision between the wilds. Although there are strong and weak points between the wild, this does not mean that the weak wild will bow to the strong wild. The reason why the wild is called the wild is precisely because it is unruly. Aaron, do you know why I am called the Empire's fierce tiger? Hanyu Takeba, standing opposite Takashi Kawamura, asked Takashi Kawamura softly with his racket hitting the tennis ball. Because Hanyu, you haven't lost in a 1v1 match. Kawamura was ready to ask this question, but he hesitated. As for why Hanyu Bamboo Leaf was called the Empire's fierce tiger, Takashi Kawamura really didn't know. If it's only for this reason, shouldn't the nickname of Komura Seiichi Godko be more suitable for me? Hanyu Takeba's mouth let out a chuckle. This one. Aaron, I remember you graduated from Saitama 4th Elementary School. Hanyu Takeba did not directly answer Kawamura's doubts, but continued to ask. Yet. Takashi Kawamura nodded. Aaron, do you know a person named Akutsu? Akutsu was the person Hanyu Takeba had encountered before that turned on the wild wolf. Akutsu. Hanyu, do you know Akutsu too? Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Takashi Kawamura exclaimed. How could Takashi Kawamura not know Akutsu? Takashi Kawamura and Akutsu are good friends. I played a game of tennis with Akutsu before, and I invited him to join the youth academy, but he refused, Hanyu Takeba said faintly. It's no wonder Akutsu's attitude towards tennis is completely different behind him, and it's no wonder Akutsu said those things to me. Takashi Kawamura whispered to himself. As a friend of Akutsu, Takashi Kawamura is very clear that Akutsu is a genius. No matter what kind of sports, Akutsu can easily master: judo, taekwondo, basketball, baseball, tennis. It is precisely because of this that Akutsu is not enthusiastic about any sports, but one day, Takashi Kawamura discovered that Akutsu's attitude towards tennis has completely changed, and when he knew he was going to enter the youth school, he said to himself, a word from you on the court. Now Takashi Kawamura finally understands the reason. Aaron, what kind of animal do you think Akutsu most resembles? Animal. When he heard this, Takashi Kawamura's mind immediately came up with a rebellious lone wolf. Wolf. Yes, Ajitsu is like a wolf, and the reason why I am called the Empire's fierce tiger is exactly that, because I am a fierce tiger. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf roared and said here, the wild tiger on his body suddenly exploded. Open. At the moment when he felt the terrifying aura of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves, Takashi Kawamura couldn't help but clenched his back, tightly holding the racket in his hand, and looking at the bamboo leaves in front of him, Kawamura seemed to really see a roar. Like the most ferocious tiger in the mountains and forests. Aaron, are you ready? Okay. Looking at the Hanyu bamboo leaves in front of him that looked like a tiger-eating tiger, Takashi Kawamura felt that he had difficulty breathing. Then be prepared. Toss the ball, stretch, jump, hit the ball. Although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't use any ball skills, but only used the most common serve, the tennis ball swooped down like a roaring golden dragon, directly hitting the dead end of the baseline behind Takashi Kawamura. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. When the rebounding tennis ball hit the fence, Takashi Kawamura still stayed in place. It was not that Takashi Kawamura did not react, but Takashi Kawamura was shocked by the momentum of Hanyu bamboo leaves, and he could not move. Because of this ball, Kawamura finally understood why Hanyu bamboo leaf was called the Empire's fierce tiger. Aaron, this ball is not the same as the one before. Hanyu Takeba said slowly, picking up a tennis ball again. Boom! Was another very brutal serve, but unlike the previous serve that was on the bottom line, Hanyu Takeba's serve was wiped from Takashi Kawamura's side. The closer he gets to the tennis ball, Kawamura Ryugatsu can feel the terrifying aura of Hanyu bamboo leaves. It is no exaggeration to say that Kawamura's back is already wet with sweat. Aaron, what you have to do today is to win a ball from my hands. Hanyu Takeba said incontrovertibly. Hearing these words from Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura's expression finally changed. He won the ball from Hanyu Takeba. This condition was almost impossible in the eyes of Takashi Hanyu. Here, Aaron. Hanyu bamboo leaf made another slam. Takashi Kawamura still did not react to Hanyu Takeba's third serve. In the following training, Hanyu bamboo leaf kept repeating, and then repeating the serve. In the middle of training, Takashi Kawamura had only despair in his heart, but looking at Hanyu Takeba who was still serving the ball without any blame, Takashi Kawamura finally stepped over. Hanyu bamboo leaf, who helped him in the special training, didn't say anything, so why did he give up? Chapter 16, Tiger and Bear. As the sun gradually set to the west, the lights of the tennis court where Hanyu Takeba and Takashi Kawamura were located also turned on. One more ball, Hanyu. Takashi Kawamura, who arched his body, stared closely at the Hanyu bamboo leaves, like a ferocious brown bear. Boom! Another heavy artillery serve was greeted by Takashi Kawamura. I saw it. Takashi Kawamura's body was like a bulldozer, rushing towards Hanyu bamboo leaf's serve. His arm was slightly widened, it was a wave ball. Go back to me. Feeling the terrifying power from the racket in his hand, Takashi Kawamura's blushing face let out a low growl. Kawamura Takashi's back seemed to appear as a roaring giant brown bear. Boom! The tennis ball turned into a golden beam of light and flew back towards Hanyu bamboo leaf, but Hanyu bamboo leaf did not move in his footsteps, but stood quietly in place. The ball went out of bounds. Hanyu, I caught it. Although Takashi Kawamura could not be considered a successful catch of Hanyu bamboo leaf, Kawamura still looked at Hanyu bamboo leaf with a smile. Yeah, did you catch it? Aaron. Hanyu bamboo leaf said slowly. Now Takashi Kawamura has completely turned on his own wild bear, and what surprised Hanyu bamboo leaf was that Takashi Kawamura just now the first type of volatility used. If Takashi Kawamura can perfectly master the wild bear and the first wave ball, then Takashi Kawamura has perfect Kanto level strength. Can you continue? Aaron. Hanyu Takeba asked Takashi Kawamura. Of course, this is the first goal after all. Be careful, Aaron. As Hanyu Takeba's words fell, the battle began again. However, unlike the previous half-opened state, Hanyu bamboo leaf now suppresses his own strength and speed to the same level as Takashi Kawamura. Under his own pressure, Takashi Kawamura has already turned on the wild bear. There is no need for that much pressure. Now Takashi Kawamura needs a qualified opponent to completely control the wild bear. When Hanyu bamboo leaf's body slowly fell from the air, the tennis ball had already flown towards Takashi Kawamura. Kawamura Takashi's figure has already appeared in the tennis ball, as if the tennis ball of Hanyu Takeba has been predicted. Kawamura Takashi didn't know directly why his body moved first when Hanyu bamboo leaf had just served. This is the power of the wild, an instinct that is almost a beast. The first wave of the ball. Takashi Kawamura's body squatted slightly, his arms turned to the back, and he was again in the posture of the wave. Boom! The tennis ball instantly turned into a huge fireball, coming towards Hanyu Takeba's halftime. Is the wave ball again? Hanyu Zui's gaze condensed. For Kawamura Takashi to be able to use the wave ball continuously, Hanyu Zui was a little surprised. He was able to use the wave ball twice in a row. I am afraid that Kawamura has a thorough grasp of the wave ball, it's not far anymore. However, the better Takashi Kawamura performs, the happier Hanyu Takeba. Facing the wave ball whizzing towards him, Hanyu Takeba stepped back, and the racket in his hand accurately hit the tennis ball. Hanyu Takeba did not use the wave ball, but simply relied on his own strange power to hit the ball back. Although the wave ball skill can make the use of a powerful force that surpasses his own strength, Hanyu Takeba and Takashi Kawamura, the power gap between the two cannot be made up in the first wave of the wave. Even the last form of the wave is far from enough to make up the gap. Seeing Hanyu Takeba easily hit back with his swing ball, Kawamura became even more excited. This kind of head-on tennis is Kawamura's favorite way. The first wave of the ball. Takashi Kawamura's arm continued to rise by 1 point, the veins on the arm were exposed, and sparks were rubbed between the sole and the ground. Boom! The tennis ball made a huge sound in the air, like a thunderstorm, and instantly came to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Hanyu Zui still hit the ball back calmly. The first wave of the ball. Takashi Kawamura let out a roar, his left leg suddenly towered on the ground, and the ground made a violent noise. The first wave ball. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's eyes flashed red, and the racket in his hand seemed to have left a shadow in the air. A ball fell, with this terrifying sense of oppression, as if to crush everything in front of you. It is also the first type of wave ball, but the power of the wave ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is not the wave of Takashi Kawamura. The ball can be compared. This time, Takashi Kawamura had no response at all, and the tennis ball suddenly slammed on the ground, smashing the ground of the tennis court into a spider web-like pattern. Looking at the scene in front of him, Takashi Kawamura couldn't help being surprised, and his aura like a giant bear also vented. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aaron continues, you are not allowed to use the wave ball, your arm is about to reach the limit. In previous matches, Takashi Kawamura, who was constantly trying to take the serve of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, had already reached a threshold. If Takashi Kawamura used the wave ball again, then Takashi Kawamura's arm would undoubtedly be injured, so Hanyu Bamboo Leaf could only roughly interrupt Kawamura Takashi's thoughts. When Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's voice fell, the aura of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's wild tiger radiated again. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf just didn't want Kawamura Takashi to continue using the wave ball, but did not intend to stop training. With the impact of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's momentum, Kawamura Ryuna's aura of the wild bear, who had become a little vain, condensed once again. Yes, Minister Hanyu. Takashi Kawamura let out a low growl. Behind the quiet standing bamboo leaves of Hanyu and Takashi Kawamura, there seemed to be a roaring tiger and a fierce giant bear glaring at each other, as if to bite. In the following battle, Takashi Kawamura became more and more excited. Takashi Kawamura felt that every cell of him was jumping for joy, and Takashi Kawamura felt that he could become so strong. However, the more Kawamura is like this, the more Kawamura can understand the power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves. Although he and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf seem to be in contact with each other now, but Takashi Kawamura clearly knows that this is only because Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has not used all his strength. Aaron, I'm here today. Just when Takashi Kawamura was so excited, Takeba Hanyu suddenly ended his training today. In the eyes of Hanyu Takeba's data, Takashi Kawamura's body has reached a limit, and there is no need to continue. Chapter 17, Hanyu Bamboo Leaves Can't Wait. 10 days have passed since Takashi Kawamura followed Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to learn the wave ball. During these 10 days, among the members of the tennis club, all kinds of rumors about Takashi Kawamura's strength were spreading. Who told Eiji Kikumaru, who had trained with Hanyu Takeba for 20 days, was already in tennis. In the ministry, showed no weaker than the strength of the school team members. You must know that Ag Kikumaru only followed Hanyu Bamboo Leaf for special training for 20 days, while Takashi Kawamura is still following Hanyu Bamboo Leaf for special training. This also led to a rumor in the tennis club that as long as Hanyu Takeba is favored and can pass Hanyu Takeba's special training, tennis will improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this is not a rumor, but there are not many people who can be favored by Hanyu Takeba. It is precisely because of these two things that Takashi Kawamura has brought a lot of influence. Many people look to Takashi Kamiura with the idea of becoming stronger if they can be favored by Hanyu Takeba. It's not that they have never thought about looking for Hanyu Bamboo Leaves directly, but in view of the horrible strength of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves, they still flinched, and they don't have the courage to go directly to Hanyu Bamboo Leaves. Talkative. But without Hanyu Takeba's consent, how could Takashi Kawamura agree to these people's requests? After the first few days of the boom, the number of people who came to Takashi Kawamura gradually decreased. This also gave Takashi Kawamura a sigh of relief. After all, Takashi Kawamura had been training every day, and he was already half tired, so there was no time to deal with this kind of thing. In addition to training every day, Takashi Kawamura also trains to gain weight and strength. After all, Takashi Kawamura's style has been destined to be unable to follow the path of technical flow, and for the path of a power tennis player, the importance of size, weight, and strength is naturally self-evident. Under the recipe developed by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Takashi Kawamura eats a large amount every day. He eats as many as 7 times a day, but there are restrictions on the number and types of meals each time. After all, Takashi Kawamura needs to gain weight and increase muscle mass. If he only gains weight and simply eats a lot, then the increase will only be fat, which is of no use. Therefore, Takashi Kawamura's recipes were strictly calculated using the data I of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Just for Takashi Kawamura's recipe, it would take Hanyu Bamboo Leaf a lot of time. This also made Hanyu Takeba's plan to find a trainer and nutritionist for the tennis club, just like the Ice Emperor. However, with the results of the current youth tennis club, Hanyu Takeba's thoughts can only be thoughts. After all, Kingsu is not as inhumane as Bingdi, but if Kingsu can win the national convention, then Hanyu Takeba's idea should be able to be realized. After all, as long as the tennis club has a shot score, then Kingsu will naturally consider the idea of the tennis club. There is a saying, if it's not because Takashi Kawamura's family is good enough, maybe Takashi Kawamura did not fully follow the method of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves for weight gain training, physical fitness. In addition to 90 points to see the sky, the rest Shifen is completely relied on 7 minutes to eat, 3 minutes to train out, and the prices of the 11 districts, all understand. However, during this period of time, Kawamura Takashi's sweat and banknotes spent also made Kawamura sufficiently rewarded. Although in the eyes of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's data, Takashi Kawamura's power still stays at 4, despite the fact that Takashi Kawamura's power has not changed in any way, the joys and sorrows of people are different, and the meanings of 4 and 4 are also different. Not the same. Kawamura Takashi's body shape is obviously stronger than that in the past 10 days, and the muscle lines on his arms have become exceptionally clear. Thanks to the increase in muscles and weight, the power of Kawamura's wave ball has also increased a lot. In addition to the changes in strength and size, Takashi Kawamura also mastered the first 5 styles of the wave ball, and more importantly, Takashi Kawamura has been able to enter the state of a wild bear on his own. To say unceremoniously, Takashi Kawamura's strength may have surpassed Yamato Yude, second only to Hanyu Takeha, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke. The talent and ability are such unreasonable things. Aaron, that's all for today's training. Hanyu Takeba said lightly to Takashi Kawamura. Takashi Kawamura looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in a puzzled manner. During the previous 9 days of training, he had spent all his energy in order to master the wildness and wave ball. Tomorrow will be the first qualifying match. All you need to cultivate your energy today, and prepare for tomorrow's match. Hanyu Takeba said to Takashi Kawamura while packing his equipment. Aaron, don't let me down, I'll be waiting for you in the right position. The top 3 players in the tennis team qualifying are qualified to challenge school team members. Once the challenge is successful, they will become school team members. And Hanyu's expectation for Takashi Kawamura is not just to be a member of the school team, but to become a member of the school team. In fact, with the strength of Takashi Kawamura, he is fully qualified to be a member of the school team. Members, but after all, the school qualifying matches are set by Hanyu Takeba. Even if Takashi Kawamura's strength is enough, everything still has to follow the rules. After hearing what Hanyu Takeba said, Takashi Kawamura remembered that the first trial in school was about to begin. I understand, Hanyu, I will definitely win. Takashi Kawamura said firmly, holding the racket in his hand. In the last intramural qualifying match, he lost miserably, and this time he will definitely not lose. Now, I have to decide the position I am choosing. After mastering the wild bear, Takashi Kawamura, who lacked self-confidence, no longer exists. Now Takashi Kawamura is like the wild bear he owns. Under the honest appearance, he is extremely overbearing. Aaron, my expectation of you goes far beyond just being the official election of the school team. Our goal for this year's youth school is the national championship, so don't stop, you are an indispensable member of our championship. Hanyu Zhuyi's eyes fixed on Kawamura Takashi. This is the first time that Hanyu Takeba has stated his goal to Takashi Kawamura. With the current talent pool of Kingsyu, and 1 year of precipitation time for Kingsyu, after Ken Satoji, Oishi Hidichiro, and others grow up, the national championship will only be in Kingsyu's pocket. But Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has no patience to wait until the 2nd year. If you can win the championship in the 1st grade, why wait until the 2nd year? Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's goal is to dominate the junior high school in a row. Indispensable member. National champion. Takashi Kawamura said in a low voice, a completely different flame erupted in his eyes. Chapter 18, Inu Mamoru's Visit. It's really lively, Kingsyu. Mamoru Inu, standing at the gate of Kingsyu, said while looking at the gate. As a reporter for Tennis Weekly, Mamoru Inu has always been tasked with interviewing the super newcomers in junior high schools, as well as all the powerful. Logically speaking, the current Kingsyu has long since fallen. Even if it is not a tyrannical one, who made Sien Kingsyu directly join the 3 super newcomers, the empire's fierce tiger Hanyu Takeba, the emperor Jizuka Kunimitsu, and genius Fuji Shusuke. With the addition of the 3 Hanyu Zuyi, Kingsyu's strength has undergone a qualitative change in an instant, although many people believe that after entering the middle school, the 3 Hanyu Zuyi may not be able to maintain the terrifying strength of the elementary school. But, Mamoru Inu, who has been paying attention to the 3 Hanyu Zuyi, can be sure that the 3 Hanyu Zuyi have already possessed the strength of the middle school level, and the revival of Kingsyu is already doomed. Senior Inu, why did we come to Kingsyu? Didn't Kingsyu have been in decline for a long time? We didn't even enter the Kanto conference last year, and there were no strong players in the entire tennis club, among them the strongest players. Yamato Yuta, looking at the players from all over the country, the strength can only be regarded as mediocre. Aren't the academies such as Lehigh University, Lion Music, and Liubeo Tianmiao more valuable than Kingsyu for interviews? Inu Mamoru asked. Shiba Sayori is still a college student. He came to Tennis Weekly for an internship. The academies that Shiba Sayori said are all powerful colleges and universities across the country. Kingsyu is different now. Inu Mori said with a smile to Shiba Sayori. Shiba Sayori still didn't understand why Inu Mamoru said. At this moment, 2 figures appeared at the door of Kingsyu. People are coming. After Inu Mamoru said to Shiba Sayori, he walked towards Ryagazaki Sumier and Yamato Yuta, who were coming. Coach Ryagazaki, long time no see. Coach Ryagazaki, you still have the same style. Inu Mamoru stretched out his hand towards Ryasaki Sumier and smiled. Inu Mamoru and Ryusaki Sumire are also old acquaintances, in the time of Ekizen Nanjiro. Inu Mamoru is a fan of King Xu. Yes, long time no see, Inu, but now I am old. Ryusaki Sumire shook his head and said. You are here just right. Today is the first intramural trial of our youth academy. Really? It seems that I came at the right time this time. Inu Mamoru smiled happily. Coach Ryugazaki, don't mind if we watch the intramural trials this time. Of course, please come with us. After Ryugazaki Sumire finished speaking, he led the two Inu Mamoru and walked towards King Xu. Lots of people. Shiba Sayori said in amazement when he came to the tennis court and looked at the impenetrable tennis court. Is King Xu's tennis atmosphere very good? Inu Mamoru praised Ryusaki Sumire. It's just because today is an intramural trial, so there are so many people today. Ryugazaki Sumire shook his head and said. Seeing the arrival of Ryusaki Sumire and others, the onlookers made way for Ryusaki Sumire and the others. Coach Ryugazaki Sumire, is this selection for the selected players? After watching for a long time, after seeing the three Hanyu Takeba, Inu Mamoru couldn't help but ask. No, the members of the game are all ordinary members, but the school team's game is in the afternoon. Yamato Yude said. In the afternoon. Mamoru Inu groaned. Ms. Yamato, are you sure that this is just a game of ordinary members? Shiba Sayori pointed to the two people in the field, Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura said. Shiba Sayori just completed an interview with Inu Mamoru at the Ice Emperor Academy. In the eyes of Shiba Sayori, Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura showed no inferior strengths to the members of Ice Emperor's school team, especially Takashi Kawamura. You must know that Bingdi was a strong team in the national competition, and King Xu did not even enter the Guangdong Conference. It is unceremonious to say that Bingdi and King Xu are not at the same level. And now the competition of the selected contestants of Kingaku has not yet started, but there are such powerful players in the competition between ordinary members, and Shiba Sayori can't imagine how terrifying the strength of the contestants of Kingaku is. To be more precise, Shiba Sayori is skeptical of Yamato Yude's words. If King Xu's strength is so terrifying, how could he not even get into the Kanto Conference? Coach Ryugazaki, those two players are new students of this year. Inu Mamoru suddenly interjected, and Inu Mamoru knew that Shiba Sayori's words were a bit presumptuous. Yes, Eiji and Kawamura are both new students of this year. Ryugazaki Sumire said with a sigh. Ryugazaki Sumire didn't expect the quality of this year's new students to be so high, not to mention that they are the 5 Hanyu Takeba who are already selected by the school team. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The strength shown by Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura is also fully qualified to occupy a place in the school team. Saying bluntly, there are 7 Hanyu Takeba. Even if there are no new talents to join King Xu in the next 2 years, King Xu also has the strength to compete for the country's hegemony. They only talk about freshmen in the first grade. Shiba Sayori grew up slightly and shouted in disbelief. Shiba Sayori couldn't imagine that Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura would be first grade. So that's it. Inu Mamoru nodded and said. If Inu Mamoru had only come for Hanyu Takeba before, now Inu Code is interested in all the school team members of Kingaku. Coach Ryugazaki, if you don't mind, can we watch the game that is selected in the afternoon? Can we do an interview by the way? Inu Mamoru asked Ryusaki Sumire. Of course there is no problem. If those kids know that reporter Inu is going to interview them, they will have fun. Ryusaki Sumire said with a smile. Thank you so much, Coach Ryugazaki. After getting Ryugazaki's return, Inu Mamoru also watched the game intently. However, Inu Mamoru's gaze fell more on the two of Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura. It was difficult for others to attract the attention of Mamoru Inu. If you know that Mamoru Inu has been in business for so many years, naturally I don't know how many geniuses he has seen. Not to mention, just now there are Kigorube and Yoshi Ninja from the Ice Emperor Academy, Kyoshi Sengoku and Akutsujin from Yamabuki Middle School. However, the strength displayed by Takashi Kawamura is not at all weaker than those above. Although Eiji Kikumura's strength is worse than Takashi Kawamura, it is also extremely good. In the end, it was Kawamura Takashi and Kikumaru Eiji who came to the final. Chapter 19, Takashi Kawamura vs Kikumaru Hide 2. Aaron, as expected, my opponent is you in the end. The racket in Eiji Kikumura's hand pointed at Takashi Kawamura, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. However, the one who won this time must be me in the end, and the champion is mine. Hey, I won't lose, but I promised Hanyu. Takashi Kawamura touched his head and smiled honestly. Come on! Come on! Come on! After the referee announced the start, the students onlookers made a deafening sound of cheering. Listening to the shouts of the surroundings, Eiji Kikumaru felt that his blood seemed to boil, and Takashi Kawamura's state was not much better than that of Eiji Kikumaru. Takashi Kawamura vs Eiji Kikumaru, the game started. Takashi Kawamura started to serve. Boom! Takashi Kawamura jumped the ball, and his racket slammed on the tennis ball. Burning serve. This is when Takashi Kawamura followed Hanyu bamboo leaves to practice the wave ball. He figured out a kind of wave ball serve. Although it is not as scary as the wave ball, the damage to the arm is far less than that of the wave ball. Although the speed of the burning serve is very fast, Eiji Kikumaru is faster, moving quickly in front of a net, and he immediately comes to the landing point. It's so heavy. When catching Kawamura Takashi's serve, he felt the huge pressure from the racket. Kikumaru Eiji's face changed slightly, and Kawamura Takashi's power became more terrifying than it was 10 days ago. Aaron can be said to be the type of opponent that Eiji doesn't want to meet. At this time, Hanyu Takeba and others also came to the tennis court. Hanyu Takeba did not intend to watch this trial at all, but he couldn't stand the attack between Oishi Hideichiro and Tezuka Kunomitsu. I have to say that in a sense, the two talents of Tezuka Kunomitsu and Oishi Hideichiro are more like the heads of the tennis club. But this is something Hanyu Takeba is happy to see. If it weren't for Kingsyu, who was not in the second grade, it could not be the rule of election. Hanyu Takeba would not bother to have the position of head of the tennis department. For the result of this competition, Takeba Hanyu had already expected it, and Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura would undoubtedly be able to enter the top 3. As for the other top 3, it is not within Hanyu's consideration. This is not Hanyu's ruthlessness, but among the other members of the youth tennis club, Hanyu has not found any outstanding talents at all. It is a little reluctant to come from the capital of the Chinese. And such things as sports can't be done by this effort alone. Kawamura's power has become more terrifying. I'm becoming more curious about Minister Hanyu's training methods. Sadaji Miri pushed his glasses and said, staring closely at Takashi Kawamura in the field. At this time, Eiji Kikumaru in the field smashed the dead corner, and the speed of the ball was far beyond Kawamura's expectations. Kikumaru Eiji won, the score was 15-0. Aaron, did I win this ball? Kikumaru Eiji wiped his nose and said with joy. Yeah, I won't lose any more. Takashi Kawamura's eyes condensed, his gaze is like a knife, and what is more terrifying than sharp is unparalleled aggression. Takashi Kawamura directly entered the state of a wild bear. Looking at Takashi Kawamura, who looked like a huge bear in front of him, Eiji Kikumaru trembled inexplicably, feeling like he would be swallowed by Takashi Kawamura at any time. This is wild. Off the field, Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke were shocked. Even Fujisuke showed their eyes, which is enough to show the shock of Fujisuke's two people. Kawamura actually learned this, no wonder Hanyu will give special training to Takashi Kawamura. Fujisuke said solemnly. Fujisuke and Tezuka Kunomitsu are all people who have experienced wild tigers in Hanyu bamboo leaves, so they can naturally know what Takashi Kawamura's status is now. This is not my wild nature. Every wild nature possesses is different. I am helping Aaron master his internal talents. Hanyu shook his head and said. However, Aaron's strength is far more than that. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't lie, at least now Takashi Kawamura hasn't even used the wave ball. As shocked as Kunimitsu Tezuka was Inu Mamoru, it was not Mamoru Inu who knew wildness, but Mamoru Inu saw the shadow of Akutsurin in Takashi Kawamura. Although the two expressed in different ways, they are essentially the same, both full of predator instinct tennis. Because of this, Inu Mamoru became more and more interested in the internal youth school team competition that started in the afternoon. Even if the school team members are not human, they have the strength of Yamabuki Middle School's first-year trump card, so how terrible the strength of the official members of the school team would be. After Takashi Kawamura turned on the state of the wild bear, Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com played the game between Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru in a side-to-side state. Takashi Kawamura scored 4 goals in a row, directly and easily won the game. Damn it! Eiji Kikumaru stared at Takashi Kawamura in front of him with cat-like eyes. Eiji Kikumaru knew that if he couldn't find a way to solve Takashi Kawamura's current state, then he had no chance of winning at all. Toss, jump, hit the ball, in the serve of Eiji Kikumaru. Eiji Kikumaru just used an ordinary fast serve. However, Eiji Kikumaru is faster than tennis. After Eiji Kikumaru's serve, he rushed towards the net. A volley in front of the net. This method was used for the first goal. What does Eiji want to do? A wise choice. Eiji wants to shorten the time of each round by reducing the number of catches, and reduce the number of rounds as much as possible. After all, if it is the same as the first game, Eiji will not have any chance of winning. Satoji said while recording the data. However, Takashi Kawamura's power is not that easy to take over. What method would you take in Eiji? Hold the pat with both hands. When Satoji Kiku was curious, Eiji Kikumaru quickly explained Satoji's doubts with action. Hold the racket with both hands. Then there should be a short drop below. Gangenzi predicated. Eiji Kikumaru's actions were exactly the same as Sadaharu's predictions. It succeeded. When Eiji Kikumaru thought he was going to score, Takashi Kawamura suddenly appeared in Eiji Kikumaru's line of sight. 0:15. The referee's voice rang, but it was not Eiji Kikumaru who scored, but Takashi Kawamura. Chapter 20, Hanyu Fuki. 20 minutes later. Takashi Kawamura easily won this game with a score of 6:2. Kawamura's strength is more terrifying than I thought. If I am against Kamikamura, I am afraid that the winning rate is only 20%. Gangenzi closed the notebook in his hand and said. Unfortunately, the information collected is still not enough, otherwise, the winning rate should be higher. Okay, everyone prepare. Will there be a game in the afternoon? After Hanyu finished speaking, he turned and left the tennis court. The match between Eiji Kikumaru and Takashi Kawamura is over, and the remaining third-place match is nothing good. The afternoon game. Fuer's Haujik's eyes looked at the back of Hanyu Takeba's departure. In the previous 3 school team rankings, he did not choose to challenge Hanyu Takeba at all. To be more precise, apart from Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunomitsu and Yamato Yuta also had 3 of them, and no one chose to fight against them at all. Tezuka, are you interested in a match with Hanyu? I remember you haven't beaten Hanyu before? Don't you want to win Hanyu once? Fuerjo asked with a smile while looking at Kunomitsu Hanyu. Hearing Fujisuke's words, Sadaharu Kanji and others also turned their eyes on Tezuka Kunami. If Hanyu Takeba is the number 1 strongest in Kingsyu, then the second strongest is undoubtedly Tezuka Kunomitsu. The collision between Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, Sadaharu and the others were very curious. It's boring. Tezuka Kunimitsu said lightly, then turned and left. Tezuka Kunimitsu was originally a calm temper. Ah, it's a pity, I thought Tezuka you are finally going to face Hanyu this time. Fuji Josuke shook his head with a look of sorrow, as if he had missed something very interesting. In the afternoon. Is this the selection of Kingsu's school team? Some of them look too tender. Shiba Sayori looked at the arriving Hanyu Takeba and said in surprise. Of course, there are currently selected young schools, but half of them are first-year freshmen. Inu Mamoru's eyes tightly looked at Hanyu Takeba who was walking in the front and said. Half of them are first-year freshmen. Shiba Sayori opened her mouth slightly. Although the Ice Emperor Kigo and Ninzu Yuji, Sengoku Kiyazumi, and Akutsujin from Yamabuki Middle School were all selected as the first graders of the school team, Kigo Ado became the head of the Ice Emperor's tennis club. But such geniuses, even giants such as Ice Emperor and Yamabuki, have only 4 people, and there are currently 5 people in Kingsu. In addition to the Kikumaru Ag Kawamura Takashi who met in the morning, Kingsu's potential newcomer to the school team today is also too much. Thinking of this, Shiba Sayori finally understood why Inu Mamoru came back to interview Kingsu. With so many powerful newcomers in the team, the rise of Kingsu was destined. However, what Shiba Sayori didn't know was the reason that the original youth school team was too bad. Otherwise, at least Hideichiro Oishi and Sadaharu Oishi would not be so easy to make the school team. The fierce tiger of the empire Hanyu Takeba, the emperor Tezuka Kunimitsu, and the genius Fuji Shosuke. Inu Mamoru introduced the 3 Hanyu Takeba to Shiba Sayori. They are all the top tennis geniuses in the East. Many professional tennis players believe that the 3 of them must become professional tennis players. The most famous person is the samurai Ekizen Minojiro. Ekizen Minamijiro. After hearing this name, Shiba Sayori couldn't help but let out an exclamation again. Everyone who loves tennis knows what the name Ekizen Minojiro stands for. Senior Inu, but why have I never heard of these names? Shiba Sayori asked suspiciously. You don't know that their reputation is normal, Shiba Sanda. After all, their reputation is only in our Tokyo metropolitan. The schools they attended in elementary school did not enter the national competition, and they did not even enter the conference. So it's normal that you haven't heard of their names, but their strength is undoubtedly strong, especially Hanyu Takeba, but Komura Seiichi, the son of God, is said to be difficult to defeat the opponent. Inu Mamoru said here. At the time, I brought a trace of regret. If Hanyu Takeba and their teammates are stronger, maybe Hanyu Takeba's reputation may have spread throughout the country, but it's not the way it is now. However, it is completely different now. The combination of Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunomitsu, and Fujisuke are destined to spread their reputation throughout the junior high school tennis tournament, and the same youth school name is destined to spread throughout the country with them. It's like the time of Tochi Minamijiro. Everyone, what we are going to do now is that the school selection is now over, and what we are going to do now is the first selection of the school team. Takeba Hanyu, who was in the school team, came out and said loudly. Kawamura Takashi, Kikumaru Ag, Kimura Iki. As Hanyu Takeba's words fell, Kawamura Takashi and 3 people walked out excitedly. Now, Takashita Arakawa, Takalan Yuto, and Asano Shinji are in the queue. Takashita Arakawa is the last 3 in the school team's qualifying competition. You can choose any one of them as your opponent. Once you succeed in the challenge, you will directly replace them as members of the school team. Of course, if you succeed in the challenge, you can still continue to choose players who challenge higher levels. Hanyu Takeba turned his head and said lightly to the 3 of Takashi Kawamura after he finished speaking. Yes, Minister Hanyu, I chose to challenge Shinji Asano. After Takeba Hanyu finished speaking, Ika Kimura was the first to say aloud. Kimura Ika still knows his own strength. Shinji Asano is the weakest of the 3. If he can't even win Shinji Asano, then don't think about it more. I chose to challenge Takashita Senpai. I choose to challenge Senior Gaolan. After Kimura made a sound, Takashi Kawamura and Eiji Kikumaru said in succession. Well, then the game will begin. After hearing the voices of Takashi Kawamura, Takeba Hanyu nodded. In the school team challenge, Takashi Kawamura defeated Takeshita Arakawa 6-1, Eiji Kikumaru defeated Yuto Takaran 6-3, and Eiichi Kimura lost to Shinji Asano. However, Shinji Asano was not happy to keep his place on the school team. After all, he was about to face the challenge of Takeshita Arakawa and Jalen Xiandu next month. Shinji Asano is not sure to defeat the two Takeba. Kawamura, Eiji, congratulations on becoming a member of the school team. Do you still have to continue to challenge? I chose to give up. Eiji Kikumaru shook his head and said, now that he has become a member of the school team, and there will be an in-team qualifying next week, Eiji Kikumaru is naturally not in a hurry at this time. I choose to challenge Yamato-senpai. Takesho Kawamura made a completely different choice from Eiji Kikumaru. Chapter 21, Takashi Kawamura vs Yamato Yude. Challenge me. Looking at Takashi Kawamura in front of him, Yamato Yude took off his coat and walked out slowly. It just so happens that my hands are itchy too. Outside the field, watching Takashi Kawamura prepare to challenge Yamato Yude, the onlookers cheered again. Although after being defeated by Hanyu Takeba, Yamato Yude lost to Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fuji Josuke one after another, but Yamato Yude's strength is undoubtedly the fourth person in Kingaku. Now Takashi Kawamura wants to fight Yamato Yu. The big game, how can it not make them excited? Hanyu, who do you think will win this game? Fujisuke asked with a smile at Hanyu Takeba, if it was Hanyu Takeba who knew the best about Takashi Kawamura's strength. I don't know either. Hanyu Takeba shook his head and said. For the victory or defeat of this game, Hanyu Takeba is also completely uncomfortable. The current Kawamura Takashi and Yamato Yude have all the strength of the Kanto level. Although Takashi Kawamura is wild and he still holds the big killer of Wave Ball, but this killer is a double-edged sword, coupled with Takashi Kawamura's skills and experience cannot be compared to Yamato Yude, the outcome of this game is still somewhat unpredictable. You don't even know Hanyu. Fujisuke, who didn't get an accurate answer from Hanyu Takeba's mouth, turned his head and looked at Sadaji Kanji. Agen, what about you? Who do you think will win? Gan Sadaji flipped through the notebook in his hand, and said lightly. Based on the existing data analysis, Yamato-senpai has a 90% chance of winning. Then Agen, do you think Yamato-senpai will win? No. Gan Sadaji pushed his glasses. My statistics show that Kawamura also has a 10% winning percentage. Aaron, what's the difference between you and saying that Yamato-senpai and Kawamura are likely to win? Fujisuke turned his lips away. The data is the most rigorous. Gan Junzi said solemnly. In the field. Just when Fujisuke and others were whispering, Yamato and Takashi Kawamura were ready for the game. Kawamura, let me see your strength, right? I won't be merciful. Looking at Takashi Kawamura in front of him, Yamato Yude's heart was filled with excitement and joy. With the addition of Takashi Kawamura, the chances of winning the National Youth Championship this year are undoubtedly higher. I will, be careful, Yamato-senpai. Takashi Kawamura said seriously. The reason why Takashi Kawamura chose Yamato Yude was to see how far he was from Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Okay. The first game was the serve of Takashi Kawamura. At the beginning of the game, Takashi Kawamura entered the state of a wild bear. Burning serve. Boom. With a loud noise, the tennis ball blasted towards the outside angle. Yamato Yude stepped on small steps, and his figure moved directly toward the ball drop point, and the racket in his hand suddenly swung toward the tennis ball. It's heavy. Feeling the power coming from the racket, Yamato Yude finally understood why Kikumaru Eiji had chosen to hold the racket with both hands before hitting Takashi Kawamura's serve. Although Takashi Kawamura's strength is not as powerful as Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, he is considered to be among the top players among all the opponents Yamato Yude has encountered. Yamato Yude made a smash, the ball was fast, and he smashed directly to the left of Takashi Kawamura. Takashi Kawamura's body was slightly bent, and his arms collided suddenly. What is this posture? Wave ball. Kawamura learned Hanyu's wave ball. Outside the court, Fujitsu helped others, and others naturally recognized Takashi Kawamura's gesture. After all, wave ball is Hanyu Takeba's signature game. 1 out. It seems that my data has to be recalculated. Sadaharu Tezuka's signature pen kept recording in his notebook. This is also the defect of data tennis. Once the opponent's intelligence is not within the scope of the data collected by itself, or exceeds the data collected by itself, data tennis has no way to target its weaknesses. After Takashi Kawamura showed the wave ball, in the eyes of Kawamura's probability of winning directly increased by 60%. After all, the power of the wave ball is still fresh in his memory. Boom! Takashi Kawamura's return hit the ball directly to the half where Yamato Yuta was. Boom! Yamato Yuta reluctantly blocked the ball back to the half where Takashi Kawamura was. If it weren't for this month's time, Yamato Yuta's power had improved a lot, and Kawamura's power was far greater. Without the terrible words of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Yamato Yuta wanted to hit the ball back, but it was not so easy. The second wave ball. Takashi Kawamura's body bent slightly, and the racket in his hand swung fiercely on the tennis ball, which was another wave ball. Boom! The racket in Yamato Yuta's hand was directly shot out this time. After knocking out Yamato Yuta's racket, the unabated tennis ball slammed into the net and made a loud noise. This kind of powerful tennis is really a middle school student, can it be played? Shiba Sayori said subconsciously, looking at the guard net that was still shaking. Shiba Sayori didn't dare to think about what would happen if such a powerful tennis ball was hit on a person. www.novel.com. Like Shiba Sayori, there were still many onlookers who fell into shock. 15:0 However, fortunately, the referee's voice quickly came out of shock. Kawamura, your strength is stronger than I thought. Yamato Yuta picked up the racket that fell on the ground and said solemnly. However, I won't lose to you so easily. Wave ball. 30:0. Wave ball. 40:0. Wave ball. Takashi Kawamura won, the score was 1:0. 4 consecutive rounds of wave ball, Yamato Yuta did not score a point. Takashi Kawamura easily won the first small game. The power of Kawamura wave ball is also terrible. Eiji Kikumaru looked at Takashi Kawamura in the court and muttered. If Takashi Kawamura used the wave ball when he was playing against Takashi Kawamura before, Eiji Kikumaru couldn't imagine how to crack Takashi Kawamura's wave ball. In the second game, although it was a serve from Yamato Yuta still didn't score a point in front of Takashi Kawamura's wave ball. It seems that Kawamura won this game. Fujisuke said with a smile. No, I don't think Takashi Kawamura can use the wave ball a few times, right? After all, this kind of ball skill does not generally burden the arm. Sadaji said. Okay. As expected by Sadaharu-kan, Takashi Kawamura did not make the ball in the third game, but in the third game, Takashi Kawamura took it down. After all, Kawamura Takashi was not the only affected by the wave ball. Yamato Yuta's arm, who was hit by the racket several times in a row, also suffered a lot of damage. Chapter 22, Can't See Hope. Yamato Yuta won, and now the score is 3:1. Takashi Kawamura won, now the score is 4:1. Yamato Yuta won, and now the score is 4:2. Takashi Kawamura won, now the score is 5:2. As time goes by, the scores of the game are constantly rising alternately, but in the end, Takashi Kawamura, with the momentum of winning 3 games in a row, was the first to reach the decisive game. It's the decisive game, it feels like Yamato-senpai is about to lose. Hidichiro Oishi said in a low voice while looking at Takashi Kawamura in the court. In this round, the probability of Kawamura winning is 90%. Ganjunzi said lightly. Since the fourth game, Takashi Kawamura has not used the wave ball, and it is clear that Kawamura intends to save the wave ball until the last moment. And now it's the deciding game for Takashi Kawamura. Takashi Kawamura will naturally no longer keep the wave ball, and if Yamato Yuta wants to win, he must win this under the condition of Takashi Kawamura using the wave ball. The game, and more importantly, whether Takashi Kawamura can only use foreswing is still unknown. Yamato Yuta has a 10% winning rate, but it is based on the condition that Takashi Kawamura can only use the wave ball 4 times. If Takashi Kawamura can use the wave ball for 2 rounds, then Yamato Yuta's winning rate can be said to be infinitely close. 0. In the field, Yamato Yuta raised his hand to serve at a high speed. Maybe it was because he was forced into a desperate situation. Yamato Yuta's serve was much faster and stronger than before. But this is useless for Takashi Kawamura. The first wave of the ball. Takashi Kawamura swung the racket in his hand like lightning, and the tennis ball flew towards Yamato Yuta with a huge sonic boom. As soon as Takashi Kawamura struck back, Yamato Yuta's figure had already rushed towards the ball drop point. Although the power of the wave ball and the speed of the ball are terrifying, the path of the wave ball is also surprisingly simple. After all, the wave ball originally went by force. Give me back. Yamato Yuta also held his left hand on the racket, and shot Kawamura Takashi's wave ball back. Takashi Kawamura's figure suddenly moved to the net. The second wave ball. A sudden smash by Takashi Kawamura, who jumped up in the air. The tennis ball blasted towards Yamato Yuta like a heavy artillery. I wouldn't give up so easily. Yamato Yuta also came online. Yamato-senpai, I'm anxious. This time Kawamura won. Ken Sadaji said lightly. With the power of the wave ball, hitting the ball without landing is the worst way to play. After all, the power of the wave ball at this time is the most terrifying. However, Sadaji can also understands Yamato Yuta's thoughts. If Yamato Yuta wants to win this round, then he must get a goal. The third wave ball. Takashi Kawamura's hand rose backward by 1 point. Since Kawamura Takashi and Yamato Yuta both chose to surf the internet, the distance between the two of them was narrowed to an extremely close distance. Kawamura Takana's wave ball with a beam of light hit Yamato Yuta's racket almost instantly. Yamato Yuta's body was directly taken away by the terrifying power of the wave ball, and his feet made 2 deep marks on the tennis court. Give me back. Yamato Yuta's eyes turned red. Yamato Yuta could feel that his palm was bleeding, but Yamato Yuta still didn't have any idea of letting go of the racket, and tried his best to hit the tennis back. Yamato-senpai actually hit the fluctuating ball back. Oishi Hidichiro said excitedly. In the match just now, Takashi Kawamura has used the wave ball 5 times. Now the power accumulated by tennis can be said to be terrifying to the extreme, but Yamato Yuta still hit the ball back. How can this not let Dashi Shueikiro is excited? 5th type wave ball. Takashi Kawamura's waist suddenly exerted force and took off vertically, like a full bow. The racket suddenly bombarded the tennis ball. In an instant, the tennis ball seemed to have risen with a burning flame, and it shot towards Yamato Yuta's halftime with a shock. Looking at the scene in front of him, Oishi Hidichiro and others couldn't help but grow their mouths. The power of this ball is a bit terrifying. I can't catch this ball. Looking at Yamato Yuta, who was shooting straight towards him, he knew that his palm was impossible to catch the ball. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke into the court and easily kicked the ball back. This figure is impressively Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Yamato-senpai, you lost this game. After taking the ball from Takashi Kawamura, Takeba Hanyu said to Yamato Yuta. Yes, I lost. A wry smile appeared on Yamato's face. Yamato Yuta knew that Hanyu Takeba was right. Even if he won the goal, he would not be able to continue playing in the subsequent games. Yamato Yuta admits defeat, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. So the winner of this game is Takashi Kawamura. After Yamato Yuta chose to admit defeat, the referee immediately announced, "Aaron, who told you to use the fifth wave ball?" After the referee announced the result of the game, Takepa Hanyu spoke to Takashi Kawamura in an angry tone. "If the fifth wave ball is implemented, Yamato Yuta will at least raise it first. 2 days of injury. Well, Hanyu, I want to win too much." Facing the problem of Hanyu bamboo leaf, Takashi Kawamura didn't have the domineering style just on the tennis court. Instead, he smiled blankly. "I will use less wave ball in the future, do you know?" Looking at Takashi Kawamura in front of him, Takepa Hanyu was too embarrassed to say or write, so he could only tell him that, who let him teach Takashi Kawamura's wave ball. Of it. Okay, Hanyu. Seeing Hanyu bamboo leaf and not blaming himself, the smile on Takashi Kawamura's face became thick. "Yamato-senpai, I didn't control myself, I'm sorry. Your palm is okay." Takashi Kawamura, who noticed the bleeding from Yamato Yuta's palm, quickly apologized to Yamato Yutari. "This has nothing to do with you, it's my reason, I want to win too much, Kawamura." Facing Kawamura Takashi's apology, Yamato Yuta was a little embarrassed. If he didn't have to win the ball, he would also. This situation will not happen. Should I follow Takashi Kawamura's wave ball with one hand? Hanyu's power is far more terrifying than I thought. Although it was just Hanyu bamboo leaves random slaps, it was precisely because of such incomparably random slaps. So that Jian Zhenzi can feel the horror of Hanyu bamboo leaf's strength even more. If Sadaharu could see the hope of defeating Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fujisuke, then Sadaji Hanyu could not see any hope at all. Chapter 23, Eye of the Emperor. After winning, Takashi Kawamura's face couldn't contain his excitement. A member of the youth school team, but still one of the 7 candidates. "You have to know that a month ago, I couldn't even pass the school team trials, but now I really stand among the strongest group of youth students." For this, Takashi Kawamura is most grateful for the Hanyu bamboo leaves. It is Hanyu bamboo leaves for their help. Only in this month can he use his hard work and sweat to water his own flower called talent. If for Kawamura Takashi before, the professional tennis player was just an illusory fantasy, then at this time Kawamura Takashi finally took his first step on this road. The small step is a bit pitiful, but it is extremely important. Although today's protagonists are Takashi Kawamura, Eiji Kikumaru, and Ika Kimura, this does not mean that there are only these 3 games in today's game. If other school team members think they have the ability to compete for a higher seat, they can choose to challenge. Sadaharu Kiki and Hideichiro Oishi occupy the seats that are selected through qualifying. At present, the 7 main seats of the youth school team from top to bottom are Hanyu Takeha, Tezuka Kunomitsu, Fuji Shusuke, Kawamura Takashi, Nanjo Yu, Miki Sadaharu, Oishi Hideichiro, and Yamato Yu, who was defeated by Takashi Kawamura. Eiji Kikumaru, who succeeded in the challenge of the university and the varsity team, and Shinji Asano, who held the varsity team, were substitutes. After Kawamura Takashi's Yamato Yuta game ended, Sadaharu Kanazawa chose to challenge the third-ranked Fujisuke, while Hideichiro Oishi continued to challenge Yusei Nanjo, but unfortunately both of them failed in the challenge. Although Yamato Yuta also wants to regain the spot that the school team is currently selected, but because of the fatigue of his arm, Yamato Yuta only temporarily gave up this plan. After all, after a week, the new team qualifying. It started again, and it was too late to get back to his position at that time. Are you still ready to challenge? If not, then today's qualifying is over. After the challenge of Sadaharu Miseta and Hideichiro Oishi was over, Takepa Hanyu hadn't issued a response to Kunimitsu Kamikazu and others. The challenger asked, "Director Hanyu, if you don't mind, let's have a fight with me." Kunimitsu Tezuka walked out slowly, looking at Hanyu Takepa and said, "Tezuka is going to challenge Hanyu." Fujisuke's eyes suddenly opened, and he stared at the two Hanyu Takeba in front of him. Obviously, Fujisuke was also shocked by Tezuka's actions. In the previous 3 team qualifying matches, Tezuka Kunami did not have any plans to challenge, and only accepted the others, and now Tezuka Kunami wants to challenge Hanyu Takeba. Is not only Fujisuke, other people are also in deep shock. Except for Hanyu Takeba, the bottomless monster, they didn't know how terrifying Tezuka Kunamitsu's strength was. No matter when he played against Fujisuke or Yamato Yude, Tezuka was a good man. Look like. And now these two monsters are going to fight. Challenge me. Hanyu Takeba took a deep look at Tezuka Kunamitsu, picked up his racket, and walked towards the playing field. Come on, then. We haven't played against each other for a long time. Let me see how much you have become stronger now, Tezuka. That's what I want to say, Hanyu. Tezuka Kunami said blankly. If that's the case, I will be the referee for each match. After the two of Hayabusa Takeba and Tezuka Kunamitsu stood up, Ryazaki Sumire suddenly said. Hearing Ryazaki Sumire's words, the member who had served as the referee quickly gave up his position to Ryazaki Sumire. This match where Tezuka Kunamitsu challenged Hanyu Takeba was also specially arranged by Ryazaki Sumire. Now Kingsu has been silent for too long. After a long time, everyone will almost forget the name Kingsu. And now just in time for Inu Mori from Tennis Monthly to interview Kingsu, it is time to take this opportunity to announce to others that Kingsu has returned. Shibasa, give me the camera in your hand first. Looking at Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunamitsu in the field, Mamoru Inu couldn't wait to say to Shibasa Ori. For Inu Mamoru, who knows the terrifying power of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunamitsu, Inu Mamoru only wants to record this game with his own hands. Okay, Senior Inu. Looking at the anxious Mamoru Inu, Shibasa Ori took the camera hung around her neck in a panic, and handed it to Mamoru Inu. It seems that luck is not on my side. Hanyu Takeba, who guessed the wrong noodle selection, shook his head and said to Tezuka Kunamitsu, who has the right to start. On the left, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is still on the right. Tezuka Kunamitsu said lightly, although having the first mover right would have a little advantage. However, this also depends on the opponent. For an opponent of the level of Takeba Kamaya Hanyu, this kind of advantage can be said to be completely non-existent. No, it's fine for now. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf bowed his waist and responded. 1 set wins and defeats, Tezuka Kunamitsu will serve first. Ryazaki Sumire sitting in the referee's chair announced. After Tezuka Kunamitsu tossed the ball, the racket in his hand slammed firmly on the tennis ball. What serve is this? Shibasa Ori looked at the ball on the court, not only did not rebound, but instead rolled back toward the net, shouting in surprise. This kind of serve is too unregulated, right? 15:0. Do you use a zero serve as soon as you come up? After Ryazaki Sumire announced the score, Takeba Hanyu said to Kunamitsu Kukazuka. If you don't go all out, you won't be able to defeat you, Hanyu. Tezuka Kunami still said coldly. Although I challenged Hanyu Takeba this time, it was Ryazaki Sumire's arrangement, but if Tezuka Kunami really hadn't thought about challenging Hanyu Takeba, how could he respond? Tezuka Kunamitsu wanted to defeat Hanyu Takeba's heart, but it was no worse than Fujisuke's desire to defeat his own heart. Really? If that's the case, I seem to be sorry if I don't use my full strength, Tezuka. Hanyu's gaze stared closely at Kazuka Kunamitsu, and an orange light flashed in his eyes. Hanyu Takeba, the skill acquired after defeating Tezuka Kunamitsu, finally showed his fangs for the first time, and the opponent it was facing was also Tezuka Kunamitsu. Chapter 24, Zero Temper Zero The Limit of Comprehension. Is it really a zero serve again? After opening the eyes of the Emperor, Takeba Hanyu predicted Tezuka's next move in advance. As soon as Tezuka Kunamitsu's racket touched the tennis ball, Takeha Hanyu's body rushed towards the net. Go directly to the internet, but how Hanyu plans to crack this serve? After all, Tezuka's zero serve doesn't have any rebound. Gan Sadaji said in a low voice. After the serve hits the bottom for the first time, the counterattack can be made, and Kunimitsu Tezuka's zero serve does not have any rebound. Sadaharu Kanji couldn't think of how Hanyu Takeba should counterattack Tezuka Kunimitsu's zero serve. Since Hanyu dared to surf the internet, he must have his own ideas. Fu Josuk also lost the leisurely appearance of the previous game, and the degree of seriousness is not worse than that of Gan Sadaji. After all, if Hanyu Takeba can break the zero serve of Tezuka Kunimitsu, then he might be able to learn from Hanyu Takeba's ideas. Quite soon. The conversation between Sadaji Kanazawa and Fujisuk hadn't ended yet, and the figure of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf had already appeared in front of the net. Although speed is the weakest among the five-dimensional attributes of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves, it is completely relative. Even Hanyu Bamboo Leaves' weakest speed is higher than that of Kikumaru Eiji, who is the fastest among the people present. Be quick! At the moment the tennis ball touched the ground, the airflow from Hanyu Takeba's tennis racket rolled the tennis ball slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Hanyu Takeba took the opportunity to hit the tennis ball, and the tennis ball wiped the net and landed on Tezuka Kunimitsu. The venue. 15:15. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's Eye of Heaven is even more terrifying than the one from Adobe Kigo's Adobe Kingdom in the later period. After all, Adobe Kigo's eyes only possess extraordinary insight, while Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's eyes have the ability to predict. It is precisely because of this that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can accurately capture this fleeting opportunity. The same move is useless for Saint Seiya. Tezuka Takeba Hanyu, who scored a point, said while looking at Kunimitsu Kukimitsu. It's really Hanyu, but I never thought of winning a round so easily. Tezuka Kunimai said lightly. The voice fell, and the whole body of Tezuka Kunimitsu glowed with white light, like stars shining in the night sky. These are the three realms of selflessness, the limit of comprehension through hard work. Have you reached this level? The kid now is really amazing. Ryazaki Sumire, who watched entering the state of no self, muttered. For the three realms of no self, Ryazaki Sumire naturally does not unfamiliar. After all, Ekizen Minajiro had also entered this progress. Then Hanyu would use Tezuka in such a state. Kunimitsu Tezuka's gaze condensed and jumped. Serve! The tennis ball flew toward Hanyu Takeba. No matter how you hit back, will you return to the original position? Hanyu Takeba's Eye of the Emperor had already foreseen the back hit. However, this is fun. Tezuka area. Tezuka Kunimitsu's most iconic trick is to apply a subtle spin on the ball to make all the counterattacks move in its own direction. If Hanyu Takeba directly uses the 36th wave ball, it can completely break through Tezuka Kunimitsu's Tezuka area. But the power of the 36th wave ball is too terrifying. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf wouldn't use such dangerous skills. If he hurts Tezuka Kunimitsu, then Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can cry and have no place to cry. However, even if Hanyu Takeba does not use the 36-style wave ball, Hanyu Takeba is still confident enough to defeat Tezuka Kunimitsu. Hanyu Takeba slid forward with a big stride. With a sudden wave of the racket in his hand, he made a rough straight ball and shot back at Kyokamituka Kunimitsu. Why doesn't Tezuka move? No, why did the ball flew directly towards the Totsuka? When Sadaharu Mizuka was surprised that Tezuka Kunimitsu did not respond, Hanyu Takeba's counterattack seemed to be a kind of the weird force drew towards Kunimitsu Kazuka and flew over. This is the Tezuka domain. No matter what kind of counterattack Hanyu makes, the tennis ball will eventually be attracted towards the hand mound. Fujisuk said, staring at the two people, Tezuka Kunimitsu and Hanyu Takeba. For the skill of the Tezuka domain, when he played against Tezuka Kunimitsu, he had not only experienced it, but what he did not expect was that Tezuka Kunimitsu used the trick of the Tezuka domain so quickly. Although Hanyu Takeba's counterattack was drawn by his own Tezuka domain, Tezuka Kunami's expression was still extremely solemn, and Hanyu Takeba's power was a bit too terrifying, and even some of them were about to surpass the traction of his own Tezuka domain. Tezuka Kunami's aura suddenly rose to a level, the racket held tightly in his hand, like a sharp sword that cuts everything, let people swing. In an instant, the tennis ball turned into a roaring dragon, raising its head and slamming towards Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and shot directly at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's half-court. Good coming! Hanyu Bamboo Leaf let out a roar, and the eye of the emperor was also brought to the limit by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Hanyu Takeba's racket steadily hits Tezuka Kunamitsu's counterattack. www.ltnovel.com. The racket swung out suddenly. One is the eye of the emperor, who has the ability to predict the future, and the other is the limit of hard-worked comprehension, who has opened the realm of selflessness. The situation in the field is directly in a deadlock. The onlookers stared at the two people in the field closely, and they did not dare to be distracted for a moment. Are they really junior high school students? Shiba Sayori's voice trembled a bit. In Shiba Sayori's view, this is not the level that middle school students should have at all. Maybe they are not qualified for the tennis club of their school. It is the opponent of the two young men in front of him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Inu Mamoru's voice also appeared a little trance. Although I know the talents of Tezuka Kunomitsu and Hanyu Takeba, the strength of both Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunami now far exceeds Inu's imagination. Tezuka, you lost. Hanyu Takeba's eyes condensed, and the racket in his hand suddenly fell. The tennis ball broke through the area of Tezuka's domain and fell directly above the bottom line. Hanyu Takeba won, the score was 15-30. Tezuka's Tezuka domain has failed. Fuji's Haujik's mouth exclaimed. This is the first time that Fuji Josuke saw that Tezuka Kunamitsu's Tezuka domain was cracked. Tezuka, if you only have this level, then you don't have any chance of winning. Hanyu Takeba's gaze fixed on Kunamitsu Kukazuka. Whether it's zero cutting, the limit of hard-working comprehension, or the Tezuka domain, Hanyu Takeba had already experienced it in Tezuka Kunami as early as the 6th grade of elementary school. Hanyu Takeba can't believe that, after such a long time, Tezuka Kunamitsu's strength has not improved at all. Chapter 25, Evolution. It's really not that easy to defeat you with these. Tezuka Kunami shook his head and said. As to whether Hanyu Takeba can crack his own Tezuka domain, Tezuka Kunomitsu has no doubts. After all, Tezuka domain's burden on Tezuka Kunamitsu's arm is not ordinary. If Tezuka Kunamitsu has maintained the Tezuka domain, even if Hanyu Takeba did not directly break through his Tezuka domain, then when Tezuka Kunamitsu's arm cannot hold on, it is the moment he loses. I really didn't expect it to be used in the first game. Tezuka's gaze condensed, and his aura suddenly rose again, the dazzling white light emitting from his body, with a hint of golden light. The second state of the selfless state, the limit of talent. Kunamitsu Tezuka understands that if he doesn't have to do his best, it won't be easy to win this round. Now Kunamitsu Tezuka can't take care of the next rounds. Now Kunamitsu Tezuka wants to win this round first. Throwing the ball, jumping, stretching, Tezuka Kunamitsu's racket steadily swung out, and the tennis ball suddenly flew towards Hanyu Takeba. It's zero serve again, Tezuka, I've already said that the same move is useless to me. When Tezuka Kunomitsu served, Hanyu Takeba had already rushed towards the net. Just as Hanyu took back the net, Tezuka Kunami also appeared in front of Hanyu, and Tezuka Kunami was already waiting here. The ability of the limit of talent is to concentrate the power of the selfless state on the brain to activate the brain cells, which can instantly simulate the progress of the game and issue an absolute preview. It can be said that the limit of talent is the same as the eye of the emperor, and it has the ability to predict the future. Tezuka Kunamitsu's raise of his hand is a powerful return. Boom! In an instant, the tennis ball flew directly in front of Hanyu Takeba. Hanyu's body twisted into an extremely weird posture, and the racket steadily caught Tezuka's return. Hanyu Takeba's arm suddenly served the ball, and the tennis ball sped up and flew back. Facing Hanyu Takeba's return, Tezuka Kunomitsu, who had predicted Hanyu Takeba's return line, also directly took it, but when he caught Hanyu Takeba's return, Tezuka's arm suddenly stiffened and even appeared. There was a tremor, and the power of Hanyu bamboo leaf was a bit too terrifying. The Hanyu bamboo leaf, protected by a roaring tiger, is more like a beast in human skin than a human. Tezuka Kunomitsu is actually a tennis player with the same style as Hanyu Takeba. Both the 5-dimensional ratio and ability are very similar, but the difference in physical attributes between Tezuka Kunomitsu and Hanyu Takeba is a bit too large. Because of this gap, the odds of Tezuka Kunomitsu defeating Hanyu bamboo leaf are 0. Carrying the strange power of Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunami reluctantly slapped the tennis back, and when he fought back, the angle of Tezuka Kunami's arm cut the ball slightly downward. The tennis ball grazed the upper edge of the net, and fell straight towards Hanyu Takeba's first half. Tezuka, this method is useless for me. Hanyu Takeba's figure moved to the net like lightning, and before the tennis ball fell to the ground, it hit the ball. I know, so I won this point. Tezuka Kunami said coldly, with a backhand dribble. The tennis ball was spinning at high speed in the air, and flew straight toward the backcourt of Hanyu Takeba. No. The notice has changed. Relying on the result of the game that Kunomitsu Tezuka, the limit of talent, simulated in his mind, a sudden change occurred. Tezuka Kunomitsu could not have imagined that Hanyu Takeba would catch this ball, but as for the results simulated by the limit of talent, Tezuka Kunomitsu naturally did not have any doubts. After opening the limit of talent, Tezuka Kunami clearly knew the horror of the limit of talent. However, Kunomitsu Tezuka soon understood why the absolute prediction of the limit of talent would suddenly change. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who was still in tennis, did not know when he had already appeared on the ball. The Great Wilderness Star falls. Boom! The tennis ball hit by Hanyu Takeba directly turned into a golden beam of light, as if to cut the net directly, hitting Tezuka Kunomitsu, straight into the dead corner of Tezuka Kunomitsu. 15:40. Too fast. Not only was Tezuka Kunomitsu, others were also shocked by the speed at which Hanyu Takeba moved from the front of the net to the backcourt in an instant. Tezuka, you lost this game, Takeba Hanyu said to Kunomitsu Tezuka. Although only 4 rounds were played, in these 4 rounds, Kunomitsu Tezuka has used everything he can use, such as Zero Serve, Tezuka Domain, the limit of hard-working comprehension, and the limit of talent. Tezuka Kunomitsu didn't necessarily use such skills when he played against Fujisuke. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But even if he had already used all his skills, Tezuka Kunami could only score a point in Hanyu Takeba's hands. Just as Hanyu Takeba said, the result of this game is doomed. Really familiar, Hanyu? The cold expression on Tezuka Kunami's face changed slightly. However, this game is not over yet. Tezuka Kunomitsu is also a stubborn person. If he is not stubborn, it is impossible for Tezuka Kunomitsu at this age to continuously open the 3 realms of selflessness to the limit of comprehension and talent. Even if he knew that he would lose, Tezuka Kunomitsu didn't plan to simply give in. If I give up so easily, I am not Tezuka Kunomitsu. Tezuka Kunami is another powerful serve. Hanyu Takeba moved sideways and easily took the serve from Tezuka Kunomitsu. When the tennis ball flew over the net, the tennis ball suddenly flew towards Kunomitsu Kukazuka. This is the Tezuka area. Tezuka Kunami, holding the pat with both hands, steadily hit the ball back. Tezuka, your Tezuka realm is of no use to me. Facing Kunomitsu's counterattack, the orange light in Hanyu Takeba's eyes burst out, and the racket in his hand carried the momentum of Wanjun thunder. He hit the tennis back with a smash. Since the Tezuka domain is useless for you, then pull in another direction. The light of Tezuka domain under Tezuka Kunikaku's foot suddenly expanded, and the range directly doubled, and the huge traction directly drove Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's the tennis ball hit back was taken out of bounds. Out of bounds, 30:40. At this moment, Kunomitsu Tezuka evolved. Chapter 26, The Most Talented. Hanyu's counterattack went out of bounds. Satoji said in disbelief, knowing that based on the analysis of the data collected by Satoji, the probability of taking Hanyu's ball out of bounds just now is 0. No, it's not that Hanyu's counterattack went out of bounds, but Tezuka changed the direction of the Tezuka domain. Fujisuke keenly felt the change in Tezuka domain. However, Fujisuke's heart was more shocked. Fujisuke didn't think that Kunimitsu Tezuka's Tezuka domain would still have this usage, compared to the Tezuka domain, which would move towards the Tezuka no matter how he hits back. This off-court technique that directly forces the tennis ball out of the court is even more incomprehensible. Looking at Tezuka Kunimitsu and Hanyu Takeba in the field, Fujisuke felt that not only had the distance from them not shortened, but had become even more distant. So what I saw before is not even the back view. Buletin Joe murmured in his mouth. In the field, the game is still going on. Takeba Hanyu stared closely at Kunimitsu Tezuka. He was not surprised that Kunimitsu Tezuka could master the limit of his talent. After all, in the original work, Kunimitsu Tezuka had already mastered his talent when he was in the first grade of junior high school. The limit. But the Tezuka Phantom that was just used by Tezuka Kunomitsu was a skill that Tezuka Kunami realized only in the third grade. Hanyu Takeba didn't expect Tezuka to comprehend the Tezuka Phantom now. What a great skill! Tezuka, what is the name of this move? Hanyu Takeba asked Kunimitsu Tezuka. The move I just understood has no name yet. However, it seems that the effect of this move is not bad now. Tezuka Kunomitsu said calmly, as simple as saying what he had for lunch. Are you just comprehending the move? Hanyu Takeba couldn't help but look at the Tezuka Kunimitsu in front of him. In the original work, the most talented person is not Komura Seiichi, let alone Ekizen Ryoma, but two of Tezuka Kunimitsu and Akutsugen. One of them directly stepped into the three realms of selflessness when he was in middle school. A tennis player who has only been in contact for 2 years directly stepped into the Shura Shinto and opened the 8th consciousness Alaya consciousness in the realm of different dimensions. If Tezuka's arm was not injured in the original work, there would be no blank period of those 2 years. Ajiujinran can have more time to contact tennis, and no one knows how far the two of them can grow. However, due to the appearance of Hanyu Takeba, the crisis of Tezuka Kunomitsu's hand injury has disappeared, and Akutsugen did not give up tennis after he was in touch with tennis. It can be said that Hanyu Takeba personally released 2 and I don't know how much it will grow. Monster. Is there no name? So what about the name Tezuka Phantom? Hanyu Takeba looked at Kunimitsu Tezuka and said. Phantom of Tezuka? A good name. Tezuka Kunami said lightly, but it was clear that Tezuka accepted the name Hanyu Takeba gave. After accepting the name, Tezuka Kunomitsu threw the ball high in the air, making a super-fast outside corner serve. The tennis ball flew directly to Hanyu bamboo leaf like electricity. However, Takeba Hanyu is still calm and relaxed. Although Kunami Tezuka's Tezuka Phantom effect is several times stronger than that of the Tezuka domain, the same traction force is 60% greater than the Tezuka Phantom in the Tezuka domain. The damage to the arm is far greater than that in the Tezuka area. It is impossible for Tezuka Kunimitsu to use the Phantom of Tezuka all the time. More importantly, the traction of the Phantom of Tezuka has its limit. Once the power of Hanyu Takeba's counterattack is far greater than the traction of the Phantom of Tezuka, Tezuka's Tezuka the Phantom will be self-defeating. Has a power of up to 8 points. With the addition of the wave ball skill, the power of the counterattack exceeds the traction of the Tezuka Phantom, which is not a difficult task for Hanyu Takeba. The orange light in Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's hand flashed, and his body slightly moved to the left. With a vigorous wave of his arm, Tezuka Kunomitsu's serve was directly hit by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Although Hanyu Takeba didn't use all his power, nor did he use the wave ball, the speed of returning the ball was much faster than Tezuka Kunami's serve. The tennis ball blasted towards Kotsuzuka Kunomitsu like a cannonball. The Phantom of Tezuka. The vortex in the Tezuka domain under Tezuka Kunikaku's feet kept spinning, and the strong traction brought the tennis ball to the outside world. But different from the previous one, this time Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's counterattack was not dragged out of bounds, but landed a dozen centimeters away from the bounds. Hanyu Takeba scored. The score was 0:1. Ryazaki Sumire's voice rang. Is the tennis spinning still not fast enough? Tezuka Kunimitsu's brows wrinkled slightly. Hanyu Takeba naturally saw through Tezuka's problems. The Phantom of Tezuka was just a game that Tezuka Kunami just realized. Tezuka wants to use the Phantom of Tezuka with 100% success like the Tezuka domain. So easy. It was Hanyu Takeba's turn to serve, but Hanyu took a high ball instead of using the Great Desolate Star to serve. For Hanyu Takeba, the outcome of this game is not important at all. If Hanyu Takeba wants to win, www.novel.com all kinds of wave have already greeted Tezuka Kunimitsu in turn. In Hanyu Takeba's view, helping Tezuka Kunami to master the Phantom of Tezuka is more important than winning the game. Kunimitsu Tezuka, who has opened 2 of the 3 realms of selflessness, is arguably the strongest group of players in the country. If Kunimitsu Tezuka can completely master the Phantom of Tezuka, he will say it unceremoniously. Except for the hanging wall of Hanyu Takeba, no one would be Tezuka's opponent. With Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, they can undoubtedly win 2 rounds of singles. As long as the strength of the 2 Josuk and others keep up, then the national championship is only in the bag for Kingsu. Seeing Hanyu Takeba serve, Tezuka Kunimitsu naturally understood that Hanyu Takeba was specially helping him to familiarize himself with the Tezuka Phantom, and Tezuka Kunimitsu was not polite, so naturally he played the Tezuka Phantom again without hesitation. Tezuka Kunami also knew that if he could not master the Tezuka Phantom, he would have no chance of winning at all. 15:0 15:15 30:15 As the score alternately rises, Tezuka Kunami has become more and more in control of the Tezuka Phantom. Kunimitsu Tezuka won, the score was 1:2. Okay, Tezuka, I'll be here today. After losing a round to Tezuka Kunimitsu, Takeba Hanyu spoke up. Hanyu Takeba's data eyes have already seen that Tezuka Kunamitsu's arm has reached its limit. If Tezuka Phantom is used, it will only cause injuries to the opponent's Tezuka Kunomitsu arm. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Tezuka Kunomitsu also quietly put away his racket. Tezuka Kunami also understood that this game is no longer necessary. Chapter 27, Grouping. In the end, the match between Takeba Hanyu and Kunimitsu Tezuka came to an end. Although the onlookers are still a little bit interested in this anticlimactic match, both Tezuka Kunomitsu and Hanyu Takeba have no plans to continue the fight, and they can only look forward to the next time. I came to Kingsu this time. Inu Mamoru said excitedly, and his body trembled slightly. Inu Mamoru could imagine how much sensation he would cause after this report was published. After seeing the strengths of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, Inu Mori is very much looking forward to the performance of Kingsu in this year's national competition. As for the regional trials, Metropolitan Conference, and Kanto Conference before the national competition, Mamoru Inu does not think that there are 2 exceptional players of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, plus Fuji Shisuke, Takashi Kawamura, and Yude Yamato. The top players, the youth society lost in these competitions. After saying goodbye to Ryasaki Sumire, Inu Mamoru hurriedly took Shiba Sayori to leave Kingaku. Inu Mamoru could not wait to complete this report. In the conference room of the tennis club, Hanyu Takeba and other school team members are all concentrated here. Everyone, this time we are calling you to determine the list of future matches. Hanyu Takeba was the first to speak. Competition list. Gan Junzi helped his glasses and said with a hint of doubt. According to Hanyu Takeba's previous rules, the school team's quotas are based on the system where the capable and the inferior are eliminated. With the exception of a few Hanyu Takeba, everyone else is likely to be eliminated from the school team at any time. Determine the roster for the game now. What if the candidate on the roster is eliminated? The term list may be inaccurate. To be precise, I am going to divide the 10 members of the school team into singles and doubles groups, that is, 4 groups of singles and 3 groups of doubles. Hanyu Taekye said lightly. And singles are just different in strength in pure competition. In addition to strength in doubles, tacit understanding is also an extremely important part. Is like the highest secret synchronous resonance between doubles. If there is not enough tacit understanding, you can't enter the state of synchronous resonance. Of course, a liar named Neo is not among them. In the original work, Kingsyu does not have a second accurate doubles combination except for the fixed doubles combination of Oishi and Kikumaru Eiji, and it is basically a random combination. Regardless of whether it is Lehigh University, Bingdi, or other giants, they all have a fixed doubles combination. It can be said that doubles is the weakest link in the youth school. Since Hanyu Taekye is now the head of the tennis department of Kingsyu, Hanyu Taekye will naturally not let Kingsyu continue to have this problem. Ryusaki Sumier did not raise any objections to Hanyu Taekye's decision. After all, Ryugazuka Sumier can also see the advantages that Hanyu Taekye's proposal brings to the youth tennis club. It turned out to be like this. Sadaji Ken and others naturally quickly understood the meaning of Hanyu bamboo leaf. Do you have any questions, everyone? Hanyu Taekye's gaze swept over Tezuka Kunomitsu and the others. The current youth tennis club can be said to be Hanyu Taekye's own words. Before Hanyu Taekye loses to others, naturally no one will ask questions about Hanyu Taekye's order. It is now announced that the members of the singles team, Tezuka Kunomitsu, Fuji Shusuke, Yamato Yude. There is no doubt about the 3 people Hanyu Taekye first mentioned, Sadaharu Kan, and others. After all, where are the strengths of Hanyu Taekye, Tezuka Kunomitsu, and Fujisuke? But in the end, Yamato Yude became the last member of the roster, which was a little beyond the expectations of the others. After all, how do you look at it? Kawamura, who has just defeated Yamato Yude, is more suitable to become a singles player than Yamato Yude. However, since Hanyu Taekye proposed it, Takashi Kawamura and others did not raise any objections. Now the list of doubles teams is announced. The first group Hideichiro Oishi and Eiji Kikumaru. Since the doubles combination of Hideichiro Oishi and Eiji Kikumaru in the original work can be regarded as a golden combination, Hanyu Taekye will naturally not give the 2 of Oishi Hideichiro and Eiji Kikumaru. Open. Hanyu Taekye is looking forward to Oishi Hideichiro and Kikumaru Eiji after the synchronized resonance. I'll be with Oishi. Eiji Kikumaru was a little excited and directly put his arm around Hideichiro Oishi's shoulder and shouted. For Eiji Kikumaru, it is already very satisfying to be a candidate for the school team, not to mention that he is now in a doubles combination with his classmate Shueikiro Oishi. The second group, Takashi Kawamura and Sadaji Kanji. To divide Kawamura, Takashi and Ken Sadaharu into one group, Hanyu Taekye has also thought about it. Although Takashi Kawamura has the Kanto level now, there is still a gap with Fuji Shusuke, so in addition to himself and Tezuka Kaneko Yuki in addition, Josuke is undoubtedly the one who is most suitable for singles. If Yamato Yude and Takashi Kawamura form a doubles, the strength on paper is the strongest, but Taekye Hanyu also has to consider Yamato Yude's departure next year. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, Hanyu Taekye can also make Yamato Yude be responsible for singles, Fuji Josuke and Kawamura Takashi to form doubles, but this way, it is undoubtedly a waste of Fujisuke's singles strength, not to mention Ken Sadaji's statistics compared to tennis playing. The style of the game is more suitable for doubles. Should I be in a group with Kawamura? Sadaji's glasses shone, and Sadaji had some guesses about Hanyu Taekye's thoughts. Now there are 10 members of the youth school team. Except for 7 of them, the remaining 3 are all third-year members. After the end of this year, they will directly enter high school. Even if they form a doubles team with them, they will disband instantly next year. With Hanyu Taekye, they will be able to show their strength in singles. However, if it is to form a doubles with Kawamura, it will also be convenient for me to gather information about Kawamura. Gan Junzi thought silently in his heart. After seeing the fight between Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, although Sadaharu Kanji has not given up his plan to defeat the two of Hanyu Takeba, Kansai also understands that he wants to defeat Hanyu Takeba and they still have a long way to go. It's a long way to go, but before that, I still defeated Kawamura Taka and Fujisuke. The third group, Yu Nanjo and Shinji Asano. The words behind Hanyu Bamboo Leaf also confirmed the idea of Sadaharu Kan. Although I divided you into singles and doubles, this does not mean that everyone's grouping is completely determined. In an official game, it depends on the meaning of Coach Ryasaki Sumire in the end. So I hope in addition to doubles, everyone in the doubles team should not give up their singles. After all, the prerequisite for forming doubles is to stay in the school team. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Shinji Asano showed a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 28, Kigo Tatsub. Inu Mamoru's article on youth was published in Tennis Weekly the next day. Tennis Weekly is one of the well-known tennis publications. Basically, every school and tennis enthusiast will subscribe to Tennis Weekly. With the release of this issue of Tennis Weekly, the reputation of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu has also begun. It spread widely, slowly spreading from Tokyo to the outside. However, most of them are junior high school tennis players from Kansai and Kyushu. Well-known junior high school tennis players in the Kanto region are no strangers to Hanyu Takeba. So this is why you asked us to play the practice match? Ryagazaki. Looking at the report on Kingsyu in Tennis Weekly, Mitsuka Banda, a coach and consultant of the tennis club of Yamabuki Middle School, showed another in himself on the face. A young smile who is totally out of age. Conducting practice matches with other schools is also Hanyu Takeba's suggestion to Ryazaki Sumire. After all, the national championship is played, not practiced. Only by playing against a variety of opponents can you discover your own flaws and weaknesses. And then continue to improve. For Hanyu Takeba's suggestion, Ryagazaki Sumire naturally accepted it, and Ryagazaki Sumire was the first to find Yamabuki Junior High School. Although Ryasaki Sumire and Bunda Miki are not a deal, it's also an old friend of more than 20 years. Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke, is this year's first-year young school really terrible? Bantian Kanye said to himself with his eyes closed. It seems that Yamabuki's biggest opponent in the past 3 years is Kingsyu. Yamabuki also joined a lot of powerful newcomers this year, Akutsuren, Sengoku Kiyoshi, Minami Kentaro, Tohou Masami. In the opinion of Kanya Banda, as long as 1 year is given to himself, Yamabuki is fully qualified to compete for the glory of the national championship after Sengoku Kiyazumi, Minami Kentaro, Tohou Masami, and others grow up. As for Akutsuren, although Akutsuren is only a member of the first grade, the current Akutsuren has fully possessed the strength of the national level. After joining the tennis club, he defeated the head of the tennis club and became a new member of Yamabuki Middle School. The trump card. Akutsugen is one of the most gifted children Bantian Kanya has encountered over the years. It also seems to him that his talent will not be lost to Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu. Old man, what are you looking at? While Bantian was meditating, Akutsuren, who had practiced, walked towards Bantian, and asked him while holding up the towel on the chair. Tau. After being severely beaten by Hanyu Takeba, Akutsuren's character is still a bit bad, but it is far from the original. Now Akutsuren has found his goal, and then defeated in tennis Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and then said the same to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, I thought how strong you could be. Hehe, it's nothing. Ms. Bantian also looked at Ajutsuren with a smile. Ajujin, do you know Kingsyu? Kingsyu. After hearing the name, Ajujinran had a shadow in his mind that made him extremely unhappy. Ajujinran remembered that the guy who made him extremely upset seemed to have invited him to join Kingsyu. The young coach Ryagazaki wants to invite us to Yamabuki Middle School to play a practice match. I wonder if I want to agree to this practice match. Just when Ajujinran fell into memory, the figure of Mitsuya Bantian once again sounded up. Promise them, old man. Ajujinran said viciously. What? I said promise them, old man, I will tear that guy to pieces. After Ajujinran finished speaking, he dropped the towel on his head onto the bench and grabbed his racket and headed towards the tennis court. Walked back again. Shinichi, don't fight these rubbish, come and have a fight with me. Akutsu. Seeing Akutsuran on the tennis court pressing Akutsuran who Sengoku Kyoji was playing, Mitsuya Banda made a decision in his heart long ago, or when he received a call from Ryasaki Sumire, Banda Ganya had already made a decision. However, Ms. Banda also cares more about Akutsuran. If Akutsuran is unwilling, Ms. Banda will not agree to Ryazaki Sumire's request. Just when Akutsujan planned to clean up the Hanyu bamboo leaves in the practice match with Kingsyu, Kingsyu welcomed an unexpected guest. Hanyu, Tezuka, you two hurry up and come out to this uncle. A man in a grey school uniform appeared at the door of Kingsyu and shouted, attracting many students' guidance. Takyub, I said you are not too high profile like this. Seeing Tsub Kigo in front of him, Yoshi said with a headache. I shouldn't accompany Kigo Adobe to Kingsyu here at all. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Shinzuyoshi thought silently in his heart. Shinzuyoshi regrets why he came to Kingsyu to make a fool of himself with Kigo Adobe because of the name that Sakura Taro's consultant said. Will it? This uncle is already very low-key, isn't it, Hwaji? Adobe Kigo said back to Hwaji Changhong who was following him. Yes. Kaji Takahiro Mumu who held an umbrella to Kigo Adobe replied. The present Takahiro Kaji is only a 6th grade elementary school student, but as Kigo Adobe's childhood sweetheart, Takahiro Kaji has always worshipped and respected Kigo Adobe, and has been following Kigo Adobe. Ha ha ha, let me just say it. Adobe Kigo laughed loudly. Although Kaji Konghong's answer was a bit brief, Adobe Kigo was still very satisfied. These two guys. As the crowd of people around grew more and more crowded, Shinzuyoshi sighed even more helplessly, and persuaded Tobe Kigo. The trace department, isn't it possible for us to be at the door? Let's go in and find them. No. Adobe Kigo refused the suggestion of Shinzuyoshi without hesitation. Originally, the uncle came to the gate of Kingsyu and waited for the two guys, Hanyu and Tezuka, to greet this uncle. He already gave them great face. How could this uncle take the initiative to look for them? Wouldn't it be too shameful? The face of my uncle at the Department of Records. Hearing Adobe Kigo's words, Shinzuyoshi was almost an old slut and didn't know how to vomit. Looking at Adobe Kigo in front of him, Shinzuyoshi finally swallowed the sentence. In fact, at the time when you came to the gate of Kingsyu to wait for Hanyu and Tezuka, you already had no face and swallowed. Shinzuyoshi expressionlessly drew a little distance from Onobe Kigo. Chapter 29, He Gave Too Much. Kingsyu Middle School, at the gate. Just when Shinzuyoshi finally couldn't bear the strange gaze from the young school students, ready to sneak away and not stay here to accompany Jingguyu, the second rich young master of the second middle school, he was given a hand by Changhong Huadi. I caught it. Although the current Kaji Takahiro is only a 6th grade student in elementary school, he said unceremoniously that if Kaji Takahiro punched Shinzuyoshi, Kaji Takahiro might have to ask Shinzuyoshi not to die, and send him Ninzuyoshi at the same time. Went to the hospital. Just tolerate Yoshi's small body and want to get rid of the power of Takahiro. Kaji is completely unwilling to do it. Ninzu, where are you going? Kigo Onobe's slender eyes stared at the Ninzuyoshi who was carried by Takahiro Kaji like a chicken. Take me, I just want to go to the bathroom. Shinzuyoshi said with an innocent look. Really? Are you still anxious now? Tobe Kigo's question made Yoshi Shinzu feel a bit of a bad feeling. I don't feel that way anymore. Shinzu Yoshi said with a dry smile. Looking at Kigo Adobe in front of him, Shinzu Yoshi didn't dare to stick to his statement. God knows, if he keeps going, then what is in front of him, what will Master Rubio continue to do? That's great. Hwaji, thank you for your hard work. Just when Shinzuaki Yuji thought Kigo Rube would let Takahiro Hwaji put himself down. Excuse me, please keep holding your feet, or I'm afraid he will go to the bathroom again. Yes. Adobe Kigo's words instantly made Shinizoku Yoshi become ashamed. Ninzu Yakushi understands what Kigo Adobe said, but it will not change, and there is no possibility that he wants to break away from Takahiro Kawahi's arm. That's it, the trio of Kigo Adobe who was originally eye-catching. It becomes even more eye-catching. Ninzu Yoshi just wanted to find a ground seam to go directly in, but unfortunately the current Ninzu Yoshi was held by Huadi Changhong. Even if a ground seam really appeared on the ground, Ninzu Yoshi could not get in. However, logically speaking, with this weird combination appearing at the door of someone else's school, in addition to Yoshi Ninzu, Kigo Adobe and Takahiro Kawahi should also be embarrassed just like Yoshi Ninzu. It's a pity that neither Kigo Rube nor Changhong Huadi are ordinary people. As long as I don't feel embarrassed by myself, the embarrassing thing is that the Uncle Rubyu never cares about the eyes of ordinary people, while Changhong Huadi only cares about the path. Buletin Jingu's thoughts. So in the end, the only person who fell into this inexplicable shame was the Ninju Yoshi, a normal person, who now only feels that the world is full of malice for normal people like him. Sure enough, it's this guy. After getting a student from the Ice Emperor Academy at the entrance of the school, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf suddenly gave birth to an unpleasant feeling. After rushing to the gate of Kingshu, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf finally understood his own way. What is the reason for this feeling? Kigo Adobe is the toughest opponent that Hanyu Takeba feels, not because of strength, but because of Kigo Adobe's character, like Kunimitsu Tezuka and Genichiro Sanada. As long as they have the ability to overwhelm them, they are all very talkative. And Kigo Adobe is different from Kunimitsu Tezuka. Kigo Adobe's thinking is completely different from that of normal people. What's more important is that Kigo Adobe is richer than Kunami Tezuka. Akibe, are you planning to do some acrobatics? Although he didn't want to face Kigo, Hanyu still bit his scalp and walked up. Hanyu? It turned out to be you, a barbarian. Kigo Adobe curled his lips and said unceremoniously. Where is Tezuka? Hurry up and let Tezuka come out to see this uncle. This uncle wants to prove that only this is the first genius in Kanto. Hanyu, you and Tezuka are far behind. Although Kigo Adobe recognizes the strength of Hanyu Takeba, in the eyes of Kigo Adobe, Hanyu Takeba who can only rely on brute force is not worthy of being his opponent. He can become his own destined opponent. Only Tezuka Kunomitsu a person. You guy. After hearing Adobe Kigo's words, Hanyu Takeba's head rose up with a black line, and Adobe Kigo's mouth was still so short as expected. What is a barbarian? It is obviously that Kigo Adobe is too weak and can't even catch his own swing ball. However, Takeba Hanyu also understood that Kigo Adobe, an extremely self-centered narcissist, would not listen to himself. Sorry, Tezuka doesn't have time to play this kind of children's house game with you, Sabu. Hanyu Bamboo Leafskin said without a smile. Also, you have already affected our school. If you don't leave with these two guys quickly, then don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, Hanyu Takeba looked at Adobe Kigo unkindly, and at the same time squeezed his fist. Even if Adobe Kigo said he was a barbarian, www.novel.com, then just use it. The barbarian way solves Kigo Adobe is fine. Although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is a villain now, in the eyes of Yoshi Ninzu, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is completely like an angel. Finally, I don't need to be like this and continue to be held by Takahiro Hwaji. Hearing Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's words, Adobe Kigo couldn't help but froze. Adobe Kigo deeply understood the horror of the strange power of Hanyu bamboo leaf. Otherwise, Adobe Kigo would not call Hanyu bamboo leaf a barbarian. If Hanyu bamboo leaf really intends to do it, the three of myself are not enough for Hanyu bamboo leaf to throw it with one hand. But how could Kigo Rube recognize the council so easily? After all, Kigo Teeb is the uncle of Traceby, and the person who can make the Uncle Rube recognize the council has not yet appeared. Since Takeba Hanyu is so unsure of what is good or bad, don't use the weapon, the uncle of the strange department. 100,000 yen, bring Tezuka to see me. Adobe Kigo, like an ATM machine with no emotion, said a number coldly. Hee. Hanyu bamboo leaf took a step forward slowly. This kind of rich man's face is really the most annoying. Although Hanyu Takeba was born in the family of professional tennis players, there is also a gap between rich and poor professional tennis players, and even the richest professional tennis players in the 11th district are not as good as 1/10 of those from the Obi family. 200,000 yen. Hee. Hanyu bamboo leaf still snorted coldly. 500,000 yen. 1 million yen. But without waiting for Takeba Hanyu to answer, Kigo Adobe's mouth was followed by a series of inhuman figures. It is true that money is just a string of numbers for Kigo Adobe. Hanyu stopped unconvincingly. Kigo Adobe, he gave too much. Chapter 30, Yuri Nanjo and Shinji Asano. Hee, Hanyu is still the same as before. He hasn't seen it before in the world. Adobe Kigo, who left Kingsu's door, let out a disdainful chuckle. You say yes? Huidi. Yes. Huidi Chonghong replied in a naive voice. Sure enough, Tezuka is the only opponent worthy of becoming the uncle. To the answer of Takahiro Kawahi, Kigo Adobe was very satisfied. The Shinzuyushi behind Kigo Adobe looked at Kigo Adobe in front of him speechlessly, rudely throwing money at him, and what he was proud of. Didn't you even fail to enter the gate of Kingsu in the end? And isn't your purpose of coming to Kingsu to teach Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu a lesson? Now it's just showing off the family's financial resources and then leaving. What's the matter? It makes it seem that others don't know that your ruins are rich. However, Shinzuyushi would not say this sentence. After all, he is still being held by Huidi Chonghong. Takabe, can you let Huaji put me down first? Seeing that Kigo Adobe seemed to have forgotten about herself, Yuji said with difficulty. I said how I felt like I forgot something. Kigo Adobe's words made Yoshi Shinzu burst into tears. Isn't he just so inexistent? Forget it, Huidi put down Shinobu. Yes, Adobe. After receiving the order from Kigo Adobe, Takahiro Kaji put down Ninzu Yuji. Let's go. You must teach Hanyu a lesson. Practice with the Ice Emperor. After receiving the news from Hanyu Takeba's mouth, Ryazaki Sumire looked at Hanyu Takeba in surprise. Different from the already declining Kingsu, the current Ice Emperor is still a wealthy nationwide. Sumire Ryagazaka never expected that Hanyu Takeba would actually connect with the Ice Emperor Academy. It's a practice game, but it's more appropriate to practice staying together. Isn't this just a holiday approaching? It just so happens that we can also take this opportunity to learn about the strength of this year's Ice Emperor. If we want to enter the national competition, Ice Emperor it's an enemy we have to step through anyway. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf answered calmly. However, it is just what it looks like. The current Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is still in a state of being shaken by Kigo Adobe's chi. Before, Kigo Adobe directly dropped 5 million yen in an unbelievable manner, and asked Hanyu Takeba to bring Tezuka Kunimitsu to see him, but Hanyu Takeba still resisted this temptation. After all, money is only a number for Kigo Adobe, and it is only a number for Hanyu Takeba. But when Kigo Adobe changed to let the Kingsu school team go to the Ice Emperor Academy to practice, and after the board and lodging were all inclusive, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf couldn't resist. Although Hanyu's family also had money, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf wanted to. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf couldn't spend money on Ice Emperor Academy like Kigo Adobe. Compared with the trench of Bingdi Academy, Kingsu is just like the author, a child in the mountains. You must know that Bingdi Academy has professional training equipment, trainers, nutritionists. As for the youth, well, Hanyu, what you said is right, this is indeed a good opportunity to understand the strength of the Ice Emperor. Ryazaki Sumire nodded and said, there are 3 places for the Kanto region to enter the national competition, and these 3 places can almost be said to have been awarded by the 3 middle schools of Lehei University, Bingdi, and Yamabuki. If Kingsu wants to enter the national competition, then it is bound to be pulled down from these 3 teams, and the practice match with Yamabuki has been confirmed, so it is not a bad idea to take this opportunity to learn about the strength of some Ice Emperors. Then Hanyu, who do you want to take to participate in this training camp? Ryazaki Sumire asked Hanyu Takeba. Although the tennis club of Kingsu is incomparable with Bingdi's tennis, there are more than 50 people. If all the people in the tennis club are brought to Bingdi Academy for some practice and accommodation, it will be the same for the entire Kingsu tennis club. A good thing. However, Ryagazaki Sumire could not easily make this decision. After all, not everyone can take the path of tennis. Even in the school team of the youth school, Ryazaki Sumire seems to be able to take the path of tennis. There are only a few of them. Although Ryazaki Sumire also hopes that Kingsu's tennis club can become better, but also Ryazaki Sumire also has to consider the future of the students. It is impossible to waste other students' time because of the tennis club. Kunimitsu Tezuka, Shusuke Fuji, Takashi Kawamura, Yude Yamato. For the candidates who participated in the practice staying with the Ice Emperor Academy this time, Takeba Hanyu already had an idea. Like Sumire Ryazaki, Takeba Hanyu yet only intends to let the candidates who participated in the U-17 selection in the original book participate in this practice room. Needless hope is the most harmful. Without talent, no matter how hard you work, it is just a waste of time. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Success is 99% sweat plus 1% talent, and this 1% talent is far more important than 99% of sweat. If Nanjo Senpai, Asano Senpai, or other members of the tennis club also want to stay together from participating in this practice session, then go there together. However, Hanyu Takeba does not have the exclusive right, but will choose the right. Give it to themselves. I understand. Ryagazaki Sumire nodded and said, I will arrange it. Then Coach Ryagazaki, this time I will participate in the practice dormitory and the practice match with Yamabuki, so I will trouble you a lot. This is what I should do. Asano, are you going to join this meeting? Yosheng Nanjo asked Shinji Asano. As the only 3 remaining third-year members of the school team, Yosheng Nanjo and Shinji Asano have the best friendship. I'm going to participate. With Hanyu and the others, maybe this year our youth school can really win the national championship. As a senior, I can't hold down Hanyu and the younger generation. This is also my last tennis career. Say goodbye. Shinji Asano said seriously. Farewell to tennis. Yosheng Nanjo opened his eyes wide. Nanjo, after I entered high school, I was about to give up tennis. Nanjo, you have realized that we are all people without talents, not to mention Hanyu and the geniuses, even Eiji and Oishi, we can only chase now. Follow their footsteps. Instead of hitting the tennis ball with a head, it's better to give up. Shinji Asano said with some pain. Hearing what Shinji Asano said, Nanjo Yosheng also fell into silence, because Nanjo Yosheng understood that Shinji Asano was telling the truth. Chapter 31, Ice Emperor Academy. Because it is a holiday, Kingsu at this time seems particularly deserted. However, Tezuka Kunomitsu and others in the uniform of the youth school team have already gathered at the gate of the youth school. After all, today they are going to the Ice Emperor Academy to participate in a 5-day practice camp. Senior Asano, good morning. Looking at Shinji Asano who came, Eiji Kikumaru, who was restless like a cat, greeted Shinji Asano on his own initiative. Good morning, AG. Shinji Asano responded to AG Kikumaru's words. Shinji Asano, who was ready to give up tennis after the end of this year's national tournament, relaxed. Nanjo, sure enough you are still coming. After greeting AG Kikumaru, Shinji Asano smiled and looked at UCI Nanjo. Asano, I have decided to, but as seniors as you said, we can't hold back these juniors. Nanjo Yusheng also said with a relaxed expression. Like Shinji Asano, UCI Nanjo is also ready to give up tennis after entering school this year and go on the road with peace of mind. AG Kikumaru was a little confused about the dialogue between Shinji Asano and UCI Nanjo, and quietly asked Yamato Yude. Yamato-senpai, Asano-senpai, and Nanjo-senpai, what are they talking about? It's nothing. Yamato Yude rubbed AG Kikumaru's head and drove AG Kikumaru directly aside. You are a freshman, so don't care about seniors. After making the decision to play for the last year, Shinji Asano and UCI Nanjo also told Yamato Yude about this. After all, this was their last year and even the last time they played together with Yamato Yude. Everyone is here, right? Hanyu Takeba, who was overwhelmed by contacting Ryagazaki Sumair, asked the people who had gathered. Only 10 members of the varsity team signed up for this exercise. It's all here. AG Kikumaru couldn't wait to raise his hand and shouted, like a child who is expecting a spring outing, although all the people present are children. Then we are ready to set off. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said in a deep voice. After a long period of time, the school bus finally arrived at the Ice Emperor Academy. At the entrance of Ice Emperor Academy, Sakura Taro and Adobe Kigo, consultants and coaches of the tennis club of Ice Emperor Academy, were already here waiting for Hanyu. Juya etl. Hello, Coach Ryagazaki, welcome to the Ice Emperor. After Ryagazaki Sumair got off the car, Sakura Taro stretched out his palm to Ryagazaki Sumair. Coach, we should thank Bingdi for being willing to practice and stay with us. Ryagazaki Sumair said with a smile. Then we don't stand here, let's go in and talk. Sakura Taro said lightly, and his eyes swept across Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke without leaving a trace. For this practice stay together, Sakura Taro also agrees, but Sakura clearly knows the horror of the strength of the 3 Hanyu Takeba. Okay. Ryazaki Sumair responded in response. Is this the Ice Emperor's tennis club? Looking at the equipment of the Ice Emperor's tennis club, AG Kikumaru exclaimed with his mouth wide open. Not only AG Kikumaru, but Sadaji Kanji, Hidichiro Oishi, and others were also shocked by the incomparable Ice Emperor Academy Tennis Club. Bingdi Academy's tennis department has a dedicated gym, trainers, analysis rooms for storing the videotape data of each school team's game, and connection, computers that can exchange information with each other. It can be said that compared with Bingdi Academy, Kingsyu is like a child in the mountains. That's right, this is the tennis kingdom of my uncle Adobe. Adobe Kigo enjoyed the shocked expressions of AG Kikumaru and others. Hanyu, Tezuka, how is my kingdom? Adobe Kigo asked Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, turning his head. Compared to Kikumaru AG and others, Adobe Kigo wanted to see the shocked expressions of Hanyu Takeba. However, it is a pity that Kigo Adobe can't be seen anymore. After all, Konami Tezuka has always had a cold face since childhood, and Takeba Hanyu would not be used to the narcissistic guy Kigo Adobe. The kingdom is indeed very good, but the king may not be. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said lightly. Where are you Bingdi's school team members? Oh, are these the members of the Kingsyu who came to practice with us? I really don't know why we should practice with such a third-rate team. This can't do anything for us at all, right? When Hanyu Takeba questioned Kunimitsu Kamikaze, a group of people in the same uniform as Kigo Adobe walked over. Takabe, it seems that your members don't talk very much. Would you like me to teach them how to speak? Don't worry, I will be very gentle. Hanyu Zui stared at the brown hair who spoke, no said salty. Taki Ajinashuk, who had uttered before, was staring at Hanyu Takeba, feeling as if he was not being stared at by predators. www.novel.com could not speak for a moment. Taki, apologize to them. Koshichi Tsukio, who stood at the front of the crowd, turned his head and said to Taki Ajinashuk. Me? Taki Ajinashuk argued somewhat unconvincingly. Apologize. The more I knew, Tsukio's voice became colder. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing Koshichi Tsukio in front of him, Taki Ajinashuk apologized honestly even if he was not reconciled. Taki Ajinashuk, who has become the Ice Emperor's official election only in the first grade, naturally has his own arrogance, but in front of Koshichi Tsukio, Taki Ajinashuk can't stand proud. Although Uezi Uede lost to Kigo Adobe in the previous intramural competition, Uezi Uede was the younger brother of Uezi Ueguang, the first person in the country to resound the name of the Ice Emperor. He is also the former minister of the Ice Emperor Academy. Our Ice Emperor was rude this time. Koshichi Tsukio said to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. No need to apologize, let's play a game. After all, tennis players still have to use tennis to talk, right? Hanyu Takeba said faintly. Hanyu. Ryasaki Sumire and Sakura Taro also noticed the situation here, and quickly walked over. Well, this is indeed a good proposal. Since it is a live-in practice, it is also important to understand the strength of both parties, so let's play a match. Sakura was very interested in Hanyu Takeba's proposal. What do you think of Coach Ryagazaki? Sakura Taro turned around to ask Ryagazaki's opinion. Since Coach Sakura said so, let's play a match. Since Sakura said so, Ryagazaki could not directly refuse Sakura's suggestion. Then this time the game will be played according to the official competition system. Chapter 32, Doubles Number 1. The number of members in the tennis club of Ice Emperor Academy exceeds 200. Under the creation of Sakura Taro, Ice Emperor can be said to be a fighting group with no emotions at all. In Bingdi, as long as they have the strength, they can be selected, but if the player fails, they will be eliminated immediately. It is precisely because of this rule that Kigo Adobe, Jiro Akutagawa, Yoshi Shinzu, Myokai Takaren, Takaji Nishuk, and Ryo Shido were able to formally become the Ice Emperor's elected members in the first grade. Unlike Kingsyu, which has 10 school team members, Bingdi's school team has only 9 members. In addition to the 6 first-year players above, the remaining 3 members are Tsukio Itsuki, Takashi Kawakami, Ueda Yuaka. However, the status of Kawakami and Ueda Yuaka in Sakura Taro's heart is far less than that of Adobe Kigo and others. After all, the strength of Kawakami and Ueda is far from that of the school team. The bottom of the existence, and they will graduate next year. As for Uezi Uede, as the former first strongest Ice Emperor, now the second strongest, the status is naturally not comparable to that of Kawakami Takashi. Since it is in accordance with the official rules, the practice match uses a 5-game 3-win system, with 2 doubles and 3 singles. The first match was a doubles match. Then please give me your advice, Coach Sakura. On the coaching bench, Ryasaki Sumire took Sakura Taro's palm and said, with each other. Sakura Taro said lightly. On the field, Ryagazaki-jin sent Sata Harukan and Takashi Kawamura, while Coach Saki sent Ryotaki Ajinashuk and Ryo Shido. Because it is a practice match, it is more for training. Except for Sakura Taro, who has only 6 first-year players, he sent Koshichi Moonlight as the singles number 3. The list of matches prepared by Ryazaki Sumire is basically the first-year player of players in the field. Let me see what your young school is capable of. Taki Ajinashuk said disdainfully. Taki Ajinashuk still put his eyes on the lack of young school. In the eyes of Taki Ajinashuk, Kingsyu is still the weak school that can't even break through in the general meeting, and there is no practice value at all. This kind of voice is really uncomfortable. Gan Junzi pushed his glasses and said coldly. The game started. Youth Academy Kawamura Takashi and Ken Satoji played against Ice Emperor Academy Takeuji Nishioka and Shido Ryo, and Kawamura Takashi served. The referee announced loudly. "Show them a little color, Aaron." A white light flashed on Gan Genji's glasses. "I understand, after all, Minister Hanyu had confessed to me." Takashi Kawamura let out a huge roar, throwing his right hand, his body jumped up, and his right hand swung heavily. Takeuji Nishioka's attitude towards Kingsu before, even if Hanyu Takeba didn't tell him specifically, Takashi Kawamura was prepared to teach Takeuji Nishioka a lesson. Therefore, Takashi Kawamura didn't have any hands left for this ball. Raising his hand was a burning serve with full firepower. Boom! With a huge roar, the tennis ball quickly flew to Takeuji Nishioka's feet. Takeuji Nishioka did not react, and the tennis ball bounced high and hit the protective net behind it. 15:0 Takashi Kawamura directly took the lead and scored 1 point. "Okay." Takashi Kawamura waved his racket in excitement. "It's terrifying power and speed of the ball." Sakura Taro frowned as he watched the game. Kawamura Takashi can be said to have given Sakura Taro a surprise, and Sakura did not expect that apart from the three Hanyu Takeba, Kingsu actually has a newcomer with how terrifying strength. Sure enough, Kingsu will be our Ice Emperor's rival in the future. In addition to Sakura Taro, others of the Ice Emperor can naturally feel the horror of Kawamura Takashi's strength, but the most pressured one is Takeuji Nishioka. "Kawamura, don't keep your hands, crush them." The Hanyu bamboo leaves on the side shouted to Takashi Kawamura. "Yes." Takashi Kawamura replied excitedly. After hearing the conversation between Hanyu Takeba and Takashi Kawamura, Satoji Kanji silently mourned Takeuji Nishioka and Ryoto in his heart. Who let Takeuji Nishioka take the initiative to provoke Hanyu Takeba? Under the order of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Takashi Kawamura entered the state of a wild bear without hesitation. Feeling the huge pressure from Takashi Kawamura, Takeuji Nishioka swallowed unnaturally. This state. Adobe Kigo looked at Takashi Kawamura from being indifferent to a bit serious. For the state that Takashi Kawamura is now in, Kigo Adobe is not unfamiliar. After all, this but Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's famous technique. 30:0. 40:0. Youth Campus 1, the score was 1:0. After Takashi Kawamura performed the Wild Bear state, Takashi Kawamura directly scored 4 points in a row and easily won the first small game. Nice work, Aaron. Seeing Takashi Kawamura's clean serve, Eiji Kikumaru waved his arms vigorously to cheer for Takashi Kawamura and Satoji. It seems that this game is stable. Fuji Josuke also said with a smile. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't be careless, no one knows if any accidents will happen. Tezuka Kunomitsu said calmly. Big man, you are very strong, but this is a doubles, not a singles. Takeuji Nishioka said coldly. Doubles is not enough for a strong one. Snapped. Shido Ryo took a quick serve and struck towards Ken Satoji. It looks like I was underestimated. Satoji Sada said without expression, and a corner kick from the baseline knocked the tennis back. Takeuji Nishioka made a backhand drive and hit the tennis ball back, even though he ran towards the net. Are you volleying in front of the net? Aaron. Chien Genzi shouted loudly. Leave it to me. Takashi Kawamura let out a huge roar, and the racket in his hand suddenly swung out. The tennis ball slammed into Takeuji Nishioka with a loud growl. It's heavy. Takeuji Nishioka, who caught Takashi Kawamura's counter-attack, felt that his arm had been hit head-on by a behemoth, and he could barely make a lob. Sorry, we won this point. Gan Genzi jumped up suddenly, a bottom-line smash, and directly scored another point. 0:15. The combination of Aaron and Agen is so strong. Eiji Kikumaru opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. No, it is Aaron who is strong, not the combination of Aaron and Agen. Now the combination of Aaron and Agan can't be called a real doubles. Hanyu Takeba shook his head and said. Takashi Kawamura and Sadaharu Kanji are currently playing Hanyu, rather than doubles, as it is more suitable for two singles players to take turns in singles. However, this is only because Takashi Kawamura just got into doubles. Chapter 33, It's just that I didn't use it. However, even if Kawamura Takashi and Ken Sadaharu are playing singles in turns, it is not something that Takeyajin Ashok and Ryo Shido can fight against. After all, whether it is Takeyajin Ashok or Shido Ryo, the strength and Takashi Kawamura are a bit too big. Youth Academy 1, the score was 2:0. Seeing Ken Sadaji and Kawamura Takashi won another round, the faces of the Ice Emperor players like Kigo Adobe became a little ugly, although they could all see that Takeyajin Ashok and Mito Ryo were not Ken Sadaji. The two opponents, but it would be too embarrassing to be taken down by Kingsyu 6:0. Aaron, use the wave ball to end the game directly. Hanyu Takeba faintly shouted. Yes. Hearing Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's words, Takashi Kawamura became even more excited. After all, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf could not use wave ball during training games. Now it is not easy for him to use wave ball. Takashi Kawamura naturally will not miss this opportunity. Sadaji Kisada looked at Takeyajin Ashok and Shido Ryo in his eyes. Only pity, Hanyu Takeba is murder and condemnation. What kind of fluctuating ball? It's just that I haven't gotten serious yet. Takeyajin Ashok yelled unconvincedly. Taki, Mito, be careful that the wave ball is dangerous. Adobe Kigo shouted to the two of Takeyajin Ashok. Adobe Kigo has experienced the horror of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf wave ball. Otherwise, Adobe Kigo would not call Hanyu Bamboo Leaf a savage, but Adobe Kigo did not expect that Kingsyu would actually include Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Others will swing the ball. Although I don't know what wave ball is, but Takeyajin Ashok two people still cheered up, and they can be made into a dangerous existence by Kigo Adobe. I can't be too cautious about it. However, it's a pity that the fluctuating ball is like an overwhelming strategy, grandiose, and not strong enough. How to be cautious is just a waste of effort. Burning ball. Takashi Kawamura stepped forward, and the racket in his hand suddenly swung out. Boom! A strong serve, with great power, shoots directly at Takeyajin Ashok. What kind of wave ball? That's nothing more. Takeyajin Ashok shook the bat with both hands to hit back Takashi Kawamura's serve, and shouted loudly. Takeyajin Ashok thought that Takashi Kawamura's serve was the so-called wave ball. The first wave ball. Takashi Kawamura let out a low growl, and his raised arms suddenly rose in a circle. Boom! In front of Takashi Kawamura's wave ball, Takeyajin Ashok and Ryo Shido had no time to react. The tennis ball hit the ground and bounced off. 15:0. 30:0. 40:0. Youth Academy 1, the score was 3:0. After Takashi Kawamura used the wave ball, Kingsyu won the third game faster than the previous two sentences. At this time, members of the Ice Emperor's school team felt the horror of Takashi Kawamura. With Takashi Kawamura's strength, perhaps only Kigorube and Tsukio Etsuke were able to secure Takashi Kawamura. The rest, for those of you, even Akutagawa Jiro and Shinzo Yoshi's victory against Takakami Kawamura is probably the result of defeat. Apart from Kigo Adobe and others, maybe the most stressed person is Sakura Taro. After all, Takashi Kawamura alone makes him feel tricky, but Takeba Hanyu, Kunimitsu Tezuka, and Fujisuke didn't make a shot. Due to the exchange of venues, the four of Takashi Kawamura had a short break. Come on, Aaron! Eiji Kikumaru kept cheering for Takashi Kawamura. Almost forgot, there is Gan, you have to cheer. I will. Takashi Kawamura, who was drinking the water, smiled honestly, while Gan Sadaji subconsciously squeezed the cup in his hand. What is meant by almost forgot? Is he just like this without a card? I'm sorry, Coach Tak, we are ashamed of Bingdi. Compared to the coaching bench in Kingsyu, Bingdi's air pressure is a bit terrifyingly low. There is nothing to be sorry for, Sakura Taro said without emotion. It's the young man in the youth doubles combination that is too strong, so you can play with confidence in the next match. After all, the worst result is only 6:0. Although Sakura Taro's philosophy is that the loser is useless, but Sakura Taro will not directly kick Takejin Ashok and Shido Ryo out of the school team. After all, the strength of the other members of the tennis club is not as good as Takejin Ashok and Mito Ryo, and even Takejin Ashok and Mito Ryo are inferior. What is the use of those people? Now Sakura Taro can expect. It means that next year, Ice Emperor will be able to bring in a few more potential newcomers. The rest time passed in a flash, and soon it was time for the game. After swapping the courts, it was the Ice Emperor's turn to serve. Saibi, we have to take a game from Kingsyu anyway, Takejin Ashok said viciously. Of course. Shido Ryo, who tied his hair again, stared at Sadaji Kanji closely. We are the Ice Emperor. Yes. We are the Ice Emperor. Snapped. Takejin Ashok is another high-speed serve. The 72% probability is on the left. After collecting enough data, Sadaharu Kan, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com easily hit the ball back. But Shido Ryo's sprint speed was not slow at all, and he quickly moved to tennis, volleying Ken Sadaji's counterattack. The speed of the tennis ball is very fast, flying towards the bottom line. However, it is Takashi Kawamura's body that is faster than tennis. Before the tennis reaches the bottom line, Takashi Kawamura has moved to the ball point ahead of schedule. The first wave of the ball. Takashi Kawamura roared, his thick arms turned red, and Takashi Kawamura's ball blasted toward the Ice Emperor's field like a cannonball. I have seen your goal through. Shiato before the net suddenly rushed towards the tennis ball, wanting to continue using the net volley. Stupid. Seeing Shiato Ryo's behavior, Kigo Adobe cursed secretly. In the eyes of Adobe Kigo, this kind of hard catching the wave ball is simply stupid. Boom. With this loud noise, the racket in Shido Ryo's hands was directly hit by Takashi Kawamura's wave ball and hit the ground fiercely with the tennis ball. 0:15. This kind of power. Is this the wave ball? Seeing Ryo Shiato in the field, Shinzu Yuji and others subconsciously swallowed a sip of water. This power is a bit too scary. This is not a real wave ball, but the real wave ball is much more powerful than this ball one. Kigo Adobe said while looking at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. This kind of power is not the real wave ball, then the real wave ball is not something that people can follow. Xiang Hyaga said in disbelief. Takebe, this is the real wave ball, but I didn't use it. Chapter 34, One Swing Ball Thing. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, the faces of the other members of the Ice Emperor except Kigo Adobe changed involuntarily. According to Takeba Hanyu, now Takashi Kawamura's wave ball is just an incomplete wave ball, and the power of Kawamura Takashi's incomplete wave ball is already so terrifying, and the power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's wave ball is terrifying again. To what point? Just when Shinzu Yuji and others were shocked, the four-man Kawamura Takashi game also came to an end. Kawamura Takashi, who started the Wild Bear in the wave ball state, is not the existence of Taki Ajinosuke. In the first round of doubles, Kingsyu easily won the first victory with a score of 6:0. Good job. After the game, Takeba Hanyu said to Takashi Kawamura. Hey! To Hanyu's compliment, Takashi Kawamura touched his head and smiled honestly. Gan Sadaji, who was almost paddling the whole time, walked to the position of the youth school team without saying a word and sorted out the information he had collected. Coach Ryagazaki, our Ice Emperor lost the first game, shall we continue to the second game? After one game, Sakura Taro said to Ryasaki Sumire. Okay, Coach Sakura. Ryagazaki Sumire responded. It's finally our turn to play. Eiji Kikumaru said excitedly, who couldn't wait to have a good game. Oishi, let them get a good taste of our strength, right? Eiji Kikumaru put his arm around Hideichiro Oishi's shoulder. Eiji, be serious, the Ice Emperor is not weak. Oishi Hideichiro said calmly. Takashi Kawamura and Sadaharu Kanazawa were able to easily defeat Takejinashuk and Ryo Shido not because the Ice Emperor was too weak, but because Takashi Kawamura was too strong. Oishi Hideichiro naturally wouldn't underestimate the strength of the Ice Emperor because of this. After all, the strength of the Ice Emperor was actually achieved. Cut, this guy is really uncomfortable. Looking at the noisy Kikumaru Eiji in front of him, Xiang Hyak said with some discomfort, perhaps because it is all red hair. Xiang Hyak's impression of Eiji Kikumaru not bad. Xianghai, be serious. Yuji Shinzuo standing next to Xianghai Waren said to Xianghai Waren. Actually, Ninzuyoshi wants to play a singles match with Fujisuke more than doubles. However, the list of matches has been submitted, and Ninzuyoshi has no choice. Anyway, in the rest of the night, there is always a chance to fight with Fujitsu. I know. After curling his lips to Hayakaran, the racket in his hand suddenly pointed at Eiji Kikumaru and shouted loudly. That red hair, let you see the true strength of our Ice Emperor now, but don't think that Taki and Shido can represent the Ice Emperor. The strength of our Ice Emperor is much stronger than you think. Eiji Kikumaru tilted his head and looked at Xiangryu in confusion, wondering why Xiangryu said that. Looking at Eiji Kikumaru who was confused in front of him, Xiang Hyak became even more angry. Let's not talk about whether the provocation of Xiang Hyak is effective for Eiji Kikumaru, at least Xiang Hyak's words have a good crit effect on Takejinashuk and Mito Ryo. Takejinashuk and Mito Ryo are the two. His face obviously sank. I had just been beaten up by Takashi Kawamura, and now he was severely beaten by the people of Xiang Hyak. If it weren't for the people of Xiang Hyak who have to compete, maybe now Takejinashuk and Shindo Ryo should clean up first. Suddenly to the Ryu people. For Xiangryu Aaron's words, Yoshi Forbearance could only shook his head silently. He was already a junior high school student, how could he still be like a primary school student? In the number 1 doubles match below, Hideichiro Oishi and Eiji Kikumaru of Youth Academy played against Yuji and Mukai Hitake of Ice Emperor Academy, and Ice Emperor Academy served. In the audience, Hanyu, do you think Oishi and the others can win this game? Fujisuke asked Hanyu Takeba. Dashi and the others will probably lose, Hanyu Takeba said casually. The current Oishi Hideichiro and Kikumaru Eiji are just a new combination of cute doubles. It is not the famous golden combination in the original book. It is not surprising that the loss of the game is not a good thing for the current Oishi Hideichiro. Is Hanyu really self-confident? Fujisuke said with a smile, and was very curious about why Hanyu Takeba came to this conclusion. However, this time Hanyu Takeba did not answer Bulletin ER's Haujik's doubts, but focused on watching the game. Hanyu Takeba's data eye has already seen through the physical data of the 4 people of Shueikiro Oishi. The physical data of the 4 people of Shueikiro Oishi is probably the ninjutsu Yoshi Kikumaru Eiji Mukai Hidake and Oishi Hideichiro. Although physical data alone cannot represent everything, it can also explain part of the situation. Snap! After the game started, Shinzuyoshi was a quick serve. www.novel.com Kikumaru Eiji easily returned Shinzuyoshi's serve. You young school, is this strength the only thing? Xiang Hyak moved to the landing spot vigorously, and while smashing the tennis back with a small dribble, he still mocked Kikumaru Eiji in his mouth. You guy! I'll show you the strength of our youth school. Eiji Kikumaru jumped and pulled the tennis ball directly towards the bottom line. Ninzu, let me come for this ball. Just when Ninzuyoji was about to save the ball, he suddenly uttered a roar to Hyak, and the figure chased after the tennis ball. Seeing the actions of Xiangryu Aaron, Shinzuyoshi could only helplessly stop his steps. The moon turned over and volleyed. Xiang Hyak jumped up high, and directly saved the ball. The ball was fast, and it passed directly through the two of Eiji Kikumaru and Hideichiro Oishi. 15:0. Well, what a magnificent skill! Gan Zhenzi, who didn't know where he took out a new notebook, said in a deep voice. From the perspective of visual effects alone, Xiang Ryu's moon face volley is indeed true. It's gorgeous. Reluctantly, it's just a matter of swinging the ball. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said lazily. Not to mention the power, just in terms of gorgeousness, turning over to the moon of the Ritake people will be gorgeous. Can the Tezuka area of Tezuka Kunimitsu be gorgeous? Can there be a gorgeous counterattack with no 2 weeks' help? As for the power, let's not say anything else. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf would go down with a wave ball, and he might shoot Zyongra Yakuran together and shoot them directly. Hearing Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's words, the corners of Gan Seidaji's mouth twitched. Gan Seidaji didn't know how Hanyu Bamboo Leaf had a face to say these words. You must know that even if it is Takashi Kawamura, he can only take it. A 5-style wave ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves. Chapter 35, Doubles? No, 2 singles. Have you seen my magnificent skills? Red-haired monkey. Zyongra Yaki, who took the lead, looked at Eiji Kikumaru with a superior face. In Zyongrayu's eyes, the red-haired monkey in front of him would definitely be intoxicated. In his own magnificent game. Are you a red-haired monkey? I am brown, brown. Eiji Kikumaru grabbed his hair and glared at the Hyaga taker, and made a grimace at the Hyaga taken. You guy! Xiang Hyak gritted his teeth and looked at Eiji Kikumaru. In Xiang Hyak's opinion, Eiji Kikumaru was too angry. Muka Hidake may have forgotten that he provoked Eiji Kikumaru first. Ninzu, don't make a move, I want to give a severe lesson, this red-haired monkey. Xiang Ryu said to Ninzuyoshi viciously. Hey! Shinzuyoshi looked at Zyongra Yuaren speechlessly. This game was a doubles game, and Coach Ka was still watching the game. Is this really good? Shinzuyoshi didn't know why Xiang Hyak was so uncomfortable with Eiji Kikumaru. This was the first time they met. Dashi, don't do anything. Eiji Kikumaru said unconvincingly. Oishi Hideichiro looked at each other with Shinzuyoshi, and felt a sense of sympathy. Both himself and Shinzuyoshi's partner were a bit too headstrong. This fellow Mukai. Adobe Kigo's face was a bit dark and terribly dark. Adobe Kigo was ready for the following exercises, and he must teach Zyongritake people well. Well, it's just a practice game. Hanyu Takeba said lightly. In Hanyu Takeba's view, this is nothing at all. Anyway, the final victory will only be for King Xu. Since Eiji Kikumaru wants to fight like this, let Eiji Kikumaru have a try. Sorry, Coach Ryagazaka laughed. The face of Sakurataro on the coach's bench was not very good, but Sakurataro said very elegantly. This, after all, it's all children, it's always good to have a little energy. Ryazaki Sumire didn't know how to respond to Sakurataro's words. Although this was first provoked by the Hyak people, Eiji Kikumaru's approach was somewhat inappropriate. Let's see, I will serve gorgeously. Red-haired monkey. Let's go to Hyak's back and raise the ball with his left hand. A high-speed serve wants to directly cross the defense line of Eiji Kikumaru and Hideichiro Oishi. I'm coming. Eiji Kikumaru was like an extremely agile ocelot, and instantly appeared at the tennis ball drop point. At the moment the tennis ball bounced, a draw was drawn directly towards the Ice Emperor's court. Pang! Compared with Eiji Kikumaru's speed, Mukai's speed is not weak at all. He moved quickly in front of the tennis ball, and with a strong wave of the racket in his hand, he directly hit the tennis ball back. Kikumaru Eiji turned the ball back nearly 102 degrees. You lost, red-haired monkey. Xiang Ryu's figure did not know when he had appeared in front of the net, an elegant sideline cut the ball and scored easily. 30:0. How about, red-haired monkey, surrender in front of my gorgeous football skills. Xiang Ryu said triumphantly. Humph, this ball is just my carelessness, then I'm going to get serious. Kikumaru Ag let out a cold snort, unconvinced. How could Ag Kikumaru give in so easily? The result of the next game is doomed, red-haired monkey. After talking to the Ryuren, the game restarted. Toss the ball, jump, to the Ryu people is a long serve from the outside corner. However, this time the serve to Hitaketa was directly seen through by Ag Kikumaru, and one shot hit the tennis ball exactly in the middle of Ninzuyoshi and Mukaitu. Ninzu, let me come. Just when Ninzuyoshi was preparing to catch the ball, Xiang Ryak suddenly yelled out. For this reason, Ninzuyoshi could only stop his footsteps and let Xiangriyaki come. Hit the kick back. Surprise! Just when he shot back at Hyakaren, Ag Kikumaru appeared on the tennis ball one by one, hitting a stunt back in front of the net, and scored a point. 30:15. Red-haired monkey, you lost this ball. Ag Kikumaru made a grimace at Xiang Hyak. Hey! Xiang Hyak said coldly and did not answer Kikumaru Ag's words, and once again returned to his serving point. Are Ag and that guy performing rhythmic gymnastics? Fuer Josuk said with a smile. Although Fuer Josuk was simply sighing about the style of Ag Kikumaru, but I don't know why Pei Shan's friend Josuk smiled. Its face makes people always feel as if they are mocking. In the subsequent matches, Ag Kikumaru and Mukai Hideki really seemed to be in singles mode, and they did not give Shinzu Yuji and Heiichiro Oishi a chance to intervene. Because of the extremely different strength between the two, the score was also extremely dead. Constantly rising alternately. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, since both Kikumaru Ag and Mukai Hideki's tennis are biased towards stunts, the single-round viewing effect is still quite good. It's no wonder what the Fujisuk will say. With the stamina of the Kikumaru and the others, this gymnastics match should be almost over. Looking at the 3:3 score in the field, Takeba Hanyu said lightly. The next match should be a singles match between Ninzu Yuji and Dashi. Turning a doubles into two singles, it always feels like a profit. Kikumaru Ag and Makota's stunt shots are not generally physically demanding. Although after the special training of Hanyu Takeba, Kikumaru Ag's physical strength is not as good, but it is only better than Makota. Some nothing more. After such a long time of entanglement, although Ag Kikumaru's condition is better than that of Makota, but it is also limited. At least it is impossible to use the stunt shot so freely. With the stamina of Ag Kikumaru and Mukai Hideki all bottoming out, then it is natural that the outcome of this game is determined by the two Ninzu Yuji and Shueikiro Oishi who have been forced to paddle until now. Sure enough, Hanyu also thinks this is a gymnastics competition. Fujisuk nodded and said, the focus was as strange as Hanyu Takeba. Then Tezuka, what do you think of this doubles match? Fujisuk turned his head and asked Kunimitsu Tezuka. Doubles, isn't it two singles? Obviously Tezuka Kunami also agreed with what Hanyu Takeba said. Hearing Tezuka Kunimitsu's words, the corners of the mouth of Kikumi Sadaharu who was doing the recording couldn't help but twitched, and he even made a few words wrong. Tezuka Kunimitsu's sorrows were a bit too much to break the highness of Kikumi Sadaji for Tezuka Kunimitsu. Cold impression. Chapter 36, Easy Win. With Ag Kikumaru exhausted, Heiichiro Oishi did not persist until Ag Kikumaru's strength recovered. In the end, the Ice Emperor won the doubles victory with a score of 6:4. I'm sorry, Hanyu, I lost. After losing the game, Ag Kikumaru's mood seemed a little depressed. Ag Kikumaru understood that the reason for losing this game was completely his own responsibility. If he didn't have the willful and Xiangryu people singled out, then Kingsu might not lose in this game. It's okay, it's just a practice game. Hanyu Takeba comforted Ag Kikumaru. The next game will be left to us. The final victory must belong to us. For the result of this game, Takeba Hanyu really didn't care, and Takepa Hanyu believed that this defeat was a good thing for Eiji Kikumaru. After all, Eiji Kikumaru's personality was a bit too detached. A defeat may make Eiji Kikumaru calm down a bit, not to mention that he and Tezuka Kunimitsu will play next. Although he has the comfort of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Eiji Kikumaru still feels a little lost. As for the Ice Emperor, even though Shinzu Yuji and Miyokaido have won this victory, Sakura Taro's face is still gloomy. After all, the action of Yukato and Kikumaru Eiji in singles can be said to have violated the taboo of Sakura. However, since the number 3 singles match is about to be played next, even if Sakura Taro wants to teach Zyongrayaki, he has to wait until the practice is over and educate Zyongrayaki privately. It is not the lesson that can't be waited for now. Xiang Ryu people. After all, the young people are still watching here. The next match will be the number 3 singles. Ice Emperor Academy Kashitsuki will play against Youth Academy Tezuka Kunimitsu, and we will win in 1 round. The referee announced. What? Is Tezuka actually number 3 in singles? After the referee announced the players from both sides of the match, Kigo Adobe shouted in surprise. Generally speaking, the singles number 1 is the strongest among the teams, so there is no doubt that Kingsu's singles number 1 is Hanyu Takepa, and Tezuka Kunimitsu's most likely position should be the singles number 2. Kigo Adobe never thought that Kunimitsu Tezuka was dispatched in singles number 3. When Kunimitsu Tezuka was dispatched, Kigo Adobe knew the result of this match. Adobe Kigo has always regarded Tezuka Kunimitsu as his destined opponent, and Adobe Kigo does not think that the Koshitsu Kikai who lost to him is Tezuka Kunimitsu's opponent. In fact, Ryazaki Sumire's arrangement was also discussed by Hanyu Takepa and Ryazaki Sumire. In Hanyu Takepa's view, no matter what opponent he encounters, he and Tezuka Kunami can win a game with their strength. So before encountering an opponent who is too far apart in strength, instead of waiting for one more round, it is better to send 2 of you directly in the number 3 singles and number 2 doubles. At least for now, the effect is not bad. In the field. Please advise. Koshichi Tsukio stretched out his palm to Kazuka Kunami. Please advise. Tezuka Kunami also held the palm of Koshichi Tsukio. The more you know, senior, come on and give Kingsu a little bit of color. Come on, the better you know, seniors. The members of the Ice Emperor Academy cheered for Uezi Uede. In their opinion, since this game is played by Uezi Uede, then the outcome of the game is doomed. Only Kigo Adobe stood up to warm up, ready for the next game. The game begins, and the ball is served by Tezuka Kunimitsu. However, Kunimitsu Tezuka did not directly use his signature zero serve, but an ordinary serve. After several rallying, Tezuka Kunimitsu took the lead to score the first point. This guy is so strong, yelled to the Ryu people. Although Tezuka Kunimitsu didn't use any ball skills, he only used the most basic tennis moves to play against, but the more this is the case, the more he can feel the horror of Tezuka Kunimitsu. Even Xiang Hitake and others can see the horror of Tezuka Kunimitsu, not to mention Kashitsuki who is facing Tezuka Kunimitsu. 15:15 30:15 40:15 Youth Academy Kunimitsu Tezuka won, with a total score of 1:0. Ice Emperor Academy Koshichi Tsukio won, with a total score of 1:1. Youth Academy Kunimitsu Tezuka won, with a total score of 2:1. Ice Emperor Academy Koshichi Tsukio won, with a total score of 2:2. Youth Academy Kunimitsu Tezuka won, the score was 6:4, Youth Academy won the game. After a fierce battle, Tezuka Kunami easily took the victory and defeat of this game. After all, in the fight against Koshichi Tsukio, Tezuka Kunami didn't use no self-realm, Phantom of Tezuka, these skills. Congratulations, you are very strong, and I look forward to playing against you during the Kanto contest, but at that time, I won't lose to you so easily at that time. After the game, the more I know that Tsukide lost, however, Koshiki Tsukide still stretched out his palm very gracefully. www.novel.com congratulated Kukimitsu Kunimitsu. Thank you, I am also looking forward to fighting with you at that time. Tezuka Kunami responded in a deep voice. Kawamura Takashi, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Hanyu Takeba and Fujisuke who have not yet taken a shot, it seems that Kingsu this year will be our Ice Emperor's biggest enemy. Sakura Taro's eyes were fixed on the field. Kunimitsu Tezuka. After seeing the strength of Takashi Kawamura and others, the pressure in Sakura Taro's heart doubled. After all, the strength displayed by Kingsu is a bit too scary, and it feels so scary that Sakura Taro has no way to start. The next singles match will be the second singles. Ice Emperor Academy Rube Kigo will play against Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba, and we will win in one round. After hearing the referee's words, Adobe Kigo's face instantly pulled down. In the eyes of Adobe Kigo, Hanyu Takeba is an out-and-out barbarian, violent, completely at odds with his gorgeous and elegant tennis style. Hanyu Takeba can be said to be one of the opponents Kigo Adobe wants to fight against. 1. Oh, I really didn't expect it to be me and you? Adobe. Hanyu Takeba stared at Adobe Kigo with a smile, and the 4 characters with bad intentions were written brightly in his eyes. If Hanyu Takeba is a barbarian in Adobe Kigo's eyes, then Adobe Kigo is an outright pretender in Hanyu's eyes. No one can act in front of Hanyu Takeba. Hey, don't cry if you lose to this uncle. Hanyu. Although Kigo Adobe doesn't think he can win, but if you lose, you don't lose, and it's not Kigo's style to drop without a fight. This sentence is also for you, Trace Department, don't let me cry. Chapter 37, Don Wise Serve. Is it finally Hanyu's turn? I hope I can gather more information this time. Sadaji Kanji stared at the Hanyu Takeba in the field. With the information collected by Sadaji Kanazawa, there is no weakness in Hanyu Takeba's body. Sadaji Kanji hopes to see something different in this game. I thought I could play? However, since Hanyu has played, it seems that I have no chance to play. Fujisuke said with a trace of regret. Seriously, after watching these 4 games, the help of the second week is also a bit difficult to bear. Does Adobe vs Hanyu? Kunami Tezuka, who finished the game, also paid great attention to this game. Although Kunimitsu Tezuka knew that the final winner of this match must be Takeba Hanyu, Kunimitsu Tezuka also wanted to see how strong Kigo Adobe had become after the last match. Tezuka Kunimitsu recognized Bullet in Kigo's opponent. Compared with the somewhat peaceful Kingsu side, Bingdi's auditorium was particularly noisy. Xiang Ryu and the Bingdi school team members continued to cheer for Ruinbi Jingguo. After all, this round of victory was won. Loss is related to the outcome of this practice match. If Kigo Adobe loses, then the winner of this practice match will be Kingsu. However, Xiangryu people, the members of the Ice Emperor, don't think that Kigo Rube will lose. After all, Kigo Rube is the king of their Ice Emperor. Hanyu, can you see it? This is my kingdom, the kingdom of Adobe. Kigo Adobe opened his hands, enjoying the cheers of Yoshi and others. Really, if you cry in your kingdom, then this must be fun. Hanyu Bamboo Leafskin said with a smile. At this point, I didn't even forget to pretend to be forced. It seems that Kigo Adobe has forgotten the horror of his wave ball, and Takeba Hanyu can't wait to teach Kigo Adobe. Hanyu Zuba's words instantly blocked Kigo Adobe, who was speechless. Adobe Kigo knew that Hanyu Zuba was not joking just now, and Hanyu Zuba was really planning to cry himself. Hey, if you want to cry my uncle, then you have to see if you have this strength, Hanyu Kigo Adobe snorted coldly. How could he be beaten and cry by a barbarian too? This kind of thing does not exist at all. At the start of the game, Kigo Adobe serves. Hanyu, let's see my grandpa's gorgeous skills. At the serving point, Kigo Adobe made a very elegant serve. I have to say that Kigo Adobe's actions deserve the word gorgeous. The first wave ball. However, it was a pity that I was holding the Hanyu bamboo leaf that gave Kigo Adobe a little color to look at, but there was no hand left. Raising his hand was a wave ball and hit it back. This move is the game used by the guy named Takashi Kawamura before. Takeyajin Ashok said with a sullen face. Takeyajin Ashok will not forget that he and Shido Ryo were defeated by Takashi Kawamura with a wave ball. No, this guy's wave ball is more terrifying than the wave ball used by that guy before. Shinzuyoshi said while holding his glasses. Look at the ground where the trail department is standing. Even though Kigo Adobe took over this wave of Hanyu Takeba's volleyball, 2 scratches appeared in the front of the ground where Kigo Adobe stood on the field. Obviously, this wave ball in Hanyu Takeba directly knocked Kigo Adobe's body a certain distance. Looking at the direction Ninzu Yuji pointed out, the pupils of Hyak and others shrank involuntarily. Is this terrifying power really something humans can possess? However, what Yang Hyak and others didn't know was that this was the result of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's mercy. If Hanyu Bamboo Leaf had full firepower, Adobe Kigo would have been sent out by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. It's really a barbarian style of play. After returning Hanyu Takeba's wave ball, Adobe Kigo gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of rude play is too uncomfortable." Is it? There is no way. After all, compared with you, my barbarian can take a look at it with this little strength. The 5th wave ball. Hanyu Takeba responded to the Adobe. Jingu's words continued to use the wave ball. The power of the 5th type wave ball is not comparable to that of the 1st type wave ball. After the 5th type wave ball was used by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, the ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf directly put Kigo Adobe's hands. The racket was knocked out. Hanyu Takeba scored. The score was 15:0. Shoot the racket directly. This isn't tennis anymore, but murder, right? After seeing the scene in front of him, Shinzuyoshi and others couldn't sit still, and the power of this ball was too terrifying. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you didn't hit the racket just now, but landed on someone, then maybe it's just like this and seriously injured the person. How is it? Adobe, do you understand the horror of the barbarian? Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who leaned the racket on his shoulder, said in a more serious tone. In front of my barbarian's skills, your gorgeous skills seem to be a little flashy. Would you like me as a barbarian to teach you a good job, Trace Department? Hey, I just took it carelessly just now. Adobe Kigo, who picked up the racket again, said unkindly. And your barbarian skills are not worthy of this uncle. I originally prepared this move for the guy Tezuka, but now let you experience this serve first. Hanyu. Throwing the ball, jumping, stretching, and hitting the ball, Kigo Adobe's movements were all in one go, which looked exceptionally graceful. When the tennis ball fell on the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf court, instead of rebounding, it flew out quickly against the ground. Akibe Kigo scored. The score was 15:15. Tang Hui's serves. This is a skill developed by this uncle specifically for the guy Tezuka. After the referee's voice rang, Kigo Adobe said faintly. How is it? Hanyu, have you seen the magnificent skills of this uncle? Tang Hui's serve was originally developed by Kigo Adobe in the 3rd grade, but just like Kunimitsu Tezuka opened the Phantom of Tezuka, after a butterfly like Hanyu came in, Kigo Adobe also developed this in advance. 1 style serve. Under the influence of Hanyu Takeba, the talented geniuses of Tezuka Kunimitsu and Kigo Adobe are growing rapidly at a speed that surpasses the original work. Chapter 38, Love Game. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf naturally filtered out Kigo Adobe's words directly, although Kigo Onobe's Tang Hui's serve really surprised Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but it only ends here. After all, compared with Kunimitsu Tezuka's zero serve, Kigo Onobe's Tang Hui's serve is still not enough. Hanyu, next are you ready to meet the magnificent failure that this uncle gave you? Abe Kigo aimed the racket at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and successfully scored a point from Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, letting Kigo Adobe swelled slightly. Hanyu Zui frowned slightly. Adobe Kigo's pretending words made Hanyu Zui a little uncomfortable. He just lost a goal. As for it, it seemed that he had already lost. Do you know that you are like a duck that caught a fish by chance? Hanyu, you guy, you actually use a duck to compare this uncle is a noble swan. As Kigo Adobe said, Tang Hui's hit the ball again. Boom! The tennis ball flew to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's feet in an instant, and then flew out again as if sticking to the ground. Akibe Kigo scored, 30:15. Sure enough, my uncle's skills are perfect and cannot be defeated. Adobe Kigo said with his head held high. Is that kind of serve that even Hanyu can't react to it? After watching Kigo Ongobe score 2 points in a row, Ag Kikumaru said anxiously, as if the game was not Hanyu Takeba, but him. No, Hanyu has no plans to fight back at all. Sadaji Kazuta pushed his glasses and said seriously. In other words, Hanyu has no need to strike back at all. That kind of serve is not easy to hit. The burden on the arm can be imagined. Even if the opponent is the Ice Emperor's minister, I am afraid that he can't always use this kind of serve. I have to say that Gan Sadaji's mind is really terrifying. What Gan Sadaji thinks is the idea of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Although Hanyu can completely decipher the serve of Tang Hui's of Kigo Adobe, there is no need at all, or it is. The time has not yet come to crack Don Wise's serve. Akibe Kigo scored, 30:15. Tobe Kigo won, the total score is 1:0. Hanyu, it looks like you are going to lose. Adobe Kigo, who successfully won the next round, can be said to have played the Ice Emperor's momentum, which can be seen from the cheering Zyongra and others. Anyone from Kingsyu? You have seen that this is the strength of our Ice Emperor. Our King of Ice Emperor is invincible. Takabe, you guys give me peace, and your subordinates, are they so noisy? Boom! The tennis ball was like a dragon, and instantly reached the foot of Kibe Kigo, then a dragon raised his head and flew out directly by rubbing Kigo's ear. Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 15:0. Appeared, Hanyu's Great Desolate Starfall. After seeing Hanyu Bamboo Leaf using his signature serve, Ag Kikumaru suddenly stood up and cheered. Was cheered by the Ice Emperor just now, but Ag Kikumaru's nest was so hot. Seeing Hanyu Bamboo Leaf so swiftly and neatly scored a point, how could Ag Kikumaru not fight back? It's a terrible serve, it looks like this game is difficult to handle. Shinzu Yuji frowned and said. Although Hanyu Zui's Great Desolate Starfall is not as eye-catching as the dazzling serving of Tang Huizi of Jingguyu, but this does not mean that the Great Desolate Starfall is inferior to Tang Hui's serve. It is simple to the extreme speed, that is, Great Desolate Starfall is the most eye-catching. Terrible place. Takeba, how is my serve? Hanyu Takeba said lightly. Humph, this kind of serve really fits Hanyu's savage style, but such a simple serve is completely incomparable with this uncle's Tang Hui's serve. Kigo Adobe said coldly. Really? Adobe, you will take my serve first, and you should be saying this. Hanyu raised his hand like this again, it was a big starfall. Compared with the Great Desolate Starfall just now, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's Great Desolate Starfall this time can't be faster. Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 30:0. Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 40:0. Hanyu Takeba won, with a total score of 1:1. The ball speed has become faster. Sure enough, Hanyu has hidden his strength before. No, isn't that even this kind of ball speed Hanyu still didn't use his full strength. Sadaji-kin looked at the ball speed behind Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. His serve was shocked in place, and even the tip of the pencil in his hand was broken abruptly under shock. This kind of ball speed can also be called an unsolvable serve. Isn't it a love game? Xiang Ryu cried out in disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could Xiongryu's people even dare not believe that someone could be beaten by others in the face of Jingguyu? 4 points, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com directly lost a game. The other members of Ice Emperor also have incredible expressions. Take B, it seems that the effect of a barbarian serve like me seems to be pretty good. Hanyu Takeba said calmly, who pulled back around easily. I'm less proud, Hanyu, can the game officially start now? Snap, Adobe Kigo Tang Hui's serves. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf still stood on the spot, his steps did not move at all, letting Kigo Adobe score. Are you scared? Hanyu. Adobe Kigo sneered at Hanyu Takeba. I'm afraid, how can it be possible? There was an orange light in Hanyu's eyes, which were the eyes of the Emperor. Trace department, even if you can save all your serving rounds with your Dan Hui's serve, how many times can you insist on making Dan Hui's serve with your arm? 10 times or 20 times? Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Adobe Kigo's face instantly sank. As Hanyu Takeba said, Kigo Adobe couldn't always use Tang Hui's to serve. After all, Tang Hui's serve would cause too much damage to the wrist. Once he couldn't use Tang Hui's to serve, he would directly score if he played an ace ball. Facing the wave ball returned by Hanyu Takeba, Adobe Kigo really did not have the confidence. The power of the Hanyu Takeba wave ball in the first game, Kigo Adobe can still remember fresh. If you want to win this game, in addition to holding your own serve, it is more important to break Hanyu Takeba's serve. After all, compared with Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's wave ball, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's serve does not seem so scary. At least it's no problem to win you, Hanyu. Adobe Kigo raised his hand again to serve Tang Hui's. Chapter 39, Moon Climbing Volley. The match between Hanyu Takeba and Adobe Kigo was just like that. In one game of my Tang Hui's serve, you came to the score of 3:3 in a game of Starburst. Among them, Kigo Adobe hadn't tried to serve without Tang Hui's, but faced with the warning of the wave ball from Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Kigo Adobe gave up this idea. Takabe is going to lose. Shinzu Yuji said, looking at the panting Adobe Kigo in the field. The current situation on the court has become a deadlock. Whoever can break serve first, Kigo Adobe and Takeba Hanyu, will be able to win this match. Ninzu, what are you talking about? How could he possibly lose? Zyongryuki said angrily after hearing Ninzu Yoshi's words. In Zyongryuaren, no, it should be said that in the eyes of all the members of the Ice Emperor, it is impossible for Kigo Tobe to fail. Zyonghai, don't deceive yourself, you should understand that it is already difficult for Trace to make a Tang Hui's serve, and once Trace cannot make a Tang Hui's serve, then this game. Shinzu Yoshi shook his head and said. Compared with Kigo Adobe, the condition of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is much better, and there is no trace of fatigue at all, while Kigo Adobe's condition is obviously much worse. After hearing the words of Ninzu Yoshi, Xiang Hyak fell silent. Xiang Hyak also knew that what Ninzu Yoshi said was the truth, but Xiang Hyak still couldn't accept it. In the field. Adobe, if you don't stick to it, then just give up. Hanyu Takeba's gaze fixed on Adobe Kigo and said, Hanyu Takeba's data eyes have seen that Adobe Kigo's wrist has arrived. In addition to the fatigue threshold, if Kai-Bei was forcibly using Tang Hui's to serve, it would undoubtedly cause some damage to his wrist. How could this uncle be unable to hold on? Hanyu, are you underestimating this uncle? Kigo Ono let out an angry roar, and Tang Hui's hit the ball again. In that case, it's time to end this game, Adobe. The moment Hanyu Takeba's voice fell, his body had already appeared on Adobe Kigo's landing spot. That guy actually moved. As Hanyu Takeba moved, he exclaimed in Hitake's mouth. In this game, this was the first time Hanyu Takeba served in Kigo Adobe. Move among them. Has this guy already thought of a way to crack the serve? With the movement of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, everyone in the Ice Emperor hung up and stared at the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in the field. As soon as the tennis ball hits the ground, it quickly slides against the ground, and the racket in Hanyu Takeba's hand suddenly appears under the tennis ball. Climbing the moon volley. The racket in Hanyu Zui's hand suddenly waved. The tennis ball, like a rocket, flew up into the sky quickly, spinning at high speed, and fell towards the backcourt of Kigo Adobe. Moon Climbing Volley is one of the B-level skill cards that Hanyu Takeba is drawing, and it is also the famed stunt of Shui Kairo Oishi in the future. However, the main credit for Hanyu Zui's successful return to the serve of Kigo Tobe's Tang Hui's was to be attributed to the Eye of the Emperor, and the Moon Climbing Volley was just an icing on the cake, even if Hanyu Bambuya could not volley the moon. You can also use ordinary lobs to crack Tang Hui's serve. Hanyu Takeba scored. The score was 15:0. As the tennis steadily landed on the baseline, the referee's voice also rang. Hang the ball, that guy really cracked the serve of Kigo Adobe's Tang Hui's. After Hanyu Takeba scored, Shinzu Yuji exclaimed that the worst happened in the end. Hanyu Zui successfully scored, which means that Kigo Adobe's Tang Hui's serve no longer has any effect on Hanyu Zui, but Kigo Adobe has not yet cracked Hanyu's Great Starry Sky. If Kigo Adobe can't win his serve without losing Tang Hui's serve, or break Hanyu Takeba's serve, then the result of this game is doomed. Damn it! After Tang Hui's serve was cracked, Kigo Adobe let out a low growl, and Kigo Adobe naturally understood his plight. However, Hanyu Takeba cracked the serve of Kigo Adobe's Tang Hui's, which may not be a bad thing for Kigo Adobe. After all, Kigo Adobe's arm is already awful. Support Kigo at the wrist. He has super pressure skills. After Tang Hui's serve was cracked, Trace B Jingguo would not hold Tang Hui's to serve. In the following 3 servings, Trace B Jingguo did not use Tang Hui's to serve, but used a normal serve. However, as a result of using the normal serve, the score became 3:4. As long as Hanyu Takeba keeps his serve, then this game will come to the match point. www.novel.com Trace Department, it seems this did you lose the game. Hanyu Takeba said to Kigo Adobe, which was hitting the tennis ball with the racket in his hand. Let's stop talking nonsense, Hanyu, I haven't lost yet. Kigo Adobe's eyes were tight on the tennis ball, as if to show the tennis ball through. Really? Then you still cracked my serve first, let's say this. Trace B. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and once again, he raised his hand and shot it out again. Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 30:0. The referee's voice rang. Takabe, how is my serve? What I can see, what I can see. Adobe Kigo ignored Hanyu's words, his eyes still fixed on the Hanyu bamboo leaves in the field. It's really boring. Seeing that Kigo Adobe didn't have any plans to answer, Hanyu Zui also had no plans to continue talking. After all, there was no support, and the cross-talk could not go on. The Great Wilderness Starfalls. Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 40:0. Damn it! He let out a low growl in the mouth of Ryuren. Now it can be said that Hanyu Takeba has won the match point. As long as Hanyu Takeba scores this goal, the total score will become 3:5. As long as Hanyu Takeba breaks serve against Kigo Adobe's serve, Kingxu will win this game. Come on, Minister! Come on, Minister! Xiang Haiak and others cheered for Kigo Rube. But when Hanyu Zui once again used the Great Desolate Starfall, the hearts of Xiangriyaki and others were still corrected. This ball, can Kigo Adobe be able to follow? Chapter 40, Win. I saw it. Kigo Ono let out a burst of shout. At the moment when Hanyu Bamboo Leaf made a Great Desolate Starfall, Adobe Kigo's figure moved along with it. With a backhand counterattack, Adobe Kigo directly hit the ball back to the dead corner on Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's left hand, and scored a hit. Akibe Kigo scored 40:15. Hanyu, speaking of it, I have to thank you now. Kigo Adobe covered his left eye with his palm. Under your pressure, my uncle's eyes have evolved. Your serve and your movements can't escape my uncle's eyes now. In front of my uncle's eyes, your whole body is full of blind spots. Kigo Onbi's eyes possess extraordinary insight, able to spot the weakness of the opponent and see through all the abilities. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf Great Desolate Starfall's ball speed has indeed exceeded the capture range of Kigo Adob's eyes before. But it was precisely because of the double pressure of Hanyu Takeba's serve and the inability to fail, that Kigo Adob's eyes had undergone a qualitative transformation, and his insight was improved. Kigo Adob's eyes have already used his dynamic vision to a certain extreme. In addition to capturing the trail of the wild star of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, it is also able to accurately see through the dead corners of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Catch it! Trabe caught that guy's serve, and now that Trabe can crack that guy's swing ball again, then there is still hope of winning this game. Shinzu Yuji tightly grasped his hand. Raised a fist. After Kigo Adobe cracked the great barren starfall of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, it can be said that Kigo Adobe reluctantly pulled the situation back, and now there is only the wave ball that stands in front of Kigo Adobe. Well, it's really beyond my expectation. Adobe. Hanyu Takeba said faintly. He was just scored by Kigo Adobe's counterattack, which can also be said to be an accident. After all, Hanyu Zui did not turn on. Own eyes of the Emperor. However, I also have a sentence for you. I don't have any dead spots on my body. So your eyes have no effect in front of me. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's words fell, and it was another great wild star. Got out. I said, in front of my eyes, your serve is useless. Adobe Kigo once again appeared on the ball, but Adobe Kigo wanted to hit the tennis back like just now. When he reached the blind spot of Yuya Bamboo Leaf, Adobe Kigo suddenly discovered that there were no blind spots on Yuya Bamboo Leaf's body. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is no dead spot? In this situation, Kigo Adobe could only hit the tennis back at will. Akibe, your face looks a little ugly. Hanyu Takeba didn't use a wave ball to return to Abe Kigo. Instead, he released a short ball, which was worthy of hitting the tennis ball over the net. In front of Hanyu Takeba's eyes that can see the future of the Emperor, the eyes of Kigo Onbi, who can see through the blind corner, seem a little inadequate. When Kigo Adobe's eyes just saw the blind spot, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf with the eye of the Emperor had already anticipated Kigo Adobe's counterattack. He had already prepared in advance. The moment Kigo Adobe made a counterattack, the blind spot in Hanyu Bamboo Leaf had long since disappeared. This is also the reason why Kigo Adobe couldn't see the dead corners of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves. It can only be said that the power of the eye of the Emperor perfectly restrained Kigo Adobe's eyes' insight. Damn it! Sub Kigo's body suddenly jumped forward, and the racket in his hand stretched to the limit, reluctantly saving the ball. Although I don't know why my eyes suddenly have no effect on Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but Kigo Adobe is not someone who gives up easily. Even if his eyes can't see the dead corner of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Kigo Adobe wants to take this round from Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Hanyu Zui raising his hand was a forehand slam, and the tennis ball flew towards Kigo Adobe again like a bolt of lightning. Even if he didn't use the skills that could be like killing people, is this guy's strength so terrible? Yoshi Shinzu looked at the situation on the court, his eyes became more and more solemn. Although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf did not use the wave ball, but only relied on the most basic tennis skills to fight, but now the whole scene is completely controlled by Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and the rhythm of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is controlled. Under the circumstances, Kigo Adobe could only barely maintain his undefeated. If Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's wave ball showed the terrifying power of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf before, then Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's skills are now extremely exquisite. It's hard to imagine that these two completely different styles would appear in the game. The same person. Ninzu Yoshi could not imagine why there would be such a monster as Hanyu Takeba, nor could he think of what kind of players could defeat the monster like Hanyu Takeba. In fact, although Hanyu Takeba has a good tennis talent, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is still a big gap compared with real monsters such as Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke, at least in terms of basic skills. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is far inferior to Tezuka Kunomitsu and the others. But who makes Hanyu Bamboo Leaf a hanger? Under the blessing of the eye of the Emperor, the basic skills of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who has the ability to predict the future, can be said to be above the Shiraishi Kurenashuk who appeared in the original work, and Shiraishi Kurenashuk is the most basic tennis skills have the strength of a national player. This can only be said of the S-level abilities, Zone, the protection of the flaming roaring tiger, and the Eye of the Emperor. These are more terrifying than one. A single S-level ability is enough to make people have the strength of a national-level player, not to mention Hanyu Takeba's ability to have 3 S-level abilities at the same time. Hanyu Takeba scored, the total score was 5:3. In the end, even if Hanyu Bamboo Leaf did not use the wave ball, relying on the power of the Eye of the Emperor, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf still easily won the game. This also means that if Hanyu Takeba breaks hair, Kingxu will win this practice match, and now all the pressure has come to Kigo Adobe. Every time you see Hanyu's style of play, there will be a horrible feeling, as if every step of the opponent was guessed by Hanyu. Sadaji said, closing the notebook in his hand. There is no way to continue collecting intelligence now. At the goal just now, Takeba Hanyu has successfully won the game with a total score of 6:3. After Hanyu Takeba won this game, he also announced that Kingxu won this game with a score of 3:1. Chapter 41, the game continues. Timbu, he actually lost. Xiang Ryu and others said in disbelief. Although Xiangryu and others were prepared for Kigo Rube's failure, after this incident happened, Xiangryu and others were still a little unacceptable. Hanyu, I lost this time, but the Ice Emperor must win the next time. Although he lost the game, Kigo Adobe still maintained his demeanor and extended himself to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Palm of the hand. After all, the pride of the Adobe family would not allow Kigo Adobe to jump up and down like a clown after a failure. Yet, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf held Kigo Adobe's palm and said faintly. However, it will be our youth school who will win next time. Now Hanyu Takeba's heart is no longer in Kigo Adobe's body. In the game just now, Hanyu Takeba has completed a new achievement, Defeat Ice Emperor Academy, and this achievement is given to Hanyu Takeba. An S-level lucky draw opportunity. Hanyu Takeba did not expect that when he defeated Kigo Adobe, he would only give a chance to draw an A-level lottery. Now, after he took Kingxu to defeat the Ice Emperor in the training match, he would even give an S-level 1 lottery. I can only say that the system's achievement evaluation is really fascinating. However, this is a good thing for Hanyu Zuoyi. After all, defeating the Ice Emperor Academy can give an S-level lottery chance, so if you can defeat Taki Heitai, Babao Tenji, among these original works strong school, that should also be an S-level lottery. After this practice stay is over, there is a Yamabuki Middle School waiting for Hanyu Takeba. Even if defeating Yamabuki Middle School does not give an S-level lottery chance, then giving an A-level lottery is not too much. Our Ice Emperor lost this time, but it was really a wonderful game. Sakura Taro stretched out his palm to Ryasaki Sumire. It was indeed a wonderful game. Ryasaki Sumire could only respond to Sakura Taro's words with a smile. After all, he won the practice match, and there was a CO stay in the back. Moreover, Ryasaki Sumire and Sakura Taro had no contradiction, naturally. What cruel words will be put? Teacher Ryagazaki, I have an uninvited request here. Sakura Taro said to Ryasaki Sumire. Coach Ryagazaki, the purpose of our practice together this time is to strengthen the strength of our players. If this is the case, can the last singles continue? Sakura Taro looked at Ryagazaki Sumire with a smile. No problem. Although Ryasaki Sumire agreed to Takutaro's proposal, in fact, Ryasaki Sumire didn't intend to agree to it. Ryasaki Sumire also understands that Takutaro only made this suggestion in order to collect more data on the youth players and to facilitate the development of tactics for the youth students, but it is still the same sentence, there is a practice stay behind. But the most important thing is that Hanyu Takeba said to Ryasaki Sumire that a truly strong team will not be afraid of any target. If it can be targeted, then it can only show that it is not really strong. Team. As long as the youth school breaks through the regional competition, other teams in the competition will naturally study the youth school. Breaking through the metropolitan competition, other teams with the Kanto competition will naturally study youth. Breaking through the Kanto competition, there will be other teams in the national competition that will naturally study youth. It can be said that as long as Kingsyu can win, there will be teams constantly targeting Kingsyu. Sooner or later, Kingsyu's information will be leaked out. Once Kingsyu really becomes a national champion, then all teams in the country who want to win will naturally take Kingsyu. Seeing it as his own goal, he kept collecting information on Kingsyu, just like Makanata Gakken, the champion of last year's national competition. Then I would like to thank Coach Ryasaki more here. Sakura Taro thanked Ryasaki Sumire again, and then made a gesture to the referee. Under the confirmation of Sakura Taro and Ryasaki Sumire, the practice match naturally continued. The first singles match was played by Fuji Shao from Youth Academy against Jiro Akutagawa from Ice Emperor Academy. I thought I didn't need to play anymore. After learning that the game was going on, Fuji smiled and picked up his racket and walked towards the court. Fuji's game? It seems to be another very exciting game. Gan Sadaji took out his notebook again. Come on, Akutagawa, show the young guy a little bit of color. Xiang Hyak continued to cheer for Jiro Akutagawa. Although the Ice Emperor has lost this practice match, if Akutagawa Jiro can win this round, he can also earn a little bit of face for the Ice Emperor. Come on, Fuji, come on, Fuji. Seeing Xiang people cheering for Akutagawa Jiro, Kikumaru Ag naturally refused to show weakness and shouted around Fujisuk to cheer, the voice overwhelming Xiang people. In response to this, Xiang Ryu's voice naturally rose. Come on www.novel.com Akutagawa. Come on, no 2. Come on, Akutagawa. Come on, no 2. The voices of Ag Kikumaru and Mukai Take people are getting louder and louder, and they are vying for each other, and no one is willing to bow their heads first. It seems that the match is not 2 Josuk and Akutagawa Jiro, but Kikumaru Ag and Mukai Take people in a rematch. Same. Be quiet, Ag, it's impossible to lose without 2. Hanyu Takeba, who was troubled by Ag Kikumaru's noise, stood up, rubbed Ag Kikumaru's hair, and calmed down Ag Kikumaru. The footsteps of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunikeku, who have been chasing after Fujisuk, already possess national-level strength. Even Kigo Atobe, it is not so easy to defeat Fujisuk before he has evolved. Hanyu Takeba would not believe that Fujitsu will lose to Akutagawa Jiro. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Ag Kikumaru also calmed down. Ag Kikumaru was ready, and after waiting for a win in 2 weeks, he satisfactorily taunted Hyak. After Ag Kikumaru calms down, Takeba Hanyu can prepare to draw the card with peace of mind. I have to say that this system is still very conscientious. It does not put all the skills of different levels in one card pool. The S-level lottery must be an S-level skill, which is completely different from a certain factory, a certain station, a certain yi. Because they are all S-level skills anyway, Takeba Hanyu didn't play any superstitions like washing hands and changing luck, so he just started drawing cards neatly. After a burst of golden light from the system's prize pool, a card suddenly jumped out. Looking at the name of this skill card, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't expect that he would get this skill. Chapter 42, Disappearing Serve. Skill card, Chi. When I saw the name of this skill card, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who came back to his senses, couldn't wait to open the description of this skill card. After all, when the name of Chi is mentioned, I think everyone can be the first in their minds. That name appeared for a while. Chi can make your body exceed the limit. Although the description of the skill card is exceptionally simple, Hanyu Zuyu can be sure that this card is the Chi of Dragon Ball. After all, after drawing this card, Hanyu Zuyu's 5-dimensional attributes are not only technical, rose a little. If I used to say that my tennis was a killer tennis, then I am afraid it is not just a killer tennis, but a corpse tennis. Feeling the strength of his body, Hanyu Takeba murmured. Although only 4 attributes have been added, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can clearly feel that his strength has once again undergone a qualitative change. The last time I felt this way, I was drawn to the heat of the roaring tiger. This speed of opening up and becoming stronger, although it makes Hanyu Bamboo Leaf feel a bit too outrageous, but I have to say that the feeling of opening up is really cool. It can be directly invincible. Why do you have to upgrade it slowly? And Hanyu Zui believes that if the difficulty of life can be chosen, 100% of the people will not even bother to choose the normal mode, and start straightforwardly. Besides, I am not the kind of genius who evolves at every turn of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others, and they can barely maintain their lives by opening their hands. After completing the lottery, Takeba Hanyu's eyes returned to the arena. 0:2, it seems that Fuji hasn't gotten serious yet, or is it a black belly? Looking at the score in the field, Takeba Hanyu touched his chin and said. Hanyu Takeba didn't believe that he would lose to Jiro Akutagawa by 2 rounds with the help of the second week. Fuer Josuk is a real genius. In addition to tennis, photography, piano, equestrianism, billiards, these Fuer Josuk are very good at them. It is precisely because of this that Fujisuk often has an indifferent expression. It can be said that if it weren't for the existence of Kunomitsu Kamikaze, maybe Fujisuk would have become the kind of Akutsurin in the original work. The way he doesn't care. Fuji. Hanyu Takeba lazily called out the name of Fujishusuk, who knew that Fujishusuk would understand what he meant. Hanyu still doesn't have any patience? But, who made him the minister? The smile on Fujisuk's face became more gentle. Hearing Fuer's Haujik's words, Akutagawa Jiro was confused. Akutagawa Jiro didn't know why the young guy in front of him was able to laugh even after losing 2 games in a row. I'm sorry. Fuji Josuk said as he squinted his eyes and opened slightly, revealing those pure ice blue eyes like sapphires. After Fujisuk opened his eyes, Akutagawa Jiro felt inexplicably that the guy in front of him seemed to be a different person. After the slender fingers released the tennis ball, the racket in his right hand cut and hit the ball from the bottom up, and the tennis ball was shot out suddenly. Just when Akutagawa Jiro was preparing to fight back to help serve the ball, the tennis suddenly disappeared from the front of Akutagawa Jiro. Fujijo helped score, the score was 15:0. The tennis ball has disappeared. The other people of Bingdi looked at the suddenly disappearing serve, and exclaimed in their mouths, how should such a disappearing serve hit back? Is this another trick? Hanyu Takeba said, curling his lips. Disappearing serve is a kind of cut serve, but it adds a spin to the tennis ball when serving, so the tennis ball rushes out from the opponent's hand quickly, creating the illusion of disappearance. Although it looks simple, it is quite difficult to use a serve that will disappear. It's just that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has learned it for a long time and hasn't learned it. That's why Hanyu Bamboo Leaf has this attitude towards this disappearing serve. Not only was Fujisuk's disappearing serve, Hanyu also tried to learn the zero cut from Tezuka Kunomitsu, but unfortunately he also failed. So from then on, Hanyu understood that he was completely not a genius, and can barely make ends meet by opening up. Too powerful, your serve will disappear, Akutagawa Jiro was also surprised by the disappearance of Fujisuk's serve. Akutagawa Jiro even bypassed the net directly and ran in front of Fujisuk, his eyes fixed on Fujisuk, hoping that Fujisuk would give him this trick. Akutagawa, this guy. Looking at Akutagawa Jiro in the field, Adobe Kigo covered his forehead, and Adobe Kigo also felt a very headache for Akutagawa Jiro's natural and dull character. Akutagawa, are you still playing now? What are you doing? Yet. I almost forgot, I'm still playing now. Hearing Kigo Adobe's roar, Jiro Akutagawa touched his hair and smiled embarrassedly. www.novel.com that, you are over after the game. I'm teaching me this serve that will disappear. Akutagawa said to Fuji Josuk earnestly, and then ran back to his field. "You must teach me." After returning to his venue, Akutagawa Jiro didn't forget to repeat it again, for fear that it might have been forgotten by Josuke. "It's really interesting." For Akutagawa Jiro, Fujisuke's face once again put a gentle smile on his face. For Akutagawa Jiro's actions, Fujisuke didn't feel any wrong with it, but found it interesting. Fujijo helped score, the score was 30:0. Fujijo helped score, the score was 40:0. No 2 weeks to help win, the score is 2:1. Fuerzozu used the disappearing serve, and he won the game with great ease. "Now it's my turn." Jiro Akutagawa became more and more excited. Jiro Akutagawa hit a topspin serve. The tennis ball kept spinning, and a huge curved track flew over the net and landed on the court of Fuji Josuke. After landing, a high rebound suddenly moved towards Fuji's Haujux. The left side popped out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Akutagawa Jiro ran directly to the net and served the net. Akutagawa Jiro is best at this kind of net volley tennis. It's a pity that Jiro Akutagawa met with Fujisuke. Fiian Huan Chao, who helped 5 times to return in no 2 weeks, is a game developed specifically for topspin. With Fujisuke's racket cutting from high to downward, the tennis ball cut a semicircle in midair and landed on Akutagawa's backcourt. Fujijo helped score, the score was 15:0. Chapter 43, Only 2 Singles. Fuer Josuke is a counter-attack and assault player. At least in elementary school, his style is like this. Otherwise, Fuer Josuke would not have the nickname of Genius. There are also 2 titles of Giant Golden Wrist and Smiling Swordsman. But in this game against Akutagawa Jiro, Fujisuke showed his super aggressive talents. In the next game, Fujisuke showed his extraordinary attacking power, simply neat. He won 6 games in a row and won the game with a total score of 6:2. However, this is also a matter of course. After all, in the fight with Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu, Fujisuke also understood that if there is no super attack method, it is impossible to defeat by just relying on counterattack. The 2 of Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunami are also the reason why Fujisuke changed his style. After helping to win Akutagawa Jiro in the second week, Ice Emperor can be said to have ushered in a total defeat. In addition to the doubles match between Ninzu Yuji and Makata, the other 4 games were played. It can be said to be a fiasco. This also makes Sakura Taro feel tremendous pressure. There are only 3 places in the Kanto region that can enter the national competition. If the Ice Emperor wants to enter this year's national competition, then he must win the top 3 in the Kanto competition. However, whether it is Lehei University High School, Yamabuki High School, and Hexagon High School are not easy people. More importantly, even if they get a place to enter the national competition, if the Bingdi wants to win the national championship, then Kingsyu was already the Bingdi and had to overcome a difficult hurdle. Compared with the Bingdi, the winning Kingsyu seemed much easier. However, in the afternoon training, Kingsyu did not relax. After all, Kingsyu's goal is to win the national competition. In the absence of winning the national championship, Hanyu Takeba will not let them relax. In the evening, when the young players like Takeba Hanyu are resting, Adobe Kigo and others were summoned by Sakura Taro. Looking at Sakura Taro with a serious face, even the most sloppy Akutagawa Jiro had his head down, and he did not dare to touch Sakura Taro's mold. In addition to the morning practice game, in the afternoon training, the Ice Emperor can also said that he lost to Kingsyu. The Ice Emperor completed the training plan developed by the joint trainers of Sakura Taro and Ryasaki Sumire on the 3 of Kigo Gobe, Yuji Ninzu, and Tsukio. Kingsyu has Hanyu bamboo leaves and hands. Tsukaku Namitsu, Fuji Josuke, and Takashi Kawamura were 4. I think everyone should also be very clear about the reason why I am calling you here now. Sakura Taro said lightly. No one answered Sakura Taro's words, and they also knew that Sakura Taro needed his own answer. Undoubtedly, the current Kingsu has become our Ice Emperor's biggest enemy to win the championship. As Sakura Taro said, he turned on the projector placed aside, and as the projector moved, Hanyu appeared on the screen. The influence of 10 people in Zuoyi. There is a saying that Bingdi's hardware facilities are really a piece of other schools, but who makes the Bingdi not bad? Plus there are 2 people, Kigo Adobe and Sakura Taro, who are extremely angry. In this morning's practice match, we only won the number 1 doubles match. In the 3 singles matches, our Bingdi lost to Kingsu. Do you know what this means? Yes, Sakura Taro's voice became extremely piercing. This means that our Ice Emperor and Kingsu's strength are not above the same level at all. Even if Kingsu gives up doubles, we can easily defeat our Ice Emperor. However, I am not calling you to tell this. After all, I think you know this thing better than I do. After all, you lost the game yourself. Akutagawa Jiro and others lowered their heads, even the proud Adobe Kigo is no exception. After all, what Sakura Taro said is the truth. If we want to defeat Kingsu, we must defeat their singles players, at least in 2 singles. When I said this, the projection of the curtain changed. The original images of the 10 members of Kingsu, now only 5 of them are left. Why are there 2 singles? Hearing Sakura Taro's words, he whispered to Hiaya Karen. Be quiet, Zyongri. Shinzuyoshi patted Zyongri and reminded. Although Sakura Taro had already noticed the small movements of Shinozushi Yuji, but Sakura did not care too much, but continued to analyze it. This is after my practice observations in the afternoon, and I found the 5 single players most likely to be sent by Kingsu. The first is Hanyu Takeba, the second is Tezuka Kunamitsu, the third is Fujisuke, and the fourth is Takashi Kawamura, 5th place Yamato Yude, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but there are only 3 players we need to pay attention to, Kunomitsu Tezuka, Shusuke Fuji, Takashi Kawamura. The heads of Hanyu Takeba and Yamato Yuda on the curtain also disappeared with Sakura Taro's words. Shinzu Yuji and others looked at Sakura Taro quietly. They believed that the reason Sakura Taro said this was his reason. The reason why I excluded Yamato Yuda is because Yamato Yuda's strength is the weakest among these 5 people. Unless it is a stable promotion of the youth school, the possibility of sending Yamato Yuda is almost 0. Sakura Taro slowly said. As for Hanyu Zuoyi, I don't think that our Ice Emperor, or even the entire middle school player, can beat him. His strength has already far exceeded the level that middle school students should have. This is why we said before, 2 games. The reason for singles is that only Hanyu Takeba can play, then Kingsu has won a singles match steadily. Hearing Sakura Taro's words, Adobe Kigo and others fell into a deeper silence. Even the strongest Adobe Kigo was not Hanyu Takeba's opponent, and there was no other Ice Emperor who could defeat Hanyu. Zhu Yi's opponent is now. I think everyone understands it now, so I will try my best to avoid the trail, and the more I know you are against Hanyu Takeba, I will abandon this game. Sakura Taro said calmly. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is indeed terrifying, so terrible that Sakura Taro does not know what kind of player can defeat Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but even if Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is strong, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf can only win the next game, and the game is 5 innings system. So how to arrange the players to play, replace Hanyu Takeba with his weakest player, this is what the coach Sakura Taro has to do. Chapter 44, Tianji Horse Racing. In addition to Hanyu Takeba, the most important thing we need to pay attention to among all the green school players is Tezuka Kunami. Although Tezuka's strength is not Hanyu Takeba, it is also extremely powerful. Tezuka Kunomitsu is good at using the left hand. He is an all-round player. Regardless of speed, strength, physical strength, or skill, it can be said that he can't find any flaws. Although it is only an afternoon, Sakura Taro has collected enough useful information. Takabe, are you sure that you can defeat Tezuka Kunomitsu? Sakura Taro's gaze turned to Kigo Adobe. The second strongest Kashitsuki in the Ice Emperor Academy had already lost to Tezuka Kunimitsu. The only one who had perhaps the only one who defeated Tezuka Kunimitsu was Kigo Adobe. What I need is an absolute answer. I don't know. Adobe Kigo said in a deep voice. Although he had undergone a transformation during the match against Hanyu Takeba, Kigo Adobe was still uncertain about whether he could defeat Tezuka Kunami. Kunimitsu Tezuka has always been regarded by Kigo Adobe as his fateful opponent. Kigo Adobe naturally knows the horror of Tezuka Kunamitsu's strength. In the match against Koshichi Tsukio, Tezuka Kunamitsu did not show up your true strength. Although Kigo Adobe had the confidence to defeat Tezuka Kunamitsu, before he truly defeated Tezuka Kunamitsu, Kigo Adobe's pride did not allow Kigo Adobe to say that Tezuka Kunamitsu was not his opponent. It seems that the situation is worse than I thought. Sakura Taro tapped his finger on the armrest of his chair and whispered. Adobe Kigo's answer was obviously not what Sakutaro wanted to hear, but fortunately, the situation was not as bad as the worst. At least Adobe Kigo still has the possibility of defeating Tezuka Kunimitsu. Takabe, during this staying practice period, I will find a way to get you to fight Tezuka Kunamitsu. I hope you can defeat Tezuka Kunamitsu. If Kigo Adobe is not Tezuka Kunamitsu's opponent, then Sakura Taro has even fewer cards to play. I will, coach. Adobe Kigo answered without hesitation. Okay. The next thing is Fuji Shisuke. Sakura Taro's gaze turned to Koshichi Tsukio. The more you know, are you sure to defeat him? What I need is an absolute answer. Coach Sakura, I'm not sure. In the game against Akutagawa, Fujisuke may not have used his full strength yet. Koshichi Tsukio said, shaking his head. The words of Kigo Adobe and Tsukio Koshichi undoubtedly made Zyongrayaki and others feel a trace of despair. The best way to deal with the singles players of Kingsyu is to use Tianji's horse racing method and use his own side to be the weakest. Replace their strongest player. But if the superior horse can't beat the medium horse, and the medium horse can't beat the inferior horse, then Tianji's horse racing method is just a joke. Takabe, are you sure that you can defeat Fujisuke? Sakura Taro said with his eyes closed. Now Sakura Taro must not be prepared to deal with the worst result. Of course. Adobe Kigo responded to Sakura Taro's words without hesitation. Yet. After Sakura Taro responded lightly, he turned his gaze to Shinzo Yuji. Among all the newcomers of the Ice Emperor, the most talented person is undoubtedly Kigo Adobe, but in Sakura Taro's eyes, Shinzo Yuji's talent is no worse than Kigo Adobe. But Ninzuyoshi's current strength, not to mention that compared with Adobe Kigo, even has some gaps with Akutagawa Jiro. Ninzuyoshi did not exchange their talents completely, or that tennis is not unique to Ninzuyoshi at all. If Sakura Taro allowed Shinzuyoshi to waste his talents before, then under the pressure of the youth school, Sakura Taro would no longer allow Shinzuyoshi to waste his talents. Forbearance. Coach. In this training, in addition to Jibei and Uezi, I will also arrange for you to play a match with Fujitsujo. I hope you don't let me down. You should understand what I'm talking about. Yes. Shinzo Yuji replied softly, and Shinzo Yuji naturally understood Sakura's meaning. Very good. After Sakura Taro finished speaking, he continued to analyze Takashi Kawamura. Kawamura Takashi, although he and Ken Sadaji formed a doubles combination in practice matches, there is no doubt that this player is a single player. It can be said that in the doubles match of the number 2, it is completely Kawamura. Long single-handedly defeated the two of you, Taki and Shido. Hearing Sakura Taro's words, Takeya Jinashuk and Shinto Ryo silently lowered their heads and blushed. They lost to 1, it was really shameful. Although the possibility is very small, it is not ruled out that Kingsu's coach Ryagazaki will make Kawamura Takashi a singles player. However, if Kingsu really arranges Kawamura Takashi to become a singles player, UU reading www.uugonshu.com is not a problem for us. A good thing, compared with Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fuji Shusuke, Kawamura Takashi's strength is a bit weaker. What we need to pay attention to is his strength and the skill called Wave Ball. Compared with Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujitsu. With the help of 2 weeks, Sakura Taro analyzed that Takashi Kawamura had the most intelligence. After all, Takashi Kawamura was not so invulnerable compared to Kunomitsu Tezuka. In addition to the 3 of Tezuka Kunomitsu, Sakura Taro also made a corresponding analysis of Kinksu's 3 doubles combinations. After all, if Kigo Adobe is not Tezuka's opponent, then the Ice Emperor must win. The 2 doubles match is won, otherwise there would be no wins at all. After analyzing the information of Kingaku, Sakura Taro left alone Kigo Adobe, Tsukio Koshichi, Yoshi Shinzu, and Jiro Akutagawa alone. The 4 people of Adobe Kigo can be said to be the strongest 4 of the Ice Emperors, and besides Koshichi Tsukio, Adobe Kigo, Shinzu Yoshi, and Akutagawa Jiro are all freshmen in the 1st grade, and there are 2 full years. More time to grow up. Although Sakura thinks that Kinksu is the biggest enemy of the Ice Emperor on the road to become a national champion, Sakura Taro does not think that other than Kinksu, the Ice Emperor has no opponents. On the contrary, under the pressure of Kinksu, Sakura's sense of crisis has greatly increased. After all, among the newcomers this year, in addition to Hanyu Takeha, Tezuka Kunomitsu, Fujisuke, and others, there are still many monsters. Shandon Kanto has Yukimura Seiichi, Sanada Geni Kairo, and Yanagi from Takakai University, Akutsuran and Senshi Kiyazumi from Yamabuki Junior High School. Therefore, the Ice Emperor must become stronger, so strong that no one can defeat it. In Sakura Taro's eyes, the second will never be the Ice Emperor's goal. The Ice Emperor has always had only one goal, that is, the first. Chapter 45, Training Daily. The next day, Bingdi Academy. Are these few people really junior high school students? Under the banknote offensive of Adobe Kigo and Sakura Taro, the trainers who volunteered to participate in this exercise camp, holding the data recording book in their hands, looked in front of them. Hanyu Zuya and others said as if they had seen a ghost. As trainers who have worked for many years, they have not seen so many talented young tennis players, but they really haven't seen so many talented teenagers at once. However, this is no wonder. After all, in the 3 years since today, it can be said that there have been 3 years of endless emergence of talented tennis players. To paraphrase the term of fantasy novels, the era of great world controversy has quietly begun. One of the most shocking trainers is Hanyu Takeba. The training volume of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others is more than twice that of normal middle school students, but Hanyu Takeba's training volume is doubled above this amount. But in the face of this level of training, Hanyu Takeba's condition looked more relaxed than that of Tezuka Kunomitsu and others. Coach Ryazaki Sumire, your young players this year are really amazing. It seems that today's national competition, your young students will be the biggest dark horse. Standing on the sidelines, Sakura Taro slowly said while watching the field. There are a total of 20 people participating in this exercise, 10 from Kinksu and 10 from Bingdi. Originally, there were only 9 members of the Ice Emperor who participated in the practice dormitory, but Kigo Adobe also brought in Takahiro Kaji, so that the number of Ice Emperor and Kinksu's members who participated in the practice dormitory was the same. Regarding Kigo Adobe's arrangement for Takahiro Kaji to participate in this training camp, Sakura Taro naturally does not have any opinions. Because of Kigo Adobe's relationship, Sakura also knew that Takahiro Kaji was no stranger, and Sakura knew that Takahiro Kaji was a talented tennis player. Next year, Huadi Chonghong will be promoted to join the Ice Emperor. It is a good thing for Huadi Chonghong to participate in the middle-level training in advance, and it is also a good thing for the Ice Emperor. Ryagazaki Sumire wouldn't say much about Kaji Takahiro's participation in this CO stay. After all, everything in this practice CO stay was provided by the Ice Emperor, and Kaji Konghong's appearance did not look like it at all. It's an elementary school student, even a high school student will believe it. In addition to knowing about Takahiro's Hanyu bamboo leaf and Kunamitsu Tezuka, Eiji Kikumaru and others thought that Takahiro Kameiji was originally a member of the Ice Emperor, but because of something, they didn't show up yesterday, and today they joined this practice group. Coach Sakura, your Ice Emperor's players are also very strong. Ryazaki Sumire, naturally respectful of Sakura Taro's words. Who can tell about the national competition? I just hope that these children can go farther in this year's national competition. Just when Sakura Taro and Ryasaki Sumire were chatting, many people are also competing in today's training program. Kigo Adobe and Kunamitsu Tezuka, Mukai Hideki and Eiji Kikumaru, Jiro Akutagawa, Yoshi Shinzu and Fujisuke. It's only Kigo Adobe's group, but Kigo Adobe insists on competing with Tezuka Kunami. The cold-hearted Tezuka Kunami doesn't mean to follow Kigo Adobe at all. The rivalry between Akutagawa Jiro and Fujisuke is because when Akutagawa Jiro saw Fujisuke's gorgeous counterattack, he kind of turned into a trend for Fujisuke fans. Defeating his idol is not what a fan should do. Is it? As for the reason for the rivalry between Ninzu Yuji and Fujisuke, the reason is even simpler, because it was arranged by Sakura Taro. However, the rivalry between the above few people seems to be more peaceful anyway, and the rivalry between Eiji Kikumaru and Mukai Hideki is much more lively. Red-haired monkey, you can't do it. Zyongrayaki sneered at Eiji Kikumaru while lying on his back and touching his ankles. In this training camp, the training programs developed by the trainers are basically aimed at endurance and strength. As for the tennis skills, they are not included in this training program. You can't do it, red-haired monkey Eiji Kikumaru also said, not to be outdone. I finished the last project much faster than you. Obviously I am faster than you. Xiang Ryuren said while accelerating the speed of lying on his back and touching the ankle. I'm fast. Seeing Mukaran accelerating, Eiji Kikumaru also accelerated. I'm fast. Agen, is there really no problem with Eiji and the others like this? Shueikiro Oishi, who was exercising his upper limbs, looked at the scene in front of him, and said helplessly. Since Eiji Kikumaru and Taketo Mukai are of the same type, the projects that Eiji Kikumaru and Takei Mukai do are the same, but it is precisely because of this www.novel.com from the first project at the beginning, Eiji Kikumaru and Mukai Hideki were constantly competing, and neither of them was willing to complete the training project one step later. Isn't this great? And isn't there still a coach with them? If Eiji and the others have any problems, the coach has already stopped them. Don't worry, Eiji and the others will have no trouble. Gangenzi replied. Oishi Hidichiro said. And don't you think that Kikumaru and the others are nothing compared to the opposite group? Sadaji Kanji made a nuisance at the position where Takahiro Kawamura and Takahiro Kawahi were located. Takahiro Kawamura and Takahiro Kawachi are both strength-type tennis players, so the training programs that the trainers have developed for them are how to improve their strength. Compare their training programs to the core strength training programs of Eiji Kikumaru and Muka. Some are not enough. This guy from Ice Emperor is really scary, but why didn't he play yesterday? Hidichiro Oishi said silently while looking at Takahiro Hakeka, who was doing squats while holding a barbell. Huadi Konghong's huge body, carrying out the weight-bearing squat training program, really shocked the eyeballs. Who knows? Maybe Bingdi's coach has his own arrangements. Gan Zhenzi said as he put down the dumbbells in his hands, picked up the notebook on the side, and took advantage of this short gap to record wildly just now the data collected. However, compared with the guy from Hanyu, this guy is not terrible at all. That guy from Hanyu is the real monster. After recording all the data, Sadaharu Koki reinvested in strength training. Indeed. Shueikiro Oishi glanced silently, and in the distance there was a Hanyu bamboo holding a barbell twice the size of Takahiro Kaji, and he couldn't deny it. Chapter 46, End of Stay. After the morning training project is over, the afternoon session is the sparring practice. The Kingsu players competed against the members of the Ice Emperor. However, since it was the first day of practice, Sakura Taro and Ryusaki Sumire did not arrange a doubles match, and all of them were singles duels. Under this situation, Kigo Adobe was naturally entangled with Tezuka Kunimitsu in the first place, while Fuji Shusuke met Tsukio Joitsu, and Eiji Kikumaru and Miyokayatake naturally fell in love with each other. Oishi Hidichiro and others also found their own opponents. Among the young scholars, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf was the only one who was excluded from the battle sequence. After all, with Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's current strength, this kind of combat practice would not help Hanyu Bamboo Leaf at all. Of course, the main reason. It was because no one wanted to fight Hanyu Takeba at all. Therefore, in addition to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, the Ice Emperor's Taki Ajinashuk also unfortunately became the only hapless person who did not have a rival, who made the Ice Emperor another Birch Takahiro. However, for this situation, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf doesn't care at all. On the contrary, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is happy to see it happen. Without the afternoon training, Hanyu Takeba has enough time to learn targeted training methods from those professional trainers. Before Kingsu did not equip the tennis club with professional trainers, Hanyu Takeba prepared himself first. The position of the top trainer. Although Takeba Hanyu also used the data to formulate training methods for Takashi Kawamura and others, there is still a gap compared with the methods developed by professional trainers. In the process of learning from the trainer, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf discovered another use of chi. In addition to allowing the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to explode with power and speed that exceed its own attributes, if the chi acts on the brain, the above words can also greatly improve memory and comprehension. After all, the description of chi skills can make your body exceed the limit, and the brain is also a part of the body. Thanks to the help of this spirit, in just 4 days, Hanyu Zuya has mastered many targeted training methods, and the training plan of Takashi Kawamura and others can also be upgraded from 1.0 to 2.0. Soon, the CO Living training is over. After all, the total time of the CO Living training is only 5 days. Coach Sakura, thank you for taking care of our youth school over the past few days. After Hanyu Takeba and the others got on the bus, Ryuzaki Sumire, who was left at the back, stretched out his hand and thanked Sakura Taro. We also learned a lot during the training and staying together. Sakura Taro and Ryuzaki Sumire shook hands and said in a deep voice, Coach Ryugazaki, then we will see you at the Kanto contest. Although the Ice Emperor was completely suppressed by Kingsu in this training camp, Sakura believed that during the Kanto competition, the Ice Emperor must complete his revenge and defeat Kingsu completely. Goodbye at the Kanto conference. After Ryuzaki Sumire finished speaking, he waited for the bus. Adobe, take everyone to continue training. After the rear of the bus completely disappeared, Sakura Taro turned his head and said coldly to Adobe Kigo and the others standing behind him. In this practice stay, Sakura Taro also arranged singles against Kigo Adobe, Tsukio Koshichi and Yuji Ninzuo, Kunimitsu Tezuka and Josuke Fuji according to the previous plan. But except for Kigo Rube, who won a second week to help, all other battles ended in failure, which is not good news for the Ice Emperor. This means that once the Bingdi confronts Kingsu at the Guangdong conference, the Bingdi is likely to be swept out of the game and loses the possibility of entering the national competition, unless the Bingdi can win 2 doubles victories, but also let Kigo Adobe meet Fujisuke. Although the Ice Emperor will not necessarily go to youth school in advance, Sakura Taro is not the kind of person who surrenders fate to luck. Sakura Taro prefers to take fate in his own hands. However, for the current Ice Emperor, there is still good news, that is, there is still a long time before the Kanto contest begins. Sakura Taro believes that this time is enough for Kigo Adobe and their professional trainers. Transformation occurs under the guidance. Yes. Hearing Sakura Taro's words, Kigo Adobe shouted loudly, and returned to the Ice Emperor with Shinzu Yuji and others, and continued to train. Because of losing to Tezuka Kunimitsu in the adolescence, Kigo Adobe was suffocated in his heart. is not only Kigo Tebe, but also other people besides Takahiro Kawahi, especially Zyongrayaki people. Sure enough, compared with the Ice Emperor, there is still a big gap between our Kingsyu. Ryazaki Sumire returned to the car, looking at the slept Kawamura Takashi and others, and muttered to himself. Through this practice, Ryagazaki Sumire also saw the gap between Kingsyu and Bingdi. www.ltnovel.com. However, this gap is not the difference in player strength, but the gap in hardware equipment, and Bingdi's tennis. Compared with the team, Kingsyu's tennis club can be described as shabby. Although there is the school of Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and Fujisuke, it can be said that Ryagazaki Sumire has the strongest and most talented team, and even has the generation of Ekizen Nanjiro above Kingsyu. And from Ryazaki Sumire's view, the talents of Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fujisuke are not inferior to those of Ekizen Minamijiro in the same period, and Hanyu Takeba is even above the former Ekizen Minamijiro. But Ryagazaki Sumire also knows the importance of the training environment. The more top players, the bigger the training team around him. Although talent is the most important thing, acquired training is also indispensable. Without sufficient training, one cannot realize his talent. It seems that Ekizen Minamijiro also came to the US after graduating and became more professional through training. Legendary tennis player. If Ekizen Minamijiro had not received professional training, would he be able to become the world's #1 tennis player? I am afraid there is still a question mark. By the way, I remember that Stinky Kid seems to have returned to District 11, right? Maybe I should visit this Stinky Kid. Ryazaki Sumire, who sat in his seat, suddenly remembered something. And in a certain temple, a certain uncle who was lying on the porch watching the latest issue of Swimsuit Weekly sneezed inexplicably. It's that guy thinking about me, isn't it, the kid Ryoma? After rubbing his nose, the uncle turned and continued to look at the Swimsuit Weekly in his hand, with a slightly wretched laugh. Chapter 47, Nanako Ekizen. Although the practice together this time made Bingdi aware of the threat of Kingsyu and entered the era of large-scale training in advance, it was not without benefits for Kingsyu. After returning from the Ice Emperor, the Kikumaru Eiji and others, who felt the strength of the Ice Emperor, also became more hard-working. In this state, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's 2.0 version of the training plan was fully implemented in every school. The body of the team members. Although there is still a certain gap with Bingdi, after all, they have paid a lot of money. Tezuka, why is Coach Ryazaki not here today? Hanyu Takeba, who had just returned from the teaching office, walked slowly towards the tennis club and asked Tezuka Kunimitsu, who was supervising the training of others. After returning from the Ice Emperor, Ryazaki Sumire's training for Fuer Josuke and others can be said to be tighter. It can be said that it is the same as living in the tennis club. Suddenly, Ryazaki Sumire did not appear on the net. On the edge of the court, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf felt a little uncomfortable. Among the youth schools, the only one with independent training power is Hanyu Takeba, and the other is Tezuka Kunimitsu. As for Fujisuke, given the character of Fujisuke, Hanyu Takeba still feels that he should not let Fujisuke. It's too easy, maybe pressing and pressing, the help suddenly broke out within 2 weeks. Hanyu Takeba can count on Fuer Josuke, himself and Kunimitsu Tezuka to fight the original Takekai Big Three. In addition to supervision, Kunimitsu Koshitsuka is enough, but the character of Fuer Josuke is not as rigid as Kunimitsu Tezuka. In case, Fu Josuke also fished like himself, so that Tezuka Kunimitsu had an opinion. When Tezuka Kunimitsu went on strike, where should I look for such a right-hand man who works hard? However, when the strength of Shueikiro Oishi and Sadaharu Oishi rises next year, someone will come to share the work of Tezuka Kunimitsu. Thinking of this, Takeba Hanyu couldn't help feeling that he has such an excellent minister, and he is really young. Blessed. Coach Ryagazaki went to visit an old friend of hers. Tezuka Kunimitsu said lightly. However, Kunimitsu Tezuka's gaze has been watching Fujitsu help them in the field, and he did not look at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. In Tezuka Kunamitsu's eyes, he has time to look at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, so it is better to spend Fujijo assisting them. The body is good. Is it surprising that Coach Ryagazaki Sumair still has friends? Takeba Hanyu touched his chin. If it weren't for Ryagazaki Sumair who has a granddaughter, then people would believe that Ryagazaki Sumair is a granddaughter. By the way, Tezuka, do you know when the match between us and Yamabuki will start? Coach Ryagazaki has forgotten about this, right? After a few words from Ryasaki Sumair, Hanyu Takeba continued to confront Hanzuka. Kyuagwang asked. After taking the Ice Emperor's body to an S-rank lottery, Takeba Hanyu is a little hopeful that after defeating Yamabuki, the system can give him any reward. After hearing these words from Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunami finally turned his body and looked at Hanyu Takeba in front of him blankly. What's the matter, Tezuka? Hanyu Takeba was a little hairy when Tezuka Kunami stared at him, and he gave a dry smile unnaturally. Minister Hanyu, have you forgotten that tomorrow is the date for our game against Yamabuki Junior High? Really? Maybe Coach Ryagazaki forgot to tell me, right? Hanyu Takeba said with some erratic eyes. Yesterday, Coach Ryagazaki specially notified us, Minister Hanyu. Kunami Tezuka directly exposed Hanyu Takeba's lies without mercy. Looking in front of him, his face was grim, like a piece of Tezuka Kunamitsu who has not melted ice for 10,000 years. Hanyu Takeba feels that Tezuka Kunamitsu is not cute at all. He is the head of the tennis club. Hey, is he so faceless? This. By the way, Tezuka, do you know who the friend that Coach Ryazaki was looking for is? Hanyu Takeba, who couldn't find any excuses, changed the topic very bluntly. And Kunomitsu Tezuka glanced at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, but did not pay attention to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, and continued to supervise Fuji Josuke and the others. This made Hanyu Takeba a sigh of relief. Except for Kigo Onbi, who is fond of the opponent Tsuka Kunamitsu, Tezuka Kunamitsu's expression that no stranger should enter is also a kind of pressure for others. Uncle, are you there? It's Nanako, did your aunt ask you to come to me? After hearing Ekaizen Nanako's voice, Ekaizen Minamijiro tucked the swimsuit weakly into his sleeve and walked out quickly. It's been a long time, Minamijiro. Looking at Ekaizen Minamijiro in front of him, Ryasaki Sumair who was behind Ekaizen Nanako actively greeted Ekaizen Minamijiro. Cut, it turned out to be you, old woman. After seeing Ryagazaki Sumair, Ekaizen Minamijiro put his hands on his head and said lazily. However, when Ekaizen Minamijiro was back, the weekly swimsuit that Ekaizen Minamijiro hid in his cuffs suddenly fell to the ground. You reading www.yunsha.com. You kid, if it's the same as before, it hasn't changed at all. Ryazaki Sumair said to Ekaizen Minojiro who was picking up the weekly swimsuit in a hurry. Not only Ryagazaki Sumair, Ekaizen Nanako also saw the hot model on the cover of Swimsuit Weekly. However, compared to Ekaizen Nanako, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Ryagazaki Sumair seemed a lot more indifferent. After all, Ryagazaki Sumair's age, this kind of thing, Ryasaki Sumair has long been accustomed to it. You old woman, what do you know? Ekaizen Nanjiro said angrily, making a fool of himself in front of his niece. Hey? I mean you are already a little old, and your favorite taste has not changed. Minamijiro, it seems that I should have returned all the magazines that were confiscated from you before. Ryagazaki Sumair calmly said. You old woman, you still have the face to say this, do you know how long I had to save before I can buy a magazine? It's okay not to say Sumair Ryazaki. As soon as Sumair Ryazaki said, Ekaizen Minamijiro grew more and more. Got excited. The magazines that he regarded as treasures were taken one after another by the evil old woman in front of him. If you want, I can return all those things to you now. After all, those things take up some space, but are you sure you say these things in front of your niece? Minami-jiro. No, Nanako, your uncle, I have never bought those things before. This old woman is talking nonsense. Hearing Ryazaki Sumire's words, Ekizen Minami-jiro quickly defended. And you must never tell your aunt like this. Ekizen Nanako ignored Ekizen Minami-jiro's words and ran out with her head down. Chapter 48, Nanjiro Ekizen. Let's talk. What's the matter with you, old lady who came to me? Ekizen Nanjiro asked Ryazaki Sumire irritably, thinking about what he would think of his wife when he went back, explaining what happened today. Although reading swimsuit weekly is not a serious matter, reading swimsuit magazines in front of my niece is a serious problem. After all, this is a matter of teaching bad kids. Thinking of this, Ekizen Minami-jiro looked more and more unpleasant to Ryazaki Sumire. As long as this old woman came to him, it would be no good. Minajiro, it's still rude as always. I came to visit you specially, don't even have a cup of tea. Ryazaki Sumire, who was sitting opposite Ekizen Minami-jiro, said lightly. Tea. Sorry, it's finished already. Ekizen Minami-jiro stretched out a finger and took out his ear, and said lazily. Old woman, if there is nothing wrong with you looking for me, then you can leave. I have to ring the bell. After Ekizen Minajiro finished speaking, he turned his back to Ryazaki Sumire. The gesture of seeing off guests. You guy. Ryagazaki Sumire hadn't planned to drink tea originally, not to mention that Ryagazaki Sumire didn't come to Ekizen Minajiro for tea. Minajiro, this time I came here, I want to ask you for something. Ryagazaki Sumire sighed and said straightforwardly. Well, this is really strange. I didn't expect that the old woman would have a day to ask me. Hearing Ryazaki Sumire's words, Ekizen Minami-jiro, who read the swimsuit weekly magazine that he hadn't finished reading, became interested. I'm here this time, hoping that you can serve as a consultant for our youth tennis club. Before Kingsyu won the national championship, the school committee of Kingsyu would not invest a lot of money in the tennis department like Bingdi, so it is impossible for Kingsyu to catch up with Bingdi's hardware facilities at least for now. So Ryazaki Sumire targeted Ekizen Minami-jiro. Although Ice Emperor has dedicated trainers, no matter how strong those trainers are, they will not be better than the legendary tennis player Samurai Ekizen Minami-jiro. This is the only way Ryagazaki Sumire can think of. Tennis consultant. Ekizen Minami-jiro looked at Ryazaki Sumire in front of him with a surprised look. If Ekizen Minami-jiro could be sure that the old woman in front of him was Ryazaki Sumire, Ekizen Minami-jiro would even suspect that the person in front of him was Sumire. It's not Ryagazaki Sumire anymore. Yes, there have been many outstanding newcomers in the tennis club of the youth school this year, so I hope you, as the senior youth, can help them. Ryazaki Sumire said seriously. No time. Ekizen Minami-jiro, who got Ryazaki Sumire's certain answer, picked his nose and lay down again, flipping through the swimsuit weekly, and said. I am a monk now, not a professional tennis player, and I haven't played tennis for a long time. Hearing Ekizen Minami-jiro's words, Ryazaki Sumire smiled slightly. Ryazaki Sumire knew that Ekizen Minami-jiro was a lie when he said that he did not play tennis. When he entered the temple, Ryazaki Sumire saw traces of the tennis court. However, Ryagazaki Sumire didn't expose the lie of crossing the former Nanjiro. Tomorrow is our Kingsyu who will play a practice match with Yamabuki. If you are interested, then take a look. Among those children, there are 3 talents as high as you. Well, if I have time, I will go back. However, there are many things in the temple, and I should not be able to go. Ekizen Minami-jiro said perfunctorily without raising his head. It's up to you, then I will leave first. Now that he has brought the words to him, Ryazaki Sumire is about to get up and leave here. As to whether Ekizen Minami-jiro will agree to become a consultant for the tennis club, Ryagazaki Sumire does not have any certainty in his heart. All this depends on Ekizen Minamijiro's own intentions. However, Ryazaki Sumire believes that after Ekizen Minamijiro has seen Hanyu Takeba's talents, he will definitely become. Wait a minute. Just when Ryazaki Sumire was about to leave, Ekizen Minamijiro suddenly stopped Ryazaki Sumire with a loud voice. Why, you kid, have you changed your attention? Ryagazaka Sumire raised his brows and said. No, old lady, what you said about the swimsuit weekly that was confiscated from me before is true. Ekizen Minajiro said with a serious face, as if he was saying something very solemn. Ryazaki Sumire looked helplessly at Ekizen Minamijiro in front of him, and he really shouldn't have any expectations for this guy. Sure enough, I knew that your old lady was lying to me. Ekizen Minajiro said angrily, and then instantly became unlovable. Woo-woo, Nago, I thought I could meet with you in my lifetime, but now it seems impossible. Nagako. Kanda Najiko, I was confiscated by your old woman before I could see it. Do you know www.novel.com? That is a limited edition, and there is only one issue. I don't know how many runs later. The bookstore is already sold out. Really? I'm really sorry for that. Shut up, you old woman, do you know how much damage you did to that innocent boy at the beginning? Ryazaki Sumire, who constantly criticized Ekizen Minajiro. Smelly boy, don't give me too much. Ryazaki Sumire knocked on Ekizen Minamijiro's head with one hand, and shouted one by one, old woman. Is it true that he has no temper? Ekizen Nanjiro said as expected. You still have those magazines, I will mail them all to your home tomorrow. Ryagazaka Sumire said angrily. Hearing Ryazaki Sumire saying that his original magazines were still there, Ekizen Minamijiro felt as if he was covered by the skirt of the goddess of luck, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, Ekizen Minamijiro felt like the goddess of luck. While wearing safety pants. Wait a minute, old, it's not Coach Ryazaki Sumire, can you mail here directly? Ekizen Minajiro coughed twice and said seriously. If Ryagazaka Sumire mailed those swimsuit weekly magazines to his home, then his wife would definitely throw away all his treasures. I see. Ryazaki Sumire looked at the extremely serious Ekizen Minajiro in front of him, speechless. I can't thank you enough. Ekizen Minajiro said to Ryazaki Sumire. It's really troublesome. As expected, every time I see it, there is nothing good about this old woman. Ekizen Minamijiro, who was lying on the entrance, murmured while looking at the sky. Behind Ekizen Minajiro, the previous swimsuit weekly was placed. Chapter 49, Practice Match. Maybe it's because I know that today is a match between Kingsyu and Yamabuki, and today's weather is particularly suitable for the match. When Shang and Bingdi were staying together for practice, it happened to be a holiday, so there were no students watching during the match between Kingsyu and Bingdi, and today's game was not only during school time, but also happened to be the home court of Kingsyu, so many youth students rushed to the tennis club to watch this practice match. In addition to the youth students, there are also some foreign tourists. Well, in addition to a monk who doesn't look like a good person in secret, there are also reporters from Tennis Weekly, Mamoru Inu and Sayori Shiba. After all, whether it is Yamabuki or Ayagaku, the strength of this year cannot be underestimated, Mamoru Inu. The two naturally won't miss this opportunity. Even Inu Mamoru wants to publish a special issue following this practice match. Of course, the premise is that Kingsyu and Yamabuki can play a sufficiently exciting game. However, it seems to Inu Mori that there are many talented newcomers such as Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunamitsu, Fujisuke, Akuzu Ito, and Sengoku Kiyoshi. This practice game is destined to be brilliant. How come there are so many people watching this game today? Shiba Sayori, who had finally found a shooting location, complained a little. After all, the number of students who watched the game this time was more than a little bit higher than when the youth school played the intramural trials last time. This is normal. Inu Mori said lightly. After all, King Xue defeated the Ice Emperor a few days ago, so it's not surprising that there are such students watching this game. When Inu Mamoru said here, there was a trace of regret in his voice. Unfortunately, Inu Mamoru missed King Xue and Ice Emperor's game. However, although I missed the match between King Xue and Bingdi, today's match between King Xue and Yamabuki can make up for one or two. Senior Inu, you said King Xue defeated the Ice Emperor. Shiba Sayori said in disbelief. Yes. Inu Mamoru replied. Although the practice accommodation between Ice Emperor and King Xue is closed, Inu Mamoru also has his own channels. How is this possible? Shiba Sayori still couldn't believe that King Xue was able to defeat the Ice Emperor. Okay, Shibasa, the game is about to begin. Inu Mamoru did not remind. Yes, Senior Inu. Guardian, welcome you to our youth school. Ryazaki Sumire said to Bantian Kenya. He, wherever, I am also looking forward to today's children's competition today. Ms. Bada said with a smile. Then we will start the game, Coach Ryagazaki. Okay, old man. Smelly old lady, come on, give a severe lesson to this old fox. Outside the court, Minamijiro Ekizen looked at the court and said with his teeth clenched. In the last year of Ekizen Minamijiro in the youth school, it was because of Mitabata that he could not get tickets to the national competition. This is also an extremely regrettable thing in Ekizen Minamijiro Junior High School, second only to the lack of confession like Aiko. The number 2 doubles match below will be played by Youth Academy Yu Nanjo, Shinji Asano vs Yamabuki Junior High School Shintomi Inachi, and Kita Ima. Now we invite players from both sides to enter. After Ryazaki Sumire sat down, the referee announced loudly. This old fox. Looking at the strange faces following at Yamabuki Junior High School, Ryagazaki Sumire silently said the same things as Ekizen Minamijiro in his heart. Ryazaki Sumire had never seen these players from Yamabuki Junior High before, so it can only show that the players Handakaniya came to were all first-year newcomers. And the reason why King Xue played this practice match with Yamabuki was that he wanted to use Yamabuki Junior High School team members to hone Kikumaru Eiji and the others, but he didn't let his own King Xue make a sharpening stone for the people of Yamabuki. After hearing the news that they were on the field, Nanjo Yusei and Shinji Asano took a deep breath, especially Shinji Asano. After all, Shinji Asano had a very difficult victory over Takeshita Arakawa, and then he kept his place as a member of the school team. Just when the two Nanjo Yosho were about to enter the arena, Hanyu Takeba walked to the face of Nanjo Yosho and raised his fist. Come on, Nanjo Senpai, Shinji Senpai. I will. X2. Nanjo Yusheng and Shinji Asano were shocked, then smiled and struck Hanyu Takeba with their fists. After Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunomitsu and others also cheered for Nanjo Yasuo one after another. Come on! Come on, King Xue! As Nanjo Yusei stepped into the stadium, the youth students who came to watch the game made a huge cheer. Is loud as if holding a loudspeaker and yelling at the ear of a person. Although the tennis club of King Xue hasn't improved in the past few years, the students of King Xue will still cheer for the members of this tennis club. www.ltnovel.com. Listening to the deafening of the surrounding students with the sound of cheering, Nanjo Yosheng and the two people seemed to have returned to when they played tennis for the first time. Come on, Shinji, we can't lose this game. Yosheng Nanjo said seriously to Shinji Asano. Although this is just an ordinary practice match, not a national contest, Kanto contest, or even a regional trial, this is the first time Nanjo Yusei wanted to win so much after becoming a positive candidate, and even still playing against it. Above Bingdi's practice game. Of course, we don't represent ourselves after all. We also have King Xue and our other third-year members. Shinji Asano's eyes also ignited a flame of desire for victory. Serve from Qing Academy. Amidst the cheers of the surroundings, the number 2 doubles match finally officially started. Nanjo Yusei patted the tennis ball, Carefully observing the positions of Naitomi Inari and Kitakazuma, the racket in his hand suddenly swung out, a high-speed serve, and struck towards Naitomi Inari. Although Nanjo Yoshiao's serve cannot be compared to Hanyu Takeba, Tezuka Kunimitsu, and others, it is far inferior to Kawamura Takashi's burning serve. But compared with Nanjo Yosheng's serve before, the ball speed is much faster. Facing Nanjo Yoshio's serve, Shintomi Inari was a little reluctant to hit the ball back. After all, Shintomi Inari and Kita Ima are still two first-year rookies, not in the original work. A well-known doubles combination all over the country. The current strength of the two Shintomi Inagi is not comparable to that of the Nanjo Yosheng, which is why Bantian will only bring newcomers to participate in this time and the youth practice match. Chapter 50, Golden Combination. Youth Academy UCI Nanjo and Shinji Asano won with a total score of 6-2. After a fierce battle, Kingsyu finally won the first game. Good fight, that's it. After Kingsyu won, Ekaizen Minajiro let out a comfortable laugh. Although in the eyes of Ekaizen Minamijiro, Nanjo UCI and their games may be like children's playhouses, full of mistakes everywhere, but as long as they can win that Mida Banta, Ekaizen Minamijiro is happy. What a weird guy. Shiba Sayori looked at Ekaizen Minamijiro with a weird gaze. After all, Ekaizen Minamijiro's current appearance is too suspicious. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, he seems to be afraid of being caught. Others find their identity the same. Noting Shiba Sayori's gaze, Ekaizen Jiro coughed, and then shrank his body. But this strength is far from it, and it's no wonder that the smelly old woman will come to me. Ekaizen Minajiro murmured, Nanjo Yuzu and Asano Shinji's strengths are at best mid-level among their peers. His level is not considered a genius at all. But, who are the three geniuses mentioned by the smelly old woman? Ekaizen Minajiro's gaze kept looking at the Hanyu Takeba and others. I'm sorry, we lost the old man. After losing the game, Shintomi Inari and Kitakazuma lowered their heads, not daring to look at the face of Miki Banta. He, it doesn't matter, just work hard. This time I lose, and I will win the next time. Bantian's dry face raised a kind smile. Originally, Bantian didn't expect the two of Zindu Miyagi to win the game. After all, Zindu Miyagi are only newcomers, but Bantian also believes that as long as they are given 1 year, when next year, Zindu Miyagi will really burst into brilliance. However, it was Nanjo UCI and Shinji Asano that surprised Bantian. Last year, Bantian also saw the strength of Kingsyu. At that time, Nanjo UCI was not as strong as it is now. It seems that the strength of this year's youth school should not be underestimated. Can you only say that you really deserve to be Coach Ryagazaki? Thinking of this, Miki Bantian also smiled and looked at Ryagazaki Sumier, who was opposite him. This old guy's smile is as unsettling as ever. In front of Bonda Kaniya's smile, Ryagazaki Sumier felt like he had goosebumps. The first doubles match below, Youth Academy Kikumaru Eiji, Oishi Hideichiro vs Yamabuki Junior High School Minami Kentaro, Tohou Masami. Leave the game under Inagi to us. Nan Kentaro said to Naitomi Inagi. That's right, the game you lost will be won by our Tudo warriors. Dongfang Yami also said. Minami Kentaro and Tohou Masami have played tennis together since elementary school. The Tudo warriors are also the title they gave themselves, just like the nickname of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's Empire's Fierce Tiger, except that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's nickname is the Fierce Tiger in the Empire. The number is given by someone else. However, Minami Kentaro believes that their nickname of Tudo heroes will spread throughout the country, and today let Kingsyu remember the reputation of their two Tudo heroes. Then I beg you, Nan and Yami. Zindu Miyagi said in a deep voice. Don't worry, our Tudo soldiers will not lose. Nan Kentaro and Dongfang Yami said in unison. Come on. Sengoku Kyoji also added oil to the potato heroes, then turned to Agujinran and said. Ajizan, you can give Minami and them a little too. It's boring. Akutsuren said with a curled mouth, staring at the Hanyu bamboo leaves opposite. Akutsuren came here with only one goal, and that was to defeat Hanyu Takeba, but to Akutsuren's surprise, Takashi Kawamura was also here. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf also noticed Akutsuren's gaze, and smiled brightly at Akutsuren, but this made Akutsuren even more unhappy. In Akutsuren's eyes, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's smile was like saying that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf didn't take himself to heart at all. Nan Kentaro didn't care about Akutsuren's attitude. After all, Akutsuren has always had this attitude, and they have long been used to it. We are to Doseongbing. After Nan Kentaro walked into the court, they assumed a very second-in-two posture. What are these two guys doing? Sakamoto Araki said with a black line on his face. In the eyes of Sakamoto Araki, who is now the head of the tennis department of Yamabuki Junior High School, the posture of Minami Kentaro and the others is a bit too shameful. Well, Minister, isn't this interesting? Look at Kingsyu over there. Chiyoji Kiyoji pointed at Eiji Kikumaru with a smile. Potato male soldiers, so handsome. Looking at the two Nan Kenjiro opposite, Kikumaru Eiji's eyes seemed to shine. You have good taste. Eiji Kikumaru's reaction satisfied both Minami Kentaro. Hey, Dashi, I also have the same title as them, okay? Okay. This. Oishi Hidichiro had a headache. Kikumaru Eiji, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is now in the game, is it this time? And the title, where can I get it for myself? Okay, Oishi, look at Hanyu and they all have titles. What are the most ferocious tigers of the empire, what cold emperors, smiling swordsmen? I also want a handsome title that belongs to us. Seeing Oishi Hideakiro's attitude, Eiji Kikumaru said entangledly. Kikumaru Eiji had already wanted a nickname of his own, but because Hanyu Takeba and the others were too strong, Eiji Kikumaru was too embarrassed to give himself a title. But after hearing that Minami Kentaro and the others also have their own titles, Eiji Kikumaru finally couldn't help it. Shut up, Eiji. It's a game now. Kunimitsu Tezuka said coldly when Eiji Kikumaru said his nickname so frankly. That cold and icy expression is worthy of the nickname of the Cold Emperor. Hearing Tezuka Kunimitsu's words, Eiji Kikumaru was like an eggplant beaten by frost, and instantly wilted. In the tennis club, the most prestigious minister is not a nominal minister, but Tezuka Kunimitsu. Eiji. At this moment, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf suddenly said. The combination of Yu and Dashi is called the Golden Combination, Kingsyu's Golden Combination. Hanyu. Tezuka Kunami looked at Hanyu Takeba coldly, and Tezuka Kunami did not expect that Hanyu would be accompanied by Eiji Kikumaru to mess around. Golden Combination, very good name. Fuer Josuke also said with a smile. Looking at Hanyu Takeba and Fujisuke, Tezuka Kunami was inexplicably tired. Ryagazaki Sumire who also feels this way. Chapter 51, Isn't my words worth 28%? Although Hanyu Takeba's actions made Tezuka Kunimitsu and Ryazaki Sumire a little helpless. But many people are still excited and interesting, such as Eiji Kikumaru who has always wanted the title, Minami Kentaro who is also in the second, the smiling Mitabata, and the secretly peeping Ekizen Nantaro. The children nowadays are so energetic. Looking at them, I remember when I was young. Ms. Bada also smiled and said to Ryazaki Sumire. While Ryagazaki Sumire fell silent. Are you a golden combination? You are eligible to be the opponents of our Tudo warriors, but the final winner of this game must be our Tudo warriors. Nan Kentaro confidently said. Our golden combination will not lose. Eiji Kikumaru also said not to be outdone. Seeing the excited Kikumaru Eiji, Oishi Hidichiro also silently accepted the title of the Golden Combination. In fact, the title of Golden Combination is also good. Hidichiro Oishi thought silently in his heart. The game begins, Yamabuki Junior High will serve. After the referee blew the whistle, the game finally officially started. Tactic number 2. Nan Kentaro, who was about to serve, looked at the gesture behind Dongfang Yami and thought silently. The racket in his hand suddenly swung out, both in terms of speed and strength. Compared with Shintomi Inari, the basics of Minami Kenjiro and Tohou Masami are undoubtedly much more solid, and the tennis drew a beautiful line in the air. The arc flew towards Oishi Hideichiro. Easy. After Eiji Kikumaru let out a whisper, he made a leap, appearing halfway lightly like a cat, and he easily hit back with the tennis ball. Dongfang Yami, who was standing in front, had already appeared in front of the net. After receiving the ball quickly, a backhand drew the tennis ball directly to the bottom line. Dashi. Leave it to me. Facing Tohou Masami's counterattack, Shueikiro Oishi accelerated, and instantly appeared at the ball drop point, swinging his racket, and hitting the tennis back. The tennis ball flew high, a super high drop, and the tennis ball fell directly behind Minami Kentaro. Youth score, 15:0. The referee announced. I remember, this is Hanyu's skill that you used before. Looking at Oishi Hideichiro's ball, Sadaharu Kan, who was collecting data, asked Hanyu Takeba. This isn't exactly a volley of the moon climbing, but it won't be long before Oishi has mastered this move completely. Hanyu Takeba said faintly. Oishi Hideichiro has an excellent ball handling ability. Such a volley that requires a strong ball handling ability is really suitable for Hideichiro Oishi. So that's the case. Sadaji Mizuno silently added a few more paragraphs under Oishi Hideichiro's information, and the sense of crisis in Miss Sadaji's heart has increased a bit. Everyone is constantly evolving. Oishi, you are so handsome with this ball. Eiji Kikumaru exclaimed excitedly. Compared with Hanyu, I am far from enough. Oishi Hideichiro said in a deep voice. Although he scored the goal directly, Oishi Hideichiro knew that he was still far away from the moon-climbing volley that Hanyu Takeba had previously performed. At least if the goal just now was replaced by Hanyu Takeba, it must be. It's great to hit the bottom line, instead of falling into the court like myself. The strength of these two children is very strong, and the golden combination is really a very suitable title. Looking at the Oishi Hideichiro in the field, it seemed that Ms. Banda, who had no expression other than a smile, also felt it. Originally, Kaneda Banta thought that under the condition that Kingsu also sent first-year newcomers, Minami Kentaro and Dongfang Masami could win this game. But now it seems that there is no easy way to win this game. It's really the golden combination of Kingsu. Your strength is very strong. Nan Kentaro said with a serious face, as if the title of the golden combination had already been the name of the two Kikumaru Eiji, rather than Hanyu Takeba's new name. However, it is not so easy to win from the hands of our Todo hero. Minami Kentaro, holding the racket, raised his hand for a high-speed serve. The ball was so fast that it flew directly at Shueikiro Oishi like a bullet. Passed. This time Minami Kentaro still launched an attack on Oishi Hideichiro according to the password he had previously shared with Tohou Masami. Oishi Hideichiro's footsteps moved quickly, and the racket in his hand was pointed at the path of the tennis ball and he swung the tennis ball back directly. Dongfang Yami in front of the net was extremely calm, facing the flying tennis ball, raising his hand as a draw, released a short ball. In addition to Oriental Masami, Minami Kentaro's figure also appeared in front of the net, both on the website formation. Eiji Kikumaru, who had been observing the actions of Tohou Yami, jumped forward suddenly, a movement like acrobatic juggling brought a breeze and saved the ball. It's done. Minami Kentaro, who had appeared in front of the net, swung his arm suddenly, a powerful smash, and the tennis ball fell heavily on the right side of Eiji Kikumaru, like a cannonball. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yanbuki Middle School scored at 15:15. The referee blew his whistle. The serve was aimed at the big stone behind, allowing Minami Kentaro to have enough time to surf the net, forming a double net formation, shortening the distance while blocking the entire stadium. Then due to the emptiness of the backcourt, after going online, the main target of the attack has changed from Dashi to Ag, and it seems that their cooperation has not been jerky just now. I am afraid that they have formed a long-time doubles by themselves, so the tacit understanding is still above Dashi and Ag. Qian Zhenzi said while recording and analyzing. Since the game has just started, Sadaharu Kiyoshi hasn't collected any information about Minami Kentaro at all. However, with other data, or information, Sadaji Kiyoshi can see through the thoughts and ideas of Minami Kentaro and Tohou Masami. Flaw. This is also the scary place of data tennis. Even if the information is insufficient, with enough sample data, part of the information can be roughly inferred. Shit, then who do you think will win this game in the end? Hearing Sadaharu's words, Takeba Hanyu asked Sadaharu. Then Hanyu, who do you think will win? Sadaharu did not answer Hanyu Takeba's words, but instead asked Hanyu Takeba. Of course it is our youth school. Hanyu Takeba said without hesitation. Really? Originally I guessed that Oishi and Ag had a 72% chance of winning. However, since you have said that, Hanyu, it seems that Oishi's probability of winning is increasing by 15%. 15%, isn't my opinion worth 28%? If it's Hanyu you mean, I can also change 87% to 100%. Sadaji Kanazawa said unhurriedly. Chapter 52, You Can't Even Beat Me. While Hanyu Takeba was chatting with Sadaharu, Kikumaru Ag and Heiichiro Oishi also won the first game. Although the tacit understanding between Minami Kentaro and Tohou Masami is better than the combination of Ag Kikumaru and Shueikiro Oishi, the strength of Ag Kikumaru and Shueikiro Oishi is still higher than that of Minami Kentaro. The victory of this game was accepted by our golden combination. After Ag Kikumaru finished speaking, he tossed the ball into the sky and the racket quickly swung out. The tennis ball fell into the gap between Minami Kentaro and Tohou Masami with a rapid spin, and scored with one blow. Youth Academy score, 15:0. American spin serve, this kind of serve is rarely used nowadays, this kid looks decent to use. Ekaizen Minamijiro looked at the Kikumaru Ag in the court, and he became interested. American spin serve is more difficult. It requires more bending and strong twisting of the arms, waist, and other body parts before it can be successfully shot. It is precisely because of this that a little carelessness will cause sprains. However, for Ag Kikumaru with super flexibility, the twisting force required for an American spin serve is not a problem at all. Seeing Ag Kikumaru's American spin serve, both Minami Kentaro and Tohou Masami fell silent. They knew that they wanted to win the next game, I am afraid it would not be so easy. However, Minami Kentaro and Dongfang Masami will not give in so easily. Kikumaru Ag raised his hand again and made another American spin serve, and hit the ball just now. Standing at the back of the court, Minami Kentaro quickly rushed towards the ball drop point. Just as Minami Kentaro was swinging his racket and was about to strike back, the moment the tennis ball with a strong topspin collided with the racket, it flew against the racket. Get out! The score of the Youth Academy is 30:0. Lucky! Ag Kikumaru, who hit an ace ball again, made a lucky gesture. Very good, that's it, Ag. Heiichiro Oishi at the back praised Ag Kikumaru. Of course, this is a serve I have practiced for a long time. As he spoke, Ag Kikumaru gave another American spin serve. Although Minami Kentaro successfully returned a serve from Ag Kikumaru succeeded in winning the second game, turning the score into a total score of 2:0. Fuck, mine is not wrong, Ag and Oishi have a 100% chance of winning. Looking at the two Kikumaru Ag who have firmly grasped the rhythm of the game in their hands, Hanyu Takeba said with a smile. Yet. Gan Sadaji absently answered Hanyu Takeba's words. Compared to discussing with Hanyu Takeba what is the probability of their final victory in this game of Kikumaru Ag, Sadaji's current thoughts have flown to how to develop a serve that is exclusive to him. I have seen the great desolation of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Tezuka Kunamitsu's Zero Serve, Kigo's Tanghui's Serve, Fujisuk's Disappeared Serve, and now Eiji Kikumaru's American Spin Serve, and now Sadaji Kikumaru is more and more popular. Feel the importance of serving. However, although the brain is constantly thinking about how to develop a serve, Ken Sadaji's hand did not stop, constantly recording the information exposed by the 2 or 4 Kikumaru Eiji. Youth Academy 1, with a total score of 3:0. The two sides exchange venues. Yambuki Junior High 1, with a total score of 1:3. Youth Academy 1, with a total score of 4:1. The two sides exchange venues. Youth Academy 1, with a total score of 5:1. Yamabuki Junior High 1, with a total score of 5:2. The two sides exchange venues. Youth Academy 1, with a total score of 6:2. As the referee's whistle sounded, Kingsyu once again won the number 1 doubles match, turning the total score of this practice into 2:0. As long as Kingsyu wins another game, Takeba Hanyu can complete the achievement of defeating Yamabuki Junior High. It's a wonderful game, a golden combination. This time our Tudo warriors lost. However, we won't lose to you next time. After losing the game, Minami Kentaro said seriously to Kikumaru. Hey, you guys are also very strong. Eiji Kikumaru smiled. But the next match must be our golden combination. Wait for you to beat us next time, let's say this again. Nan Kentaro responded. Okay, let's go, there is still a game behind. Dongfang Yami stepped forward, hooked Nan Kentaro's neck, and directly dragged Nan Kentaro away abruptly. Hey! Just when Eiji Kikumaru looked at Minami Kentaro, he was amused. Like Minami Kentaro, Hideichiro Oishi rudely took Eiji Kikumaru. Come on, Kingsyu! Come on, Kingsyu! As the game reached the match point, the crowd of young students onlookers boiled, and the cheering sound became louder and louder. It seems that we won the practice match this time. Bulletin Joe said with a smile. www.novel.com. Don't be careless, anything can happen before the match is over. Tezuka Kunikari said in a deep voice. Really? But what about Hanyu who will play next? Fuji Josuke pointed at Hanyu Takeba who was ready to play, tilted his head and looked at Tezuka Kunimitsu. Looking at Hanyu Takeba, Kunimitsu Tezuka fell into silence. If Hanyu Takeba played, then this game can really be said to have ended early. Tezuka, do you think anyone can defeat the monster Hanyu? Seeing Tezuka Kunimitsu did not answer his own words, Fujisuke continued to fiddle with Kukimitsu Kunimitsu, only to say that all the eyes of the Mimi were cut in black. The next singles match of number 3, Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba vs Yamabuki Junior High School Kaishi Kiyoshi. Damn it, how could that guy be singles number 3? After hearing the list of the number 3 singles, Aju Jinran showed a ferocious expression on his face, wishing to directly injure Sengoku Ching-chun, and then replace Sengoku Ching-chun on the court. After all, Akutsujin came to Kingsyu to defeat Hanyu Zuoya. Akutsu, is that guy you always wanted to beat? For Hanyu Takeba's name, Kiyoshi Kaishi has heard the name from Akutsurin more than once. Don't worry, if that's the case, then let me defeat him for you. Although Eiji Jinran didn't answer his own words, Ching-chun Kyunshi didn't care, but said confidently to Eiji Jinran. You won't be that monster's opponent, after all, you guys can't even beat me. Akutsurin's eyes fixed on Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Chapter 53, I will start with a little lighter. Hearing Eiji Jinran's words, Kyunshi looked purely at Eiji Jinran's eyes with an inexplicable grievance. Although Eiji Jinran's words were true, he really couldn't beat Aju Jinran, but he didn't want to lose face. How long do you have to say? The game has already started. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who was already waiting for the game, shook the racket in his hand, and shouted at Sengoku Kiizumi. Hanyu noticed that he couldn't wait to get along with Sengoku Kiyoshi. It's a fight. Of course this is not because of how strong Kyunchi Ching-chun is. After all, Kyunchi Ching-chun is strong, can Tezuka Kunimitsu be strong? This is just because Hanyu Bamboo Leaf hasn't played against Sengoku Kiyoshi yet. Takeba Hanyu has already played against many characters in the original work. Kunomitsu Tezuka, Seiichi Komura, Kigo Atobe. After defeating the characters appearing in the original work, the system will give Takeba Hanyu a prize draw very generously. Opportunity, even if it was Takeya Jinashuk, who had no sense of existence in the original work, the system gave Hanyu Takeba a chance to draw a D-level lottery. And Kiyoshi Sengoku is the trump card of the original Nikkei Mabuki Middle School. After Ajitsuren was injured, he replaced Ajitsuren as the U17 representative. How about a B-level lottery? Although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf no longer looks down on the rewards in the B-level prize pool, it is like Hearthstone Legend. Although most of the cards can only be placed in the library to eat ashes, it may be used on that day. That's it. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Kiyoshi Kiyoshi also ignored the argument with Akutsujin, and walked into the tennis court with a racket. The Empire's fierce tiger Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, let me see how strong you are. Chiyoshi Kiyoshi said to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. Don't worry, I will be lighter in the face of Akutsu. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf smiled with his big white teeth. Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba vs Yamabuki Junior High School Sengoku Kiyoshi, and Sengoku Kiyoshi serves. With the shout of the referee, the game finally began. Kiyoshi Kiyoshi stared at the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf in front of him with solemn eyes. Although Kiyoshi Kiyoshi and Akutsujin had not taken Hanyu Bamboo Leaf to his heart in the previous dialogue, Kiyoshi Kiyoshi also knew that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf would be met by himself. The strongest opponent. Sengoku Kiyoshi is very clear about the character of Akutsuren. If he had not suffered a big loss in the hands of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Akutsuren would not have always said the name of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf and called Hanyu Bamboo Leaf monster. Although he knows that Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is very strong, Sengoku Kiyoshi does not think that he will lose in this game. After all, the game is not just relying on strength. Sometimes luck, state, will affect it. The outcome of the game, otherwise, so many miracles would not happen in sports. And just Chunsushi Ching-chun has unparalleled confidence in his luck. Let me see how terrifying you who can be called a monster by Akutsu. Sengoku Kiyoshi gently tossed the tennis ball and slightly jumped up under his feet. The racket slapped the tennis ball hard and directly shot a bouncing serve. Sengoku's innocent movements were completed in one go, and the tennis ball flew directly towards the Hanyu Bamboo Leaf like a bullet. The first wave ball. Looking at the flying tennis ball, although Hanyu Bamboo Leaf did not open the eye of the Emperor, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf responded immediately and moved quickly to the point of the ball. At the moment the tennis ball bounced, the racket swung sharply on the tennis ball. The tennis ball smashed back towards Sengoku Kiyoshi with incomparably fierce power. If Sengoku Kiyoshi shots when he serves, then Hanyu Takeba's wave ball is an RPG. The tennis ball exploded above the sideline of the Sengoku Pure Court, leaving a deep ball mark on the sideline. Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba scored, the score was 15-0. In front of Hanyu Takeba's counter-attack wave ball, everyone at Yamabuki Middle School was shocked, except for Akutsuren who had already experienced Hanyu Takeba's wave ball. Also in shock was a certain wretched Uncle Ekizen Minojiro who was wearing sunglasses and a mask. As a legendary tennis player, Ekizen Minojiro can see at a glance that Hanyu Takeba's ball speed is at least 200 km per hour, and Hanyu Takeba's appearance seems to have plenty of power. Being able to play tennis at this speed in junior high, Hanyu Takeba's talent is almost overflowing, and now Ekizen Minojiro understands why Ryazaki Sumier invited himself to serve as a consultant for the tennis club. No, look again. Ekizen Minojiro's gaze fixed on the Hanyu Bamboo Leaves in the field. Under the ball that Hanyu took just now, Ekizen Minojiro's heart rose and agreed. Thoughts of Ryagazuka Sumire's request. The reason why Ekizen Minamijiro withdrew from the tennis industry is a big reason because he can no longer find his opponent. www.novel.com. Also because of this, Ekizen Minamijiro will adopt Ekizen Ryaga and train Ekizen Ryoma to play tennis. He wants to train a tennis player who can become his opponent, and the potential that Hanyu Takeba has just shown is even higher than Ekizen Ryaga and Ekizen Ryoma. However, Ekizen Minamijiro suppressed the impulse in his heart and prepared to observe Hanyu Bamboo Leaves more. The first wave ball. Youth Academy. Hanyu Takeba scored 30:0. The first wave ball. Youth Academy. Hanyu Takeba scored 40:0. The first wave ball. Youth Academy. Hanyu Takeba scored. The total score is 1:0. No matter how Ching-chun Sengoku served the ball, Hanyu took the ball back in a simple and rude manner. After 3 consecutive games, he simply won the first game. Is this a lighter start? Eiji Kikumaru spit out his tongue and said. Hanyu doesn't have any hands at all, right? No, Eiji, Hanyu has already kept his hands. Maybe he didn't even show half of his strength. In the game against the Ice Emperor, Hanyu played faster than this. Sadaji Kanji made a correction while at the same time. He said while reading the contents of his notebook. It's just that, even with only half of his strength, Hanyu is as strong as a monster. After hearing what Kinsada said, Kikumaru Eiji silently closed his mouth. Although Kisadaru was telling the truth, the whole fact was a bit too hurt. Kikumaru Eiji did not continue to say anything. Desire. Just want to watch the game with peace of mind. Chapter 54, Is it just adding heads? In the field. Kayoshi's expression became heavier and heavier. Through the fight just now, Chiyoji's expression has already understood that he and Hanyu Bamboo Leaf are not in the same dimension at all. To be more precise, even the strongest person in Yamabuki, Akutsu Renka. Hanyu Bamboo Leaves are also far behind. At least when I was competing with a Gujinran, I didn't even have the ability to resist. Is this the strength that Akutsu calls a monster? Sengoku Kiyoshi's body trembled slightly. Although he was severely beaten by Hanyu Takeba, his fighting spirit was not overwhelmed. Even after seeing a higher possibility in Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Kyunchi Shichen became even more excited. It's a pretty good look. Hanyu Takeba smiled. To Chinashi's pure gaze, Hanyu Takeba is no stranger to Tezuka Kunomitsu, Komura Seiichi, Adobe Kigo, they all showed up after they were defeated by themselves. The same look. The Great Wilderness Starfall. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf stretched out, and the racket in his hand shot the Great Wilderness Starfall out. Although Hanyu Takeba's mouth was merciful, there was no mercy in the gestures in his hands. Boom! With a huge whistling sound, the tennis ball turned into a stream of light, flew directly over the net, and slammed heavily on the court in front of Kyunchi Ching-chun, directly scoring. Youth Academy. Hanyu Takeba scored 15:0. Appeared, Hanyu's Great Baron Star has fallen. Eiji Kikumaru jumped excitedly and said. No matter how many times you have seen it, Hanyu's serve is so shocking. The mirror of Sadaji's eyes reflected a white light, and Sadaji had an idea about his serve. Although Hanyu Takeba's serve is not as brilliant as the serve of Tezuka Kunami and Adobe Kigo, but with the terrifying speed, the scoring ability of Hanyu Takeba's serve is not worse than that of Tezuka Kunami. This kind of pursuit of serve may be the best serve for you. He is Hanyu after all. Fujisuke said, narrowing his eyes. Just as the people of Kingsyu were discussing, Ekizen Minajiro's body couldn't help getting closer to the protective net, and now Ekizen Minajiro became more and more interested in Hanyu Takeba. Boom! 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 In the short period of time that followed, Hanyu Bamboo Leaves 3 points of the same Great Wild Star, scored 3 points, and directly completed the guarantee, and won the victory in this round as easily and freely as the previous round. Youth Academy. Hanyu Takeba won, with a total score of 2:0. You deserve to be the kid who became the Empire's fierce tiger. The style of playing is as domineering as a tiger. Mickey Bantian also smiled and said while looking at Hanyu Takeba in the court. It seems that this child's talent is still higher than that of Ajitsu. Although only 2 rounds were played in this match, Ms. Bantian could also tell that this match was over long ago, and there was no possibility of Kaishi Kyoji defeating Hanyu Takeba. Kyunchi seems to have no resistance at all. Dongfang Yami said. Shinichi won't just lose like this. Although Minami Kentaro felt the gap between Sengoku's attention and Hanyu's attention, Minami Kentaro didn't want to believe this fact. No, Sengoku still has that trick that doesn't work. Before Sakamoto Araki's words were finished, he was directly interrupted by Akutsuren. No, the game is over. Sengoku's trick can even be followed by me, let alone deal with that monster. Akujinran's words are undoubtedly poured on the heads of everyone in Sanbuki like a basin of cold water. Tiger roar. Kyunchi Ching-chun tossed the ball high, then his body shot, and the whole person flew into the air, roaring and exhausting his whole body strength, swinging out the racket in his hand. Tiger Roar is a game played by Sengoku Kyoshi, but after Sengoku Kyoshi's defeat in the battle with Akutsu, Sengoku Kyoshi merged Tiger Roar into his serve. Originally, Sengoku Ching-chun was planning to use this serve as his secret weapon and used it during the official game, but now Sengoku Ching-chun can't care about so much. In the midair, the tennis ball exploded in an instant, rushing to the feet of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf like a meteor, and hitting the ground heavily. The first wave of the ball. But compared to the tennis ball, the action of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is faster. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf instantly came to the top of the tennis ball. The moment the tennis rebounded, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf's arm was like lightning. Wave. Boom. The tennis ball that landed at the feet of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves was beaten back in an instant, like a tiger roaring and swooping like a pure stone. Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba scored 15:0. The tennis ball hit the court in front of Ching-chun Kyunchi hard, leaving a deep mark on the court. Looking at this ball of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Yu reading www.yukanshu.com Sakamoto Araki and the others fell silent for an instant. If even the Tiger Roar is useless, they don't know how Sengoku Kyoshi can defeat Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. In the next game, Hanyu Takeba directly defeated Kaishi Kyoshi with an extremely domineering attitude, and even Kaishi Kyoshi didn't even get a small point in Hanyu Takeba's hands. At the end of the game, Youth Academy Hanyu Takeba won, with a total score of 6:0. As the referee's voice rang, the system's prompt sound also rang. Ding! Achieve the achievement, defeat Kyunchi Ching-chun, and win a B-level lottery. Ding! Achieve an achievement, defeat Yamabuki Middle School, and win an A-level draw. Senshi is worth a grade B. Defeating Akutsu is an A-level lottery, and defeating Yamabuki is also an A-level. Are the others in Yamabuki a bonus in your eyes? Hanyu Takeba silently thought with his mouth curled. In Hanyu Takeba's view, the rating of this system is simply unreasonable. No matter how you think you can become a member of U17, Sengoku Kyoshi is worth an A-level draw, and then an A-level rewarded Akutsuren plus an A-level Sengoku Innocent. In addition to the original work, he has defeated the Golden Combination, Fuji Shusuke and Takashi Kawamura's 2 doubles, and Yamabuki is also worth an S-level draw. However, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is just talking about it. After all, his system is a set program. It's really a wonderful game. Just when Hanyu Takeba was shaking the gods, Kaishi Kyoshi walked over and stretched out his palm to Hanyu Takeba. Although Kyunchi's pure face has a smile, behind Kyunchi's pure smile is obviously bitterness, and he didn't even get a point. There is no second reason at all except that the difference in strength is too large. Chapter 55, Come a Battle Between Nanren. After shaking hands with Hanyu Takeba through the net, Sengoku Kyoshi, who returned to the Yamabuki Middle School camp, was still immersed in the game just now. This was the first time that Sengoku Kyoshi had lost so badly. He didn't even have the ability to defend. Shinishi's state seems a bit wrong. Looking at the desperate Sengoku Kiyoshi, Nan Kentaro's novel said to others. Dongfang Yami and the others also know why Kyunchi Ching-chun is in this state, but they have no good way, and they don't know what they should say. At this moment, Ajiu Jinjin walked to Chin-chun's side and hammered Chin-jin's shoulder with a fist. Pain, pain, pain. Sengoku Ching-chun, who was awakened by Ajiu Jinren's punch, rubbed his shoulder, and cried out in pain. Naturally, Ajiu Jinren's power is naturally unnecessary. It's normal to lose to that monster. After all, you can't even beat me, Kaishi. So before you beat me, don't you think about defeating that monster. After Ajiu Jinren said this, he left again. Back to his place. Am I right? Akutsu is comforting Sengoku. Nan Kentaro opened his mouth wide, and said in disbelief. Where did you see that Akutsu's words just now were comforting Sengoku? No matter how you look at it, it is more appropriate to say that it is a ridicule rather than comforting. Dongmei Yami spit out. This is comfort, after all, you also know Ajitsu's character. A voice suddenly appeared. Well, what you said makes sense. With Akutsu's awkward temper, maybe this is what Akutsu can say comfortingly. After hearing this voice, Dongfang Yami subconsciously returned to Tao. However, Toho Masami quickly realized that something was wrong, not because he was afraid that Akutsujin would hear her own words, but because the owner of this voice was Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, who had just defeated Chiyoshi Kaishi. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, the fierce tiger of the empire. How can you appear here? Dongfang Yami exclaimed subconsciously. I'm looking for Akutsu. Hanyu Takeba smiled and patted Dongfang Masami on the shoulder, and walked towards Akutsurin. By the way, what I just said to you doesn't mean anything else. Sengoku, hurry up and become stronger. These 3 years have been the most exciting 3 years. When passing by Sengoku Kiyoshi, Hanyu Bamboo Leaves faced Sengoku. Said purely. Kyunchi King-chun's face showed a wry smile. Just now, Kyunchi Ching-chun had heard all the words of Akutsujin and others. When did I reach the point where I needed someone else's comfort, and I defeated my opponent and the comfort of the guy Akutsu who can't even speak? Senshi Kiyoshi took a deep breath and regained his spirit. The genius named Kyunchi Ching-chun came back again. Akutsu, long time no see. Hanyu Takeba, who came to Akutsujin, said hello to Akutsujin. What's the matter with you coming to me, Hanyu? I'm not familiar with you. Ajitsurin's eyes fixed on the Hanyu Bamboo Leaves in front of him, holding his head up like an aloof wolf king. It's nothing, just come to say hello to you. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf touched his chin and said, feeling the momentum of Akutsurin's body. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf knew that Akutsurin's wildness was further, and even almost caught up to the point where the system gave him a wild 1/3. Incidentally, the skills that the system gives Hanyu Bamboo Leaf are directly at the full level, it is simply whether there is a conscience system. Then say hello now, you can go. Ajitsurin said with his eyes down. Don't be so ruthless, I know you came here to fight me. Looking at Ajiu Jinren's unruly expression, Hanyu Zui felt his hands itchy, as if hammering something. However, Hanyu Zui resisted this impulse and continued. As long as you promise me a request, how about I play with you in private? What's the request? As soon as Hanyu Takeba's voice fell, Akutsurin couldn't wait to say. Hanyu Takeba did not directly answer Akutsurin's words, but started his own wild tiger, of course, about 1/3. After feeling the wildness of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Akutsu's wild wolf suddenly broke out, and the wild tiger of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf broke out. These two guys are like two wild beasts. Minami Kentaro, who was about to come over to listen to what Hanyu Takeba and Akutsujin were talking about, was instantly startled by the wild collision of the two Hanyu Takeba. Sure enough, this kid didn't use his full strength, and Yamabuki's white-haired kid is also very interesting. Are there so many geniuses now? Ekizen Minajiro squinted at Hanyu Takeba and Akutsugen. Ekizen Nanjiro is not unfamiliar with things like wildness. In the game that Ekizen Nanjiro has experienced, he also encountered some wild opponents, and the strength of those opponents is more difficult than one. Well, Akutsu, sure enough you have become stronger again. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said lightly after taking back his wildness. www.ltnovel.com. Hanyu, what the are you here for? Aja Jinran looked at Hanyu Bamboo Leaf unkindly. In the collision just now, Aja Jinran lost to Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. I said I'm here to ask you for one thing, but before I ask you, I have to tell you one thing first. Kawamura also opened the same thing as us. I remember you are friends. Hanyu Takeba touched his chin and said. Kawamura. Oritsuren heard the name of Takashi Kawamura, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, Akutsuren was surprised that Takeba Hanyu knew that Takashi Kawamura was his friend. What was unexpected was the wildness that Takashi Kawamura also began. After all, when he entered the youth school, Takashi Kawamura greeted him. Yes, Kawamura's wildness is a bear. In the next game, our youth school sent Kawamura, so how about a wild duel with Kawamura? Hanyu Takeba said with a smile. Hanyu Takeba knows Akutsugen's character and will definitely not give up the position of singles number 1 to others. Therefore, in order to get Takashi Kawamura against Akutsugen, Takeba Hanyu will prevent Takashi Kawamura from doing Sadaji to form a doubles. But the position of a single number out of Ren. Why should I promise you this fellow? Aju Jinran said grimly. Didn't we say it? Hanyu Takeba said with a wink. I never said that I would promise you. Aju Jinran said disdainfully. However, go back and tell Kawamura that I will not keep my hands during the game. Is this guy's wildness really a wolf? Looking at Akutsuren who was awkward in front of him, Takeba Hanyu thought. Chapter 56, It turns out that the Empire is a zoo. Although the process of chatting with a Jitsujin was not pleasant, the result was considered satisfactory. After returning to the place where Kingsyu was, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf immediately used up the 2 chances of the lottery. Second swordsmanship, sure enough, the rewards for the B-level draw are just like that. Hanyu Takeba silently thought. Although the second sword style is the skill of the protagonist Ekizen Ryoma in the original book, when there is a backhand, the right-handed player switches the racket to the left-handed, and uses the left-handed racket to return the ball to the cutoff with a forehand. The opposite is true for the left-handed player. Basketball skills, but for Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, this skill seems a bit tasteless. However, Takeba Hanyu didn't have much expectations for the B-level lottery, so there is no disappointment. It's the A-level lottery that gave Hanyu Takeba a little surprise, drawing out the 37-72 of the wave ball. Kawamura, are you ready? It's your turn to play next. Hanyu Takeba asked Kawamura, who was a little nervous on the side. Although Kingsyu has won now, because Ryagazaki Sumair had already agreed to play 5 games with Miki Bunda before, the singles match of number 2 and the match of number 1 singles will continue. The number 2 singles match was played by Tezuka Kunomitsu against Sakamoto Araki. The score on the field is now 4-1. There will be at most 10 minutes, and the number 2 singles match will be the winner. Well, I'm ready. Takashi Kawamura said while waving his racket. Kawamura knows the strength of Akutsuren best. No matter what sports he is, Akutsuren can easily master it. Even people who have studied this project for many years will not necessarily be Akutsuren's opponent. Although with the help of Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura's strength is not comparable to his own before, but Takashi Kawamura still doesn't think he can win Akutsuren. This is also why Hanyu Takeba made Kawamura Takashi and Akutsuren face up. Although Kawamura's strength has become stronger, Kawamura's mentality is still the same as before. When encountering someone weaker than himself, Takashi Kawamura can naturally rely on wildness and wave ball to win easily, but once he encounters an opponent of comparable strength, Takashi Kawamura's mentality is his biggest weakness. You look like this, it doesn't look like you are ready. Hanyu Takeba patted Kawamura on the shoulder and said. Hanyu Takeba could tell at a glance that Kawamura was just pretending to be. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Takashi Kawamura couldn't help but stop waving his racket arm. Kawamura, the game doesn't have to be won. Hanyu Takeba said duplicity. It's enough to go all out. The reason why Coach Ryagazaki arranges you to play singles is that you can accumulate more experience. Compared with the outcome of the game, how much experience you can get from the game, this is the most important. Hearing the comfort of Hanyu Bamboo Leaf, Takashi Kawamura's uneasy heart was also let go. By the way, Kawamura, I taught you the thing, but Akutsu will do it too. But then Hanyu Takeba's words made Kawamura's heart hang again. The number 2 singles match ended faster than Hanyu Takeba wanted. If it wasn't for Tezuka Kunomitsu, who let Sakamoto Araki 2 rounds, and also did not use the Selfless Realm, Tezuka Realm, these in terms of football skills, perhaps the game would have ended long ago. After all, Sakamoto Araki's strength is not comparable to Tezuka Kunomitsu. The following is a singles match, with Youth Academy Kawamura Takashi vs Yamabuki Middle School Akutsuren. After the referee announced the start of the game, Akutsuren walked directly into the court and suddenly entered a wild state. He said to Takashi Kawamura, "Come on. Kawamura, let me see your wildness." This guy's aura looks like that of Hanyu and Takashi Kawamura. Eiji Kikumaru shrank his neck and said, "There are still some differences. If Hanyu is an overbearing tiger and Kawamura's is a ferocious bear, then this guy is a fierce wolf." A white light reflected on Gan Seidaji's lens. Tiger? Bear? Wolf? Eiji Kikumaru's thoughts flew instantly upon hearing Sadaharu Kanji's words. Again. Eiji Kikumaru looked at Seidaji Kanji seriously. Okay. Agen, you said that Hanyu is like a tiger, and then Hanyu is called the Empire's fierce tiger, so since Eren is like a bear, can he call him the Empire's fierce bear? Then that guy is the Empire's fierce bear? Absolutely fierce wolf. When he said this, Eiji Kikumaru's voice became even more excited. Do you think there will be other animals in the future, such as the Empire's fierce dog, the Empire's fierce cat? Kikumaru Eiji was talking, and at the same time he modeled the animal he had said. And Seidaji Kanji turned his head silently www.novel.com and got a little bit away from the guy who was out of line with Kikumaru. The Imperial Bear and the Imperial Wolf of the Empire in front are fine, but what are the Imperial Dogs and Cats of the Empire? The Empire of Feelings is the name of a zoo. Fortunately, Heiichiro Oishi managed to control Eiji Kikumaru in time. Otherwise, Eiji Kikumaru might imitate the same Imperial Pig. Although Oishi Heiichiro stopped Eiji Kikumaru in time, Eiji Kikumaru's gibberish had already been heard by Hanyu Takeba. If it weren't for the people from Yamabuki Junior High School, maybe Hanyu Takeba would now let Eiji Kikumaru see the terrible Empire's fierce tiger. So Hanyu Takeba is going to wait for them from Yamabuki Middle School to leave, and then take care of the incongruous guy Kikumaru Eiji. In the field. After Takashi Kawamura felt Akutsuren's wildness, Takashi Kawamura instantly entered the state of a wild bear without any hesitation. Kawamura, as expected, you said the same thing as that guy. Feeling the aura of Takashi Kawamura, Agujinran's face showed a hint of excitement. Let me see your current strength. Apart from those 2 little ghosts, does Kinksu have a little ghost that also has this kind of aura? Ekaizen Minamijiro became more and more curious about this game. In the first round, Yamabuki Junior High School Akutsugen serves. It's starting, Kawamura. When the referee's voice fell, Agutsuren let out a low growl, and the racket in his hand suddenly made a powerful serve. Eiji-jin, you really moved so soon. Seeing Eiji-jin's serve, Kyunchi Ching-chun said with pure emotion. Chapter 57, Akutsugen. Sengoku Chingchun is no stranger to a Gujinran's beast-like state. What Chingchun Kyunchi didn't expect was that Gujinran entered this state so quickly. This is not surprising, the guy named Kawamura is strong, maybe we are not his opponents except Akuzu. Sakamoto Araki said with a sigh. How is this possible? Dongfang Yami retorted. In the eyes of Tohou Masami, there are enough monsters in Kingshu. How could there be another monster appearing in Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunami? Although Minami Kentaro and the others did not speak, their expressions are also telling that their thoughts are the same as Tohou Masami. Akutsuran's serve is very powerful. After the tennis ball with huge spinning force landed on the sideline, it bounced suddenly. But Takashi Kawamura's reaction shocked others as well. At the moment the tennis ball bounced, Takashi Kawamura's racket had accurately hit the tennis ball and returned the tennis ball. From the swing to the hit, Kawamura's response was like a predator's instinct. Boom! After Kawamura Takashi's heavy hitting sound reached the ears of the Yamabuki people, Nan Kentaro and the others couldn't help but swallow. Just listening to this extremely dull sound, they could imagine the terrifying power of tennis. Kawamura Takashi's action and power made Tohou Masami and the others understand that Kingshu has other monsters besides Hanyu Takeba and Tezuka Kunimitsu. But they don't know, there is still a monster with Mimi eyes in Kingshu who hasn't shot yet. Kawamura Takashi's counterattack was not perfect, but with the intuition given by the wild bear, coupled with Kawamura Takashi's own strange power, Kawamura Takashi's counterattack was not something ordinary people could catch. However, Akutsuran is not an ordinary person. Akutsuran is born with a wild existence, and Akutsuran's wildness is stronger than that of Takashi Kawamura, and Akutsuran is more than that. Ordinary motor nerves. Whether it is destructive power, speed, flexibility, and sense of balance, they are far above Takashi Kawamura. The only thing that Takashi Kawamura can dominate is strength. However, a Gujinran's power is not comparable to Takashi Kawamura. How much weaker? As Akutsujan also entered a wild state, I am afraid that Takashi Kawamura may not have the advantage in terms of strength. Akutsuran's figure appeared behind the tennis ball. Not bad. Kawamura, you really have become stronger. A wild light flashed in Ajujinran's eyes, and the racket in his hand easily knocked the tennis back. Akutsuran's counterattack was as straightforward as Kawamura Takashi's just now. After all, Akutsuran is also in a wild state now. The wild bear gave Kawamura Takashi and the wild wolf can also give Akutsuran. No, it should be said that wild wolves can give Ajitsuran more. After all, Ajitsuran's mastery of wild wolves is still comparable to that of a young Takashi Kawamura. In the process of constant counterattack, Takashi Kawamura slowly couldn't keep up with Agutsuran's rhythm. Maybe a mistake, or it may be deliberate. Takashi Kawamura unexpectedly hit a lob during the counterattack. You made a mistake, Kawamura. Ajujinran jumped up suddenly. This guy actually jumped up directly. It's impossible to receive a drop of this height. Eiji Kikumaru looked at Akutsuran's movements in surprise. Except for the hanging wall of Hanyu Takeba, Kikumaru Eiji can be said to be the most outstanding person in youth school in terms of jumping ability. Even Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fuji Shisuke are not as good as Eiji Kikumaru. But Eiji Kikumaru was not sure that he would be able to take a drop of this height. Eiji, Akutsu's body is a monster. Hanyu Takeba said lightly. If you talk about a certain ability alone, Eiji Ujinran may not be the best, but if you talk about the full capacity of the body, then Eiji Ujinran is definitely the top person. While Hanyu Takeba was talking, Akutsuran's body was not constantly rising. This guy's bounce ability is too terrifying. Eiji Kikumaru said blankly looking at Akutsuran in the field. Akutsuran's bounce height has surpassed him, and Akutsuran's ability to stay in the air is also comparable to his. The bounce is as good. Wolf howl. When the tennis ball fell in front of Eiji Ujinran had already completed his energy storage. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the tennis ball flew out of Agujinran's racket, like a waterfall across the sky, poured down, and fell on the ground in front of Takashi Kawamura, leaving it on the ground. After a deep mark, the rebounding tennis ball continued to violently hit the barbed wire on the sidelines. Yamabuki Junior High School Akutsugen scored 15:0. What a horrible smash! Not only Ken Sadaharu, but the eyes of Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke also became serious. Read www.yuyugonshu.com. Just now in the fight with Takashi Kawamura, the two of Tezuka Kunomitsu understood Akuzu. Ren is not an easy opponent to deal with. And this smash of Akutsuren made Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke a little bit higher for Akutsuren. This move looks very familiar. Isn't this the tiger roar of Sengoku? Hanyu Takeba said, touching his chin. After speaking, he glanced at Sengoku Kiyoshi, and saw Senki Kiyoshi, who was surrounded by Minami Kentaro and others. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf affirmed his ideas more and more. The only one with a relaxed face is Hanyu Bamboo Leaf. After all, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is an extremely enhanced version of Akutsugen. Whether it is physical or wild, Hanyu Bamboo Leaf is much stronger than Kutsugen. Eren shouldn't be losing. Eiji Kikumaru looked worriedly at Takashi Kawamura in the court. Eren, he hasn't used the wave ball yet. Gan Sadaji said. Yes, Eren hasn't used the wave ball yet. Thinking of the horrible wave ball of Hanyu Takeba, Eiji Kikumaru was a little worried again. In the impression of Eiji Kikumaru, neither Hanyu Takeba nor Kawamura Takashi has ever lost after using the wave ball. Eiji, it's not just me and Eren that can swing the ball. After hearing Eiji Kikumaru's words, Takeba Hanyu spoke slowly. Ajitsuren is not only excellent in his physical fitness, but also his learning ability is also abnormal. In the original work, Ajitsuren only took a few glances and learned the light ball through his own practice. Hanyu, you mean? Eiji Kikumaru said with some difficulty. That's right, Akutsu also fluctuates the ball, but he has mastered the fluctuate earlier than Eren. Chapter 58, The Wild Bear. Slap, slap. After Akutsugen took a shot of the tennis ball, he threw the tennis ball high again without any hesitation. His body was like a full bow, and he shot the tennis ball out again. The tennis ball, which was faster than before, flew towards Takashi Kawamura without the slightest amount of smoke. This serve is like Hanyu's serve. Has this guy even learned Hanyu's great desolate starfall? Eiji Kikumaru exclaimed. This is not the great desolate starfall. If you have to say it, it can only be said to be a high-speed serve that is very close to the great desolate starfall. Just like last year's Ice Emperor Minister's Uezi Uede's signature serve, the mock serve is actually a high-speed serve. A kind of. Hanyu Bamboo Leaf said, touching his chin. It seems that Ajitsu doesn't plan to keep his hands at all. Extraordinary physical fitness, similar wildness, a serve similar to Dawang Xingyu, plus the wave ball that Hanyu has said, but has not yet used it. This Akutsu is simply a copy of Hanyu. Said Hanyu Takeba and Kikumaru Eiji, Miki Sadaji silently thought. However, even though they are similar, Hanyu's strength is undoubtedly stronger than that of Juzu. In other words, if you want to defeat Hanyu, can you start with Akuzu first? Mr. Sadaji said, vice versa. A plan flashed through his own glasses. With the sound of Hanyu Bamboo Leaves, the tennis ball fell on the ground without any stop at all, and suddenly bounced off. Although Takashi Kawamura has reacted in advance under the blessing of the wild bear, the speed of Akutsuren's serve far surpassed Takashi Kawamura's reaction. Yamabuki Junior High School Akutsugen scored, the score was 30:0. Compared to Kingsyu and the others, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, the people on the other side of Yamabuki were even more shocked. This kind of strength? Is that person really Akutsu? Nan Kentaro said incredulously. Now Akutsuren's strength is not at the same level as when he was in Yamabuki. Perhaps Akutsu doesn't need the strength to play against us, or maybe he doesn't bother to use his full strength. Sengoku Ching-chun said as he silently grasped his palm. The current state of Akutsugin's all-out effort is undoubtedly more painful than the previous game against Hanyu Takeba. When Akutsugin played against himself, he never appeared in this state, but when he faced Takashi Kami Kawamura, he could only prove his strength, not to mention that he was compared with Takeba Hanyu, even if he was compared with Takeshi Kawamura. Compared with each other, there is a big gap. Yes, that's it. Let them see your real strength, right? Akutsu. Although Bantian Kenya sitting on the coach's bench still has a gentle smile, his heart has already followed. Eiji Ujinran was excited. When Eiji Ujinran just entered the ministry, when he first saw Eiji Ujinran, Ms. Bantian also saw that Eiji Ujinran was already a polished diamond long ago, and it was destined to burst out of incomparable dazzling brilliance. Light. Kawamura, don't you only have this degree? Akutsuran uttered a roar. Except for the annoying guy Hanyu Takeba, Takashi Kawamura can be said to be Akutsuran's only friend. Akutsuran naturally hopes that Takashi Kawamura will become stronger and stronger. Therefore, Yajujin's men did not show any mercy. Boom! Yamabuki Junior High School Akutsujin scored, the score was 40:0. Same as the ball just now, Takashi Kawamura was just a bit short of being able to hit Akutsuran's serve back, but at this point, it was like a sky. It's the end of the game. Aaron won't just lose like this. Eiji Kikumaru said in a panic, as if it was not Takashi Kawamura but himself who played the game. Don't worry, we have to believe in Aaron. Hanyu Takeba silently looked at Takashi Kawamura in the field. The wildness of Hanyu Takeba was telling him that the wildness of Takashi Kawamura is now growing. It can be said that Takashi Kawamura, whether he can win this goal from Akutsu's hands depends on when Kawamura Takashi's wildness can break through this cage. Yes, believe Aaron, believe Aaron. After hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Eiji Kikumaru also pressed down the anxiety in his heart, and packed his mood to cheer for Takashi Kawamura again. Come on! Aaron! Come on! Aaron! After Eiji Kikumaru's cheering, other people's cheering rang soon afterwards, converging into a huge torrent. Hearing Eiji Kikumaru and the others cheering, Takashi Kawamura in the field couldn't help but looked at Eiji Kikumaru and the others, and the palm of his hand holding the racket became harder. Not only for myself, but also for Eiji Kikumaru and others, I can't lose. Takashi Kawamura's gaze was staring at Akutsuran on the opposite side. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com now only had the idea of catching the ball in his mind, and only the thought of catching the ball was left in his eyes. The tennis ball that keeps bouncing and falling, a wild and violent aura radiates from Takashi Kawamura's body, and the wild power of Takashi Kawamura's body is constantly improving. Akutsugin's serve came again, and when it landed on the court, it flew again suddenly. At the moment Akutsugin's swing, Kawamura Takashi's body rushed toward the ball drop point ahead of time. The wildness on Kawamura Takashi finally broke the original restraint and reached a new realm. Fifth wave ball. Takashi Kawamura let out a roar. On his arm, blue veins burst, and the racket in his hand swung fiercely above the tennis ball. Now Takashi Kawamura is like a wild giant bear looking up to the sky. Unstoppable. Aaron's wildness has broken through. Hanyu Takeba looked at Takashi Kawamura in the field with a smile on his face. Even after the breakthrough, Takashi Kawamura will not be Akutsuran's opponent, but Akutsuran will have to spend some time to defeat the current Takashi Kawamura. Youth Academy Kawamura Takashi scored, the score was 40:15. Awesome! After seeing Takashi Kawamura successfully hit Akutsuran's serve, Eiji Kikumaru jumped up excitedly, with a hint of indescribable joy on his face. In the view of Eiji Kikumaru, this was the first trumpet for Takashi Kawamura to sound the counterattack, and Takashi Kawamura will surely solve Akutsujin in a straightforward manner. Excited Kikumaru Eiji seemed to have forgotten what Hanyu Takeba said before. However, Takeba Hanyu did not intend to continue to pour cold water on Kikumaru Eiji this time, so he just made Kikumaru Eiji more happy. Chapter 59, Sprint Wave Ball. Stood back to the point where Eiji Ujinran returned to the serve, and again he took a serve that was somewhat similar to Dawang Xingyu. Fifth style wave ball. Facing Akutsuran's serve, Takashi Kawamura once again made the same return as the previous one. That's it, Aaron. Seeing this scene, Eiji Kikumaru exclaimed excitedly. From Eiji Kikumaru's point of view, Takashi Kawamura had already won this point. Wave the ball? Kawamura. You are not the only one who knows this trick. Akujinran's eyes showed a ray of light like that of a wolf king, and a phantom like a giant wolf faintly appeared behind him. Fifth wave ball. With a loud shout, the emotions of Eiji Kikumaru and others flipped again. Akutsuran's figure appeared in front of the tennis ball like a gust of wind, his arms raised high, and the racket flew towards the tennis ball without any stagnation. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, he directly shattered the hope in Eiji Kikumaru's heart in an instant, as if a tennis ball with flames flew towards Takashi Kawamura. Wave the ball. And still serve the same as Aaron. How is this possible? Eiji Kikumaru said in disbelief. Although Hanyu Takeba has already said that Akutsujin can also swing the ball, but when he saw this scene with his own eyes, Eiji Kikumaru was a little unacceptable. Except for Takashi Kawamura, it is not that other people have learned the swing ball from Hanyu Takeba. But apart from Takashi Kawamura, no one in Kingsyu learned it, and now the fluctuating ball appeared in the hands of Yamabuki High School students. This is Akutsujin, he is a monster no worse than Tezuka and Fuji. Hanyu Takeba said. Hearing Hanyu Takeba's words, Tezuka Kunomitsu and Fujisuke looked at each other silently. Sixth wave ball. Takashi Kawamura didn't have the energy to pay attention to the off-court affairs, his eyes condensed, his arm suddenly rose a bit, and he also greeted the incoming tennis ball. It's heavy. At the moment when the tennis ball collided with his racket, Takashi Kawamura felt his arm tremble slightly. The combined power of the two waves of the ball made the power of the ball even more terrifying. But as Takashi Kawamura's strength continued to condense, Takashi Kawamura hit back with a goal. Boom! The tennis ball, like a roaring giant bear, pounced straight towards Akujinran. The sixth form? In that case, the seventh form wave ball. Akutsujin was also unwilling to be outdone, and the pooled power directly slapped Kawamura Takashi's counterattack once again. Just by playing against me, has Akutsu actually mastered the seventh form of the wave ball? Sure enough, Akutsu is also an out-and-out monster. Hanyu Takeba touched his chin and exclaimed. The more you fight with Akutsujin, Tezuka Kunami, the more Hanyu Takeba can realize the terrifyingness of these monsters. If you can't open the hangar by yourself, you may no longer be the opponent of these monsters. However, Kawamura's wave ball is not limited to the sixth style. Come on! Akutsu! Takashi Kawamura let out a huge roar, his body moved abruptly before he moved a step, a spark of tremendous power on the ground. Kawamura Takana's arm that had swelled a few minutes swelled up a point again, and the blue veins on the arm twisted up. 10th wave ball. The blazing flames in Takashi Kawamura's eyes, in Takashi Kawamura's view, the only thing he is good at is strength, so he can't lose here, even if his opponent is a good Tsuren. Boom! The sound of the tennis ball rubbing against the air was loud like thunder, and it came to Akutsuren in an instant like an electric light. That's it, Kawamura! There was a crazy smile on Ajujinran's face. As his legs suddenly stepped on the ground seemed to tremble. 10th wave ball is also a wave ball, and even Akutsuren's movements are somewhat similar to those of Takara Kawamura. Are these two guys really playing tennis? This is beyond the scope of tennis, right? Looking at Akutsuren and Takashi Kawamura in the court, Chiyoji Kiyoshi felt that his back was already a little cold. If you are fighting these two monsters, I am afraid that you can't even catch a ball. Not only Sengoku Kiyoshi, but Minami Kentaro, Ken Sadaji, and others have the same thoughts as Sengishi Kiyoshi. In their eyes, both Akutsujin and Takashi Kawamura are no longer normal humans, but two extremely cruel beasts. Facing Akutsuran's return attack, Takashi Kawamura's body suddenly rushed towards the tennis ball. Takashi Kawamura's arms swelled up once. Compared with Takashi Kawamura's original arms, Takashi Kawamura's arms have now expanded by nearly half its size. Not only the arms, but also Takashi Kawamura's legs have also swelled. Aaron. Seeing Takashi Kawamura's movements, Takeba Hanyu's eyes narrowed. Hanyu Takeba knew the skill of Takashi Kawamura, but Takeba Hanyu didn't expect that Takashi Kawamura would use this trick. After all, this skill has not been completely perfected. www.novel.com Sprint Wave Ball. As Takashi Kawamura's racket collided with the tennis ball was like a typhoon roaring from the court, which swept the sand and dust on the court and rushed towards Agujinran. 15th Wave Ball. The fierce light in Agujinran's eyes grew stronger and stronger, as he rushed towards the tennis ball that Takashi Kawamura hit back, and the Wolf King had already exposed his fangs. Boom! Akutsujin's racket caught Kawamura Takashi's counterattack, but with a huge roar, the tennis ball directly pierced the racket in Yojutsu's hand and hit the guardrail like a meteorite. Ai Shui Kawamura scored. The score was 40:30. The referee's voice seemed a little trembling. This is the first time he has seen someone playing tennis and can hit the racket directly. In addition to a villain, the entire tennis court audience also fell into a long period of silence. This game was too intense, or it was too scary. Kawamura, what is your trick? Ajutsuran asked Takashi Kawamura, looking at the racket that had broken a big hole in his hand. Sprint Wave Ball. I barely used it, Akutsu. Takashi Kawamura's breath seemed a little hasty. Different from the normal wave ball, the sprint wave ball is a ball skill derived from the wave ball. While increasing the wave ball power, the burden on the arm is even greater. In addition to the burden of the arms, the sprint wave ball also puts a huge burden on the thighs, waist, and abdomen. Sprint to swing the ball? This game is getting more and more interesting, Kawamura. After Agutsuran threw the racket aside, he said as he walked towards his tennis bag. Chapter 60, The Limit of Talent. Kawamura, now the game has restarted. After Akutsuran's fingers grabbed the net that was replaced with the racket, he looked at Kawamura Takashi and said. Not only did Kawamura Takashi's sprint swing ball not scare Akutsuran. Instead, it aroused the war intent in Ajujinran's heart. Kawamura Takashi did not answer Akutsuran's words, but looked at Akutsuran quietly. Kawamura Takashi also understands that just as Akutsujin said, the game has only officially started now. Hanyu, Aaron will win, right? Eiji Kikumaru asked Akutsuran, who looked at the court as if nothing happened. In the eyes of Eiji Kikumaru, Akutsuran is now completely equated with the word monster. Aaron is already impossible to win, maybe he can't insist on finishing this round. Hanyu Takeba said calmly while looking at Takashi Kawamura. The round in Hanyu's mouth refers to the first round of the game. Although Takashi Kawamura had just succeeded in hitting the shock wave, he moved the score to 40:30. But if Takashi Kawamura wants to win this game, he must score 3 points in a row, let alone whether Takashi Kawamura can successfully hit the sprint swing ball again. Even if it can, but in Kawamura Takashi's current state, it is still unknown whether he can persist with 3 sprint wave balls. And more importantly. However, through Kawamura Takashi's eyes, Hanyu Takeba knew that Kawamura would not give up this round anyway. How come? Didn't Aaron just score a point successfully? And Aaron still has the kind of tennis that can beat the racket to break. Eiji, look at Aaron's current arm. Sadaji Kikumaru answered aloud. Hearing the words of Sadaji Kikumaru, Eiji Kikumaru quickly cast his eyes on Takashi Kawamura's arm, and saw that Takashi Kawamura's arm had become red, like a cooked shrimp, which was a manifestation of hyperemia. After seeing this scene, Eiji Kikumaru's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Akutsuren raised his hand and played the previous high-speed ball once again, as if he had not been affected by the sprint fluctuation ball at all. Sprint the wave ball. At the moment when the tennis rebounded, Takashi Kawamura did not hesitate to use the sprint wave ball again, knowing that he didn't have many chances that Takashi Kawamura was not going to continue to delay the game. The longer the game, the more disadvantaged it would be for him. Is this another trick? In that case. Facing Kawamura Takashi's counterattack, Akutsuren's gaze condensed, and a white light burst out from his body, and he assumed the same posture as Kawamura Takashi. Does that guy also sprint the wave ball? Eiji Kikumaru opened his mouth wide, and said in disbelief. Did this fellow Akutsu stepped into that door? Hanyu Takeba stared at Akutsu Jindeo closely. Eiji, this is not Aaron's sprint wave ball. It's the limit of brilliance, one of the three realms of selflessness. Feeling the familiar feeling from Akutsuren's body, Kunimitsu Tezuka's eyes became extremely sharp. If Akutsuren's strength previously demonstrated only made Tezuka Kunimitsu feel the pressure, then Tezuka Kunimitsu has already felt a threat if he showed the limits of his brilliance at Akutsuren. The limit of brilliance. Isn't Tezuka turned on? Eiji Kikumaru asked subconsciously. Eiji, Tezuka is not the only one who opened the three doors of no Mi. After Hanyu finished speaking, he glanced back at Fujisuke. Fuji, you are about to step into that door too. There was a slight change in Fuji's Haujik's always indifferent tone. Fujiisuke has already seen the door to the limit of brilliance. Although he has not broken this door, Fujiisuke already has a general direction. If it is said that Josuke was not so anxious to open this door before, then after seeing Akutsuren's strength, Josuke is also a little anxious. Sure enough, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Hanyu Takeba silently sighed in his heart. Once Josuke has stepped into the realm of the limit of talent, Josuke can be regarded as the top group among the most national players. However, what makes Hanyuzuya the most sigh for Hanyuzuya is that Tezuka Kunimitsu, Fujisuke, Akutsugen. They have all opened or touched the three realms of selflessness. But don't touch the three realms of non-self, don't even have a general direction. There was also a certain monk with long hair who was also in shock. In the field. After using the limit of his brilliance, Akutsuren, who simulated Takashi Kawamura's sprinting wave ball power method in an instant, had already caught the attack from Takashi Kawamura. But Eiji Ujinran didn't hit the ball back. Instead, he was abruptly taken a few meters by the huge power of the tennis ball, and dragged out two long marks on the tennis court. Boom! The tennis ball fell from Ajujinran's racket www.novel.com and it dropped a few bounces on the ground. Youth Academy Kawamura Takashi scored, the total score is 40:40. Akutsu actually caught the sprint wave ball. After seeing Akutsuren taking over Kawamura Takashi's sprint wave ball, everyone at Yamabuki High School was not happy for the first time, but was deeply shocked. They were fundamentally shocked. I never thought that someone would be able to follow this ball. Is it still a bit short? Ajujinran stood up slowly and straightened his body. Are there 2 more goals? That's enough. Hey, 2 more goals. Takashi Kawamura gasped and stared at Akutsuren in front of him, just like Akutsuren thought. Only the last 2 goals are left. Sprint the wave ball. Sprint the wave ball. Same as the ball just now, Takashi Kawamura and Akutsuren used the shock wave once again. Although Akutsuren still did not return Takashi Kawamura's shock wave ball back, Akutsuren was not taken away by Takashi Kawamura's shock wave ball this time. Kingsyo Kawamura Takashi scored, the score was 40, ADV. The last goal. It must be won. Aaron. After Takashi Kawamura got the match point, Eiji Kikumaru silently prayed for Takashi Kawamura in his heart. Others also watched the tennis ball constantly rebounding in the hands of Akutsuren. The last goal, I must take it. Takashi Kawamura now has tennis in his eyes. When Takashi Kawamura's spirit was concentrated to the extreme, Takashi Kawamura's wild bear seemed to have condensed into substance, and behind Takashi Kawamura appeared a huge wild bear screaming at Akutsugen constantly.